Well, a very good morning and welcome to the opening day of competition at the Paris Grand Slam. We're at the Palais Omnisport de Bercy, the home of international judo in France, for one of the biggest competitions of the year, and I'm delighted to be joined by Loretta Coussac-Doyle. Good morning.
Thank you, and what a pleasure it is to be here. Most probably the most exciting event of the year, I would have thought, the Grand Slam in Paris.
Now, Loretta has picked out a few players that she fancies, not in that way, of course, but, you know, she's going to give us a few names. Who should we be looking out for?
Well, do you know what? The actual level of tournament here this weekend is high. The standard is very, very high, and there's a lot. But just looking, you've got Clement in 48s from France. Again, home ground, great performance, very consistent in every event that she's taken part in, and I think that she's got a good chance of a medal. Arina Dolgova from Russia. Again.
Yeah, I like Dolgova.
I like her. She's a great fighter.
And second cycle for her. This is a second Olympic cycle, and I think she's going to do better. The other thing is, quite often they change weights. But she's stuck at 48, and she's that kind of fighter who doesn't have to lose weight.
No.
You know, she's slim, she's tiny, and I think this will be good for her.
But obviously you've got the Mongolians, and they're always strong for within the women, so you can never ever write them off, and they've got to be the tough contender for 48 kilos. But for me, a tournament, you never know how it's going to go until they get on that mat right to start, see how their form is for the rest of the day.
Now, before Loretta goes on to talk about the rest of her picks, we may actually have to do those when we get underway, and the reason for that is that we've got a little video that we want to show you about the new rules, and I think it's important to get those going. It doesn't look as though they're ready to rock and roll. We may have enough time to do that, so let's check with our chief, Mr. Matthias Fischer, see if we can have a look at Neil Adams and the new rules.
Judogi is essential to the strategies and tactics of the sport. Gripping up is critical. The person who dominates the gripping of the jacket will normally be in the best position to dominate the fight. Many variations of grips are allowed as long as they're deemed positive with the intention to throw. Negative gripping is the intention to block without the intention to throw. So how do you play, and how do you win? Each fight is up to 4 minutes long. Opponents begin the fight with a bow. This is fundamental to the principles of judo. The referee then signals the start of play, and the contest begins. The highest score is an ippon. This is the ultimate score because it wins the contest outright, and it finishes the fight. There are 4 ways to score ippon. The first one is to throw your opponent flat on their back with force, and this can be done using a variety of throws from many different directions. Sometimes as a direct attack, and sometimes countering an opponent's attack. Ippon can also be awarded during groundwork. If you hold your opponent on their back for 20 seconds by controlling the upper part of their body, then Ippon is awarded and the contest is finished. 2 other ways to win by Ippon are to gain a submission, either by arm locking or strangling your opponent. If your opponent taps out, Ippon is awarded and the contest is finished. Wazari is the next highest score. Wazaris are not cumulative to score Ippon, however many are scored, but Wazaris can still help to win on points if the fight goes to full time. Wazari is scored for a throw that is not quite the force that warrants an Ippon, so a throw that lands the opponent onto their side, shoulders, or rolls them onto their back. You can also score a Wazari for a 10 to 19 second hold down. If all is equal at the end of the contest, a period of golden score will begin. In golden score, play continues until a Wazari or Ippon is scored. There is also a penalty system. Disqualification or honsakamaki can be given for major breaches of the rules. Any behaviour not deemed to be in the spirit of the sport. Penalties for smaller infringements of the rules are shidos. A shido might be given for stepping out of the allotted mat area, pushing your opponent purposely outside of the mat area, not attacking your opponent quickly enough, or purposely using negative gripping tactics against your opponent without attacking yourself. 3 Shido penalties result in Honsokamaki disqualification. Any touch of the opponent's legs whilst throwing or in defense will also result in a Shido. However, if this happens for a second time, Honsokamaki will be given. Judo has a moral code that operates on the principles of politeness, courage, sincerity, honor, modesty, respect, self-control, and friendship. Enjoy the Judo.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that explanation of the new rules. Neil Adams there, putting that across very well. And Loretta and I are going to get to grips then with the way that the new rules work. And we're watching the first contest in the under 60 kilo category. This is on mat number 3. You've got the choice at home of whichever mat you want to watch. But we're watching the opening contest in the under 60 kilo category. Francisco Garrigos of Spain faces Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. It's Garrigos in the white judogi, Nagayama in blue. He picks up a second score there with that Uchimata. And I'm just going to refer to them as scores because we only have 2 scores now. As Neil pointed out in that video, it's either Ippon or Wazari. And the interesting thing is that you can accumulate as many Wazaris as you like, but they no longer add up to an Ippon. So we don't have Wazari, Awazeti, Ippon any longer. You can score a Wazari and you lead and you can win on that. At the moment, Nagayama is on a winning position here, having scored 2 Wazari. A single Ippon would end it for Garrigos, just as it would as it would have previously. Only difference at the moment is Nagayama can't finish the contest without Ippon. So what they're trying to do is to ensure that the fighters aim for Ippon, because there's always a chance.
It's bringing up the standard of judo, isn't it? The quality of judo. So. I think it's very, very positive, especially with the younger generation coming through now. Because where before you had, it used to be in my day, the Koka, the Yuko, and now you've actually just got 1 score, 2 scores, one that can win outright. But Wazari is, you can score as many as you like.
That's your banker, yeah.
But at the end of the day, that level of throwing and the expectation for young athletes, they know there's only one way, and that's get them on the back. Well, so it's very positive, I think. Loretta's
absolutely right. That's what the IJF are looking to encourage, and we'll see how that goes. There are some other rule changes in there that we'll explain as the day goes on, and then you at home watching, you'll get a feel for how all of this is panning out. Now this is a really nice contest between this pair. We've got 2 Wazaris on the board. Garrigos is going for it non-stop. He hasn't stopped attempting to catch his opponent. Not a Shido on the board.
No, that's true.
4 minutes
they're both
now.
engaging, and,
yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
what the new rules
Go
are
in for
about.
It. Go for it.
It's they both have to engage. There's no way of sort of working with where before they had the Shidos, and at the end they were playing the rules towards those Shidos to win those matches at the end.
That was troubling everybody.
And it was causing a lot of problems because sometimes the Shidos came very quickly right at the beginning of the contest and piled a lot of pressure, and it was just
changed the shape of it as well.
Changed the dynamics of the match completely. So now that there isn't so much, they don't play as much of importance in the match itself, because obviously you only see that benefit if you go into golden score.
Yes.
And that's the most important. You will not lose a match because you made a slight error at the earlier stages of the contest.
You can see Garrigos in the background of that shot as he has some medical attention. He's got a bit of a cauliflower ear, and that got a bump on it and just drew a little bit of blood. So they're just tidying that up, and as soon as he's had that tidied up, he'll be back on the mat. Meanwhile, Nagayama's left in the middle there just to tidy the mat up with his foot sweeps.
He's sweeping the mat.
Yeah.
Has anyone told him it's actually been cleaned? But he's in a very good, comfortable position. I think he's dominated this match throughout. He's been very, very positive, and that Uchimata's worked really nicely for him. And it looks like the referee's just in now, but I'm sure it's only 31 seconds. So
That's right.
I don't see much of a change here.
Nagayama's one of the young hopefuls at 60 kilos for Japan. That the difficulty is they come and go so quickly, and there's so many of them. You never know unless you have a really good in-depth knowledge of Japanese judo and what's going on locally, whether he's their go-to guy, the one that they, are shaping for the future and everything. Next year they'll come with some other, hot fighter who does it equally as well. And it's worse in the women. The depth there is incredible.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? The amount of strong women that you have there. But what a nice position to be in, especially you're hosting the Olympic Games in 2020. It's something nice. They don't have to qualify, so they can start building that team and exposing some of these young athletes at a very early stage, which is quite refreshing. It makes it so much easier. I know when we were hosting the 2012, that sort of build up of pressure, to try and qualify is hard enough, especially in Europe, but without that sort of needing to qualify, made it so much easier to prepare.
Garrigos won the European Open in Lisbon last week and looked really good doing it, and I had a chance to interview him, and I quickly looked up his record, junior world champion, and he won a Grand Slam and a Grand Prix medal, and I said to him, it's odd, but you won quite a good number of medals, but you've never won a European Open. He said, I've never fought in one. I thought, oh,
well, that's
I don't believe I just said that.
That's putting both feet in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they're back on there now with just under half a minute left. Nagayama still controlling quite nicely. Well, you see that left arm that's coming around the back. But obviously it wasn't going to happen today for him. But a good match.
2 good scores for Nagayama. Puts him
and very positive as well.
It puts him into round 2. We'll see him a little bit later on. Coming up next will be Lau Ka-chun from Hong Kong. He faces Kim Chang-yong of South Korea. It'll be Lau in the white judogi, Kim in blue. And another thing that we will be talking about, I'm sure, with regard to the new rules, is gripping. Gripping is going to be absolutely crucial. And what they've said, what the IJF have said is there have been in the past some grips that we've referred to as unorthodox or downright, negative or illegal.
Like the pistol type grip.
Pistol, pocket, this kind of thing.
Yes.
Where it is an illegal grip, that will be penalized immediately with Shido. So if you go inside the sleeve, that's immediately penalized. If you put your fingers inside the sleeve, that will immediately be penalized with Shido. If, however, you take a pistol grip and attack, there'll be no penalty.
Yeah.
If you take a pocket grip and you attack, if you hold onto the belt for as long as you like and attacking all the time, no problem. Even if you crush someone down and attack, there'll be no penalty for that.
Oh, and a lovely Uchimata there.
He went all the way over.
Fantastic. Just lost control as he was taking him over, but they're very spectacular.
I might have left that a little bit longer for the attempted turnover. Kim?
He was very, very quick to react there, wasn't he?
So there are going to be some gripping situations that would previously have resulted in a Shido being dished out. But
it'll be interesting to see how the athletes work towards these rules and how they can adapt to suit themselves with the gripping, because what they're saying is with the pistol grip, sometimes if you're actually being held on a pistol grip, you could actually pull your own hand down and keep it there, looking as if the person with the pistol grip is actually being negative and defensive.
That's right.
So I wonder if that's what we'll start seeing, and this is where we've got to be careful with those grips.
It's a little bit like the stepping out or pushing out.
Yes.
you know.
And if you're a good actor, you
Yeah.
could throw yourself out, and it could be seen to be pushed out. So that's why I'm interested in seeing right now if they've already started to have their interpretation on these rules and to work them to suit themselves and and to take the advantage of that.
Kim overcame Lau with a nice Uchimata for Ippon. There's no reason for us to move from here, I don't think. We'll stick around and watch Minoru Tamashiro of Argentina. Nice Spanish sounding name
It
there.
does, yeah.
And he'll be up against Shui Xiyang of China. Tamashiro in the white judogi, Shui in blue. They're just making their way.
And already
to the
the
mat now.
atmosphere in this hall is amazing, isn't it? You can. The nice thing about France and in Paris is how knowledgeable the spectators are and how much they engage in the competition.
I'm waiting to see the first paper aeroplane come sailing
yes.
from the top of the stands.
Well, as long as it's
down
just a
onto the
paper
mat,
airplane,
yeah.
we're okay with that.
That used to make me laugh, because they'd attempt a few of the fans up there would send some paper aeroplanes flying down and then either land lower down in the stands, or if they were really lucky, they'd make their way onto the mat and go sailing onto the mat. I think it's in the afternoon when things get a little bit, fans up there get a bit bored.
Yeah. Well, Xiyang here, he started off very well. He's very positive, engaging there. Look, the stronger of the two at this moment. But as everyone knows, the first match is that pre-match nerves. You never know how your day's going to go until you start. And you make the ultimate mistake, you're out of the tournament, being a straight knockout. But Xiyang here is strong with the grips.
He thought about that left
Looking
Ouchigari, didn't he? He's
trying
leading with that left foot.
Well, his
there,
elbow's on the outside, really, and
Yeah.
he'd get much more leverage if the elbow was tucked in towards the under the armpit to be able to hook in and drive back. At this moment, he's got a slight block there. And Osoto reached very deep for that.
Yeah. Long way to go.
But again, as you can see, that left elbow's out over the top. It's not as powerful as he would hope to execute the attacks. Doesn't look for the Niwaza. There was a good opening there for the Sangaku turn. Tamashiro, they're really struggling to get past. But looks for an opportunity down there in the Niwaza for the Sangaku turn. Hooks in, but he hasn't hooked in deep enough there with that foot under the armpit, but still perseveres with it. 1 minute 50 seconds left in this contest, no score. Xiyang up on attacks at this moment, but that could all change. Change of pace there from Tamashiro. There's not very much going on here, and it looks, continue here, it's going to go to the golden score. As we're looking at the grip there. Looking there for the Kosotra, he keeps the foot in place, good balance, just doesn't have the drive. Again, attacking there. Sumigashi attempt there, but put himself in a very difficult situation. That could have cost him the match there. Again, Xinjiang first to engage in this contest. Again, another attempt of an Ouchigari, but misses the foot completely on there. But you can see the block from Tamashiro.
Next fight on Flattery 2 for men
Now
under
drops
66
Ianagi,
kg.
tries to rotate him, loses control, but now is hunting in there for the Niwaza. Well, going into golden score, no score on the board now. Very, very tight match, but Xinjiang dominated the pace of that contest, better on the grips, put in a lot more attacks. Sadly not able to follow through with a score, but still most probably the strongest in this contest.
You felt quite early on that was going to go into golden score. I think it was about a minute and 20 out, and you said this is going to golden score.
It was, yeah. It was about the grips. They really weren't changing the pace. The pace and the grips were very similar all the way through. The only one that had a little bit more advantage was Xinjiang.
Let's see if he can.
This is where it all counts, isn't it? It's going to change. Dynamics of this contest has got to change, really. Someone's got to be brave enough. And lovely Tayotoshi there, and he whipped him over. And it's quite funny because he was going for the Kosoto, he was going for the Ouchigari. Never once did he actually put in that Tayotoshi.
No, he
never saw that one.
He had that big reach over for the Osotogari as well, but no Tayotoshi. And then when he unleashed it, he flew, didn't he?
I think it's like a whipping effect over. But nice finish. Xinjiang goes through to the next round.
We're going to stay here on mat number 3. You've got the choice at home of which of the mats you want to watch. But we're going to stay on mat number 3 to see the contest between Daniel Cagnin of Brazil. He faces Juan Postigos of Peru. Cagnin in the white judogi and Postigos in blue. And it's funny, isn't it? You come all the way over here and you end up with your continental head-to-head.
Yes.
I suppose these two could have gone head-to-head in their continental championships, and they've come to Paris, and the roll of the dice has put them head-to-head. Postigos is not a bad boy, actually. He's been around for a while.
I was going to say, he's been on this international scene for some time now, hasn't he? Well, the world is so much smaller now in judo, isn't it? It's more accessible for athletes from far afield to come into Europe, and these international camps that are there for athletes to train even full time, which makes it so much easier, especially when they're coming from small nations where they don't have the bodies or the expertise. There's still opportunities for them to advance in their judo.
Just trying to think if Postigos was not always at 66, but when did he move up? I'll have a quick look.
He's doing really well here, very aggressive fighter. Got that left hand high up onto the shoulder he's trying to get. Switches it to the lapels, now looking for an opportunity down there in the Niwaza. Not quite sure there is anything there to be gained, but the referee believes that as well, so Mate's been called.
Yeah, he's just starting out at 66. is Postigos. Fought in the Olympic Games at under 60 kilos. He'd fought everything at 60 kilos. Was quite successful as a 60 kilo fighter, particularly in his Continental Union. As I said, 3 times a Continental Union bronze medalist, and he's medaled regularly on the Pan American circuit. A little bit different when you get out into the wider world. The competition obviously is going to be wider, and more often than not it's going to be of a higher standard.
Well, Postigos, he seems to be taking more advantage of this contest. A lot livelier, sharper reactions. Find himself in a difficult situation here. As you can see, his opponent trying for the Sangaku. Refereeing. Well, there's the first Shido being awarded, but as we know, these don't come into play until, if the contest, the athletes reach to the golden score, then they would be taken into consideration, and only when the next either score or penalty would be handed out, depending if it would go to the same side or his opponent. But we still have 1 minute and 13 seconds left in this contest. Postigos there, trying to dig in, looking for any opportunity down in the ground. We've just under a minute left in this contest, and just a Shido on the board for Postigos. Now this is where the rules are fairer, I believe, is because in the old rules the Shido would be counted, and Postigo, if this was the end of the contest, would lose. And considering he's done so much within this match, it just seems pretty unfair. But as we know, with the new rules, Shido on the board only means that it will count after in the golden score if it gets to that. So he can still feel relaxed and still continue to engage without losing any form. Well, it's good. Both got very good, strong right hand grip, controlling with that, but don't seem to engage with the 2 hands. Just breaking their opponent up, trying to look for an opening. So it's 5 seconds left, and again, this looks like it's going to go to golden score. So Daniel, he can afford to pick up a Shido, which then would put it in line as equal. It's only when it becomes one gets more than the other will the fight be awarded. So at this moment, Daniel's in a more comfortable position, but if he's not careful, one more Shido will result in the losing of this contest. And like I've said, he's dominated quite nicely throughout. Sadly, has not been able to capitalise on a score, but his work rate's been excellent within this contest. And we're into a first half a minute in the golden score, and they've worked extremely hard. So both athletes will start tiring, and this is where the mistakes can happen. We've got there as a drop. He lost control as he came in there. Kaginen there looking to do the drop. Very untidy. Very tired attempt. Again drops under, but really not as impressive. He's got to be very careful there, because he will pick up a Shido if he continues to do that without moving his opponent. An attempt of an Uchimata. Well, Postigo's there, still advancing, very strong looking. One minute 45 seconds gone in this golden score. Sumigaeshi attempt there from Daniel. Well, there's the second Shido, and the contest lost there. For someone who actually dominated this match right throughout with his grip and engaging being first, didn't seem to get the score he wanted, but the Shidos were the thing that lost him the match then. But
yeah, I'm going to refer to that type of contest as an old style contest. Last week when we were in Lisbon, I didn't see anything like that. You know, okay, you saw one or two, but you know, because of the nature of the scoring and the lack of importance in the first part of the penalties, because you're not going to win.
No.
If those two penalties had happened in normal time, we'd still be fighting.
yes,
But they came in the golden score, and that was
That's right.
that's what did for him. So there's this really nice feel during normal time where I'm not worried about a penalty here
Exactly,
or
and
there. Of
it's-
course, the third one I'm going to get Hansokomaki, but one or two I can still come up with a score, and that's why I think you're going to see that positive thing. That positive fighting nature. I'm just going to introduce the next contest so we don't fall too far behind. Yeldos Jumakanov of Kazakhstan faces Mathieu Little Le Breton of France. Jumakanov in the white judogi and Little Le Breton in blue. It's in the under 73 kilo category that we're watching. Stick here as well. What do you think? Why not?
yeah, we might as well stay with here. I'm just having a look what's coming up later on.
They seem to be rolling out all the men, which is
know.
unusual. We haven't had any of the women's competition. It's not that we're not going to bring you any of the women's event. It's just that they haven't introduced the women to the tatami yet. They had a little bit longer.
They're leaving the best till
yeah,
last.
best to last. Absolutely.
That's it. The cream always ends up on top, doesn't it?
Right, here we go with Jumakanov in the white judogi, Little Le Breton in blue. It's the opening round in the under 73 kilo category, and the Kazakh fighter starts with I don't know how much tape he's got on his fingers, but obviously some problems there.
Well, a serious gripper there, definitely. Powerful looking athlete. He draws his opponent's head right down in level with his own, making the Frenchman look very uncomfortable.
Almost got taken back there.
Yep.
He was into that low Marotte Serenagi effort very quickly, but he was slightly off balance, and Little Le Breton almost took him back. There he goes again. He couldn't get his feet turned completely and ended up coming in at the side.
Oh, you could have just seen that Oso Tagari there, that he just missed completely. He was in a lovely position to take it, but just didn't see it. And there it goes again, but hooks in. So it feels a little bit of threat from the counter there. And this is where the Frenchman's got the advantage, those long legs and the long limbs that can get in without actually engaging too close to his opponent, because you can see that he's a real powerhouse. So they actually like that closeness and the lift from the hips.
He reminds me a little bit of Denis Iyatsev, the Russian fighter.
Yes,
Little Le Breton. He's got that kind of like you say, the longer limbs, slimmer kind of frame, and I suppose it's the hairline as well that does it, where he's just about to lose his hair. So then it's the Artsov is going the same way. You're going to say
Yildiz there, he's got to be very careful with these grips. Just at that stage, it looks so negative, and he's got to be very careful there. And Frenchman's now working there in the Niwaza. He's got no control, but again, a good effort. He's now starting to settle down a little bit. We can see a big throw from this Frenchman, Little Britain.
In a white for the Czech Republic, Jakub Jędrzejczyk.
He couldn't get enough of the Frenchman there, could he?
No.
Zhumachanov. He's got a nice. He's quite quick. He turns in well, but on the 3 occasions that he's been in there, and again that was just luck though, wasn't it?
Very extreme, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got that shoulder digging in very deep. His body's side on, and what he's trying to look for is the Ouchigari or the Osota off to the side. It looks so uncomfortable, and it doesn't look very powerful either, but I could imagine it is, because the Frenchman is a little bit weary of it. He's not finding it easy.
Minute and a half left to go. No score yet between Zhumachanov and Little Breton. He thought about the Koji Gaki there and then got blocked, and now he's got himself in a bit of a mess here.
Oh, goodness me.
Oh, there is no Yuko. So what would have been Yuko is now Wazari.
That's right.
So that's another point if you if
they've
you're just joining us.
downgraded the sort of Wazari. They've actually made a Yuko and Wazari the same.
Yeah. So any score that would have scored previously, because Koga's long gone, so anything that would have scored previously is now Wazari if it's not Ippon.
Yeah.
So that's that. And for me,
I think the sort of standard of the actual throw is a good Yuko now equals
that's
a good
Wazari.
Wazari.
Yeah.
But it has to be a good Yuko. I don't think they're actually dropping the standards down to the so-called iffy Yukos that sometimes out there.
If it wasn't going to
has
score, it's not going to score. Has to be worth something. Yeah. And that was.
Otherwise, it defeats the
there,
purpose, though,
yeah.
doesn't it?
So
The
problems for
Frenchman
Little
again.
Breton, half a minute. He's going to get penalised for a negative grip there, Zhumachanov. He's just starting to take a breather as Little Breton stepped up the pace, trying to get the score back. So he picked up
got the arm lock
a
there.
penalty.
So clever bit of Niwaza there as he's working that ground. He's always engaging there. He's putting the pressure on, keeping it in play.
It was a tired Little Breton who allowed himself to get manoeuvred into that. He was kind of saying, look, there's nothing going on here, let's stand up. And Wang Guoqiao, the referee from China, in response said, well, Zhumachanov fancies himself on the ground here, he's going to give it a go, so I'm going to see what happens.
I was disappointed with Little Breton because he didn't use the tools that he had that was the advantage, that height, that reach, those legs. He just didn't play it well.
Do you know,
he seemed so apprehensive. He didn't seem he was engaged, or he was more concerned of the aftermath of attacking rather than just getting in there and throwing those legs in. And because he had the grip, he just didn't engage. Really disappointed with that. I thought that was going to go a little bit better than that.
He just lacked focus. You know, he didn't appear focused. You know, he was slightly distracted here. And as Loretta just said, there was somebody that came onto the tummy, you know, with a few weapons. You know, he was taller, he had a longer reach, he was leggier, you know, so you would have thought that you'd have given Zhumachanov a little better run for his money. Unfortunately for the Frenchman, it didn't turn out that way, and it's an early shower for him. Right, on the mat now, Jorge Fernandez of Portugal faces Tang Ling Hon of Hong Kong. It's Fernandez in the white,
very
Tang
experienced
in blue.
Portuguese athlete. Lovely Tomonagi there as he works into the Niwaza. He's looking there for the Jujikatami. Tang holding on for dear life there.
Go Sonoda is in the chair for Fernandez. Oh, I thought you had a chance of working on the arm there.
But Ling Hong there looking very strong and did very well to hold on to that. He's now got burnt out arms for just hanging on for dear life.
So Fernandez leading with a minute gone.
We started off very well with the Tominagi, so that's put a slight pressure on Tang.
He thought he'd give it another go there, didn't he?
Yeah, he's showing off now.
Yeah, Tang saw that one coming. Managed to just get the right amount of arms out there to block.
Well, Fernandez is not rushing himself there. He's just taking his time. Tang desperately trying to get through to grip and control this contest, but he's not getting much chance there. The referee's got to call Judo here.
Yeah, he's finding gripping up against Fernandez difficult.
He's finding it very difficult indeed. Lovely Kosota there, and he's finished him rolled him over like a baby. A very nice technique, a very experienced but laid back attitude there from Fernandez. It was like he knew he was going to have this win, but it was just going to take his time getting into the feel of the competition rather than finishing it right at the beginning, giving himself a few minutes out there to just soak in the atmosphere.
I think we've picked a good mat. We've seen
there's been some excitement,
some okay judo, and now we've got Robert Lee of the United States of America to face Akil Žakova of Kosovo. Žakova is the brother of Nora Žakova, who we'll see in the 57 kilo category. And they are at equal stages in their physical development as far as the weight categories are concerned. She's in 57 and he's in 73. So that's the third category up as far as 60, 66, 73, 48, 52, 57. So, and they are, when you see them side by side, they are,
Who's the older of the two?
Akil, I believe, is the younger. Akil, I think, is younger. Nora maybe a year and a half, 2 years older. I can look it up, but I'm too lazy. I could look it up.
Akil, just taken the first Judo.
And you could see that he'd held on to that one side for just that little bit too long without being positive, and he just missed out coming up with a score. There was a neat little effort, but couldn't quite get enough of the scoring part of Lee's body onto the tatami, so he missed out on picking up the score. It was a nice effort though from Žakova. A little under
right high collar grip there, drawing his opponent's head down, and obviously I think more of a panic attack there as he drops underneath his opponent for what looked to be a Tominagi, but wasn't very convincing. But I think that was because he was under pressure with that
He just
grip.
wanted to break the grip up, didn't he?
He just needed to get away.
He's got away with that. I thought that he would get penalised for that effort, but the referee let it slide.
Again, Blue there's taking that high collar.
That was a little better. There was a suggestion that he could have come up with a throw there, but Žakova was turning, so by the time that he got his foot up there, he was in a different position, so he couldn't come up with the effort.
I still feel that he's putting those attacks in under pressure rather than setting it up to execute the technique. It's real. He's not been in this match at all, the American Robert Lee. He's getting his head dragged down again, and every time he comes in underneath for the drop. There's a drop Sianagi there working in the Niwaza.
That left leg is what's stopping that from going further forward. Lee managed to wrap his own legs around it and block Žakova's progress. 2 minutes left to go. Lee just wiping his mouth there, took a bit of a whack.
Oh,
What an
that's
Ashiwaza that was.
That was lovely. So powerful. And it was like slow motion. Just pure power and the turn. Real good core strength.
Wow. Really got hold of him there.
Vainqueur sur le tapis numéro 3, Akil Ragova.
That was very nice
Prochain combat
indeed.
sur le tapis numéro 3, premier tour, catégorie féminine, moins de 48 kilos.
Tsuri Komiyashi,
En bleu
maybe?
pour l'Argentine.
Yes.
That was just
Casey
step forward on that block, bringing over on
But
that
what
side.
was
Yeah.
nice, he blocked it.
Judo.
He blocked it, but look at the upper body control. That
Just
core
catches him a little bit high,
strength.
doesn't he?
The
Up-
core
yeah.
strength, it was like an arch in his core,
Yeah.
rotating him over. So
It's sort of
nicely executed.
Cross there between Tsuri Komiyashi and Hizagaruma, because he catches him up quite high, doesn't he? Almost
That's
up by
real
the knee.
Upper
Yeah.
body
Yeah.
control. Nice upper body control. Very powerful indeed that was.
We're going to see the first of the contests in the under 48 kilo category. We were talking about the
Perafan.
appearance of the women, and it's Kang Yu-jong of Korea. She faces Casey Perafan of Argentina. Kang in the white judogi, Perafan in blue, and Kang's already on the scoreboard with Yuko. Sorry, Wazari.
You'll get there
Do
eventually.
you know, I didn't do that last week. How is it that I didn't do it last week and I've done it twice already? So, Wazari on the board for Kang. That's why I said at the beginning I'm just going to refer to them as a score. not call it anything, but oh well.
Be interesting to know how the referees feel about the rules themselves as well, and obviously they've only got 2 scores to give, either Wazari or Ippon.
Well, it could be that we'll have...
Is it easier for them, or do they feel that it'd be nice? It's something to maybe ask the question anyway.
We may have Juan Carlos Marcos up here a little bit later on, and we can ask him as the head refereeing director of the International Judo Federation. He can give us some feedback, not only about what his staff, what the referees are saying about the new rules, but maybe ask him a couple of questions about how they came up with these proposals, because at the moment they are really just proposals.
That's it. They're
It's
going
cast in
to
stone yet.
No. We're going to just let them run for a wee while and see if there's any fine tweaking to be made. I think it's very positive. It sends out a very positive note to all athletes. And I think the guidelines are very simple. You grip, you engage, and you throw. There's nothing more to it. You go out to try and steal a match, well, forget it. It's judo, and
Yeah.
we're looking for skills.
Kang leads with 2 scores, with a little over 2 minutes left to go.
In blue for France, Sephora Gaucher. In white for the People's Republic of China, Li Yanan.
Yep,
No.
over again. She's rolled her onto her back there, so there won't be an Ippon. It's a 3rd score now.
And Shido now been awarded.
Vainqueur tapis numéro 4, Mirzaïd Farmanov. Prochain
As if
combat sur
things
le tapis
weren't
numéro 4,
bad
premier
already,
tour, catégorie moins de 73
with 3
kilos.
scores
En
against
bleu
you.
pour la Côte
You know,
d'Ivoire,
There's like salt on the wounds
Yeah.
for this young lady.
Pick up a Shido.
Sam Vance Retsden.
Yoko Tomai there, following through into the Niwaza. Nicely executed, looking for an opportunity down there. A sneaky look at the scoreboard.
Plenty of time
It's
left.
like, oh, right, I've got a minute and a half, but I'll just
Yeah.
have a wee break. Koichigak there. Again, another nice technique. Scoring another Wazari. But referee decides to take that off the board. I thought it was actually well executed there. I thought it was a good attack.
Looked all right. I wonder why they didn't like that then.
Perafan there really hasn't got an opportunity. She hasn't had one chance within this contest at all. She's not had one look in. It's a real survival out there for her.
Kang's a busy fighter, isn't she?
Oh, she's constantly on her all the time, piling the pressure up, and she's so relaxed. When you look at her face, she's taken this in her stride. It's just a warm-up match for her. So just under a half a minute left in this contest. Kang, with 4 Wazaris on the board, has totally dominated this contest. It doesn't even look like she's broke sweat. Well, that was a very convincing win there for Kang if Korea goes through to the next round of the 48 kilo category. But I found there really, it was just surviving for that for those 3 minutes.
4 scores in the end. Yeah.
Vainqueur, tapis numéro 3.
Kang was nice and busy there as she makes her way.
Very
into the
busy,
next
very,
round.
very positive as well. It'd be quite interesting to see the statistics of how many throws have been executed throughout the day in this competition.
Yeah, we managed to get that from Sofia and then Lisbon, so no doubt they'll
And
generate
added
that as well. Yeah, yeah.
Higher?
It was up.
Yeah.
Right, Monica Ungaranu of Romania faces Shira Reshoni of Israel. It's Ungaranu in the white judogi, Reshoni in blue. I think Ungaranu is one of the tallest in the weight category, and Reshoni is one of the
just
shortest.
all legs and arms.
It's going to look slightly awkward, I think, this one.
Well, Shira's doing the right thing, keeping those sleeves down, playing a very tactical match against the Romanian. Because the danger is if that arm comes over the top, it will make her look very negative indeed. As you can see Monica there reaching over that left hand, digging deep over the collar. Not taking advantage of that grip. She's very slow to react. As you can see there, jigger time. Shira was anticipating that leg coming across and reacted very nicely there with that counter. But you could see that actually happening. She was just waiting.
That's close to a score. She was unlucky not to pick up a score there.
Well, the sad thing, Monica just took far too long. She set it up and she was given the message, here I'm coming, and gave the opportunity for Shira to wait and wait for the expectation. She knew she was going to attack. It was just a matter of time. If she'd gone in, got the grip and attacked straight off the grip, it would have been that surprise element. But she's waiting far too long. She's given the signals, and Shira's just waiting for her. She's going to pick her off every time if she continues to do that.
Down on mat number 4, Sam van der Westende of the Netherlands has just defeated Rudolf Afro of the Ivory Coast by 4 scores. So just in those 2 contests that were mentioned, you had 8 scores. So Loretta's hint about what the statistics are going to look like at the end of the day will be helped by just those 2 contests.
And for spectators,
Yeah, nice.
that's much more entertaining watching athletes throw.
Prochain combat sur le tapis numéro 4, premier tour, catégorie moins de 73 kilos. En bleu pour le Portugal,
yes.
Nuno Saraiva. Et en blanc pour l'Israël, Toa Boudboul.
Well, Shira's playing a real tactical game here, keeping the left sleeve of Monica's down, trying to avoid her from coming over the top and getting her legs through for the big Harai Uchimata. But it nearly cost her there because she thought she had it and that arm just went with her. She was strong enough to bring Shira's grip right across as she advanced in for that sort of Harai Makakomi.
Got a minute to go.
Next fight on set me to the first round for women under 48 kilogram. In blue
Again,
for France,
Uchimata.
Melanie Clement. And in white from Romania, Alexandra Pop.
Nice, looked a nice bit of Niwaza there, but she lost the head, but again she's attempting that. The Sangaku off a different angle there. Now she's going to rotate her over her body, she's attempting to. Shira's looking in trouble now at this moment, but has she got enough time to hang on?
Not going to happen.
No, sadly the time ran out, but it was really some nice Niwaza that was going on there, and she did look in a lot of trouble there.
Well, as a result of those efforts from Ungaranu, Rishoni has picked up a cut to the lip, so they're going to have to tidy that up before we get back underway, and when we do, it'll be in golden score because there was no score during normal time, so we'll have a period of golden score. Nice looking contest between this pair.
It's very tactical, a very tactical match there. You've got Shira that obviously she's small, and against a taller opponent will always look negative because her opponent's towering over, but she seems to work that really well by keeping that left-handed sleeve down and working off that, and she has to continue to do that, otherwise she can find herself in a lot of trouble, because Monica, when she does get that reach, she's got those legs and they're very dangerous, plus she's got some Niwaza as well. So
well, it's a shame that this one has gone into golden score, because I don't want to move from this now because it's finely balanced, but there's another contest taking place down on mat number 1, this time in the under 52 kilo category. Papreka of Hungary faces Sarah Menezes of Brazil, and they're both fighters who've moved up from 48 to 52, so that would make it interesting to see how they manage the move. But we're going to stick with Ungaranu and Rishoni. It's finely balanced here as we wait for the golden score period to get back, or to get underway. The referee, by the way, down there on mat number 1 is the South Korean Hyun, who fought here in Paris back in the early 90s. I remember her losing to, what was it then? It was who came? Sharon Rendell. Sharon Rendell beat her in Paris, and she'd lost to her at the World Championships in Hamilton as well. Sharon had beaten her there as well. So on the 2 occasions they went head to head. Hyun came off second best. Well, she's the referee down on mat number 1 now. I think she was just after. She came just after you, Hyun.
right.
Yeah.
Well, what they're trying to do now is they're trying to fast track athletes, top international athletes, into the refereeing to try and encourage more former athletes to take up the refereeing of that standard high level of competitive judo.
Cho Min Sun is one as well, the Olympic world and Olympic champion from Korea. She went through the weights, I think, and she has been, as Loretta just said, fast fast track, but
well, the one that came through Spikers that was very
Ben
good. Ben
Spikers,
Spikers was a very strong athlete, a really tough competitor.
Yeah, a couple of the Japanese as well.
And he came through quite nicely, and he was a good referee, very good referee. I think there's something to say about someone that's been there and got the T-shirt and knows the pressures and also knows how fighters work, the rules. So it's like teaching an old dog new tricks. It's like, hold on a minute, I've been there. I know what you're up to. And Ben was one of these, because there wasn't anything Ben hadn't done that he knew all the ins and outs and the tricks to go with it.
We just had confirmation from Linda, who's watching in the UK, that Akil is 21 and Nora's 24, so that sorts that out. Thanks very much
thank
for
you.
that. Yeah. Nora, the big sister.
Se présente tapis numéro 4, premier tour, catégorie féminine, moins de 48 kilos. En bleu pour la Chine, Xiong Yao. Et en blanc pour la
Not a
France,
single penalty.
Mélodie Vaughan.
No.
And I think that is a measure of the positive
Yes,
part
yeah.
of what they're trying to offer up to the fighters. We're not going to penalise you for every single grip. As long as you are active and you're looking, we're going to let that go.
But as you can see, she used
yes,
it, and
yeah.
it worked
Yeah,
for her.
yeah.
And it was there. It was just a matter of time. But in the old rules, by just holding, she would have been penalised.
Done, yeah.
She didn't actually have any
Yeah.
chance to set it up. Now she was able to take it, set it, wait, and finish it.
That was beautiful, wasn't it?
It was a lovely finish.
Great finish from the tiny
Vainqueur tapis numéro
Shira
3,
Rishoni.
Shira Rishoni. Prochain combat sur le tapis numéro 3, premier tour, catégorie moins de 48 kilos. En bleu pour le Brésil, Larissa Farias. En blanc pour la France, Anaïs Mosier.
Right, we've got a new Brazilian here in the under 48 kilo category. Larissa Farias it is. She's going to be up against Anne Mordier of Francis Mordier in the white judogi and Farias in blue. There's a big cheer for Melody Vugani of France as she threw Xiong Yao of China down on mat 4 in the under 48 kilo category. Well, here's a teammate now, Mordier. Let's see how she gets on against Farias.
Well, Farias, she's like a little pocket rocket, isn't she? She's
Just went off the wrong side there.
that could have cost her.
She looks tiny, doesn't
Next
she?
fight on 72, the first round for women under 52 kilogram. In blue for South
See, she's
Korea.
got that left hand on the lapel, edging up the elbow, trying to create an opening for that Sianagi, and you can see it. She's working away.
Trying to
Like
sneak up there, yeah.
Little wind-up toy. The hand creeps up stage by stage. It's not a direct in because she's too small. So she's biding her time. She pulls on the lapel and sneakily up that lapel. Nice grip. It's going to be a tough match between these two. Both very different in styles.
And the former go-to 48 kilo fighter for Brazil, Sarah Menezes, is into golden score down on mat number 1. She picked up 2 penalties in the normal time
But now
period.
she's just got the
Went into golden score and threw for Ippon.
where in the old context she would have been
Done
out.
and dusted.
She would have been out.
And Pup would have been able to manage that. She would have been able to burn Shido as well.
Yes.
In the thing. So, and all of that suggests to me.
It's
and
very,
we have been,
it is positive, isn't it? When you
exactly.
look at it,
This
it's
is the
definitely
positive.
positive.
That
The
scenario.
right person goes through eventually.
Absolutely. That
because-
scenario before was a negative. This was positive.
And the thing is, judo prevails, doesn't
I'm-
it? It goes forward.
I'm
It's
going to
judo.
leave leave Loretta Cusack to take this one. I'm going to have a chat with Juan Carlos Barcos for a second. Here's Loretta.
Well, like we said here, we've got two very different technical styles here. Larissa, like a little pocket rocket. She's Cienega, but a lovely attack there. Mosdier, who's now looking to get that leg out and finish in the Osakumi. She's got the upper body control and just working the leg, and she does, but Larissa reacts nicely, gets out of what was very dangerous in the Niwaza. So minute 25 left in this contest. Still, it could be anybody's contest here. There's very little to divide these two. It's down to who can maintain the pressure. And both are equally engaging into this contest. A drop there from Fares. And here's there with the higher collar grip. Now sneaks it over the back of the neck there, controlling quite nicely. Driving her opponent down into the Niwaza, looking for an opening there with that arm. Not many opportunities created here in this match from either of these athletes. The best attack obviously came from the French. A lovely coach, Igari there. So another golden score. That's one thing that's interesting. There's been quite a few golden scores.
And you know something? I don't mind that. You know why? The board's clean.
Yes. Well, the time there's less time as well.
Yeah.
Where before it was 4 minutes. Now we're talking a 3 minute.
I know it's 4. Is it
still 4?
Yeah,
now?
it's 5 for the men, and that's come down to 4. So it's 4-4.
Right.
But the thing is, I'm okay when the board is clean, because we know the way that the referees had refereed previously. You get something wrong, bang, because they wanted
here we've got an
to make sure it
opportunity
was
for
over and done with.
Jujutami.
Yeah.
Oh. Wonder why they call Mate there. She was in a great position there.
Not sure.
No, I
Not
couldn't
sure.
see what was wrong
I'd
there.
have to see it again. It certainly looked like a good opportunity. Crowd were getting into it.
What is interesting though, the contest, even if there isn't a score, the contest is still engaging.
Yeah.
You're still looking and seeing, hoping, you've got that feel that something's
going
to
to happen.
Yeah. Where before you'd look and you think, when is someone going to do something? Let's get some Shidos so we can finish this contest.
Yeah. And now we don't need it, because the feeling is that sooner or later someone is going to score.
Oh, lovely coaching.
And again.
Well, she did that earlier on and didn't get the score for it, but she was so close and just persevered with it. And there she got a lot more of a catch on that heel, and her upper body was straighter, and she had that drive off the back leg.
And I think that this is another example of what the refereeing commission wanted to see. They didn't want contests to end on penalties, and they wanted to find a way of encouraging the fighters to come up with scores rather than penalties. And I think it's been a nice mix with them saying, okay, we're going to allow these different grips and give you a few more opportunities to work as long as you can come up with some scores.
But I think it's really important as an Olympic sport that we engage our spectators. We have to make sure that it's a sport it's easy to understand, it's entertaining, and that we can compete against what is a lot of pressure of other martial arts that's out there at the Olympics. It's like recreating ourselves again, isn't it? And I know when the rules changed quite drastically before is because judo was starting to look like wrestling. And I think with the new rules, it started off very well, but then there was the interpretation of the rules, the slight change, then it became that it was more negative because there was more shidos and people weren't understanding why certain shidos were handed out so quickly.
Yeah, it's the ability that judo has to reach a wider audience that we're really looking to develop. We want to make sure that somebody switches on and they can very quickly get to understand what it is that's going on. Okay, if you throw, you get this, and if you throw really big, you finish the contest off. If you pin them, on the ground, or saikomi as we call it, and you hold them for 10 seconds, you get wazari, and 20 seconds, end of the contest. Okay, that's easy. And if they have to submit from an arm lock or a choke,
we've got
that's it.
Lovely Ochigari there.
Next fight on Tet E1, the first
Canadian.
round for women under 57 kilograms. In blue
Follows
for
through
France,
quite
Priscilla
nicely into the
Neto.
Niwaza. She's got that Sangaku turn. She just needs to control those legs that are all over the place at this moment, as she does, twisting hips on top, securing the osakomi. As you can see, that's a really uncomfortable position to be in on the receiving end of that.
Nice piece of work.
And someone looking at it as a
Kuika.
spectator, looking and think, why can't she just get out? She's actually just got a leg, and she's got the upper body in between. There's no control.
Right at the right at the end, the leg got stronger.
Yes.
For a time, it was down a little bit, too low, but she then managed to get it up into the bend.
So
and
that was a nice bit of judo there from the Canadian. Yeah.
Tidy work on the ground. We're going to see two more Canadians. I think they're in the under 57 kilo category. They're not up on the board. Yeah, Jessica Klimke and Irina Zabludina down on mat number 1. I think we're going to go down.
We've got
there.
Kelly Edwards coming on now.
We'll take a look at Kelly Edwards and Larissa Florian of Romania, and then when it comes to Jessica Klimke and Irina Zabludina, we'll go down there to mat number 1. Jessica Klimke was the world cadet champion. Stephanie Tremblay will be up after that, another Canadian. And then the other Canadian is Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard. So they've got a whole host of them there.
We have in white Kelly Edwards and Larissa Florian of Romania in the blue. The Romanians have always produced some real fine athletes, very, very strong. They all seem to have very good uchimatas as well. Kelly Edwards, watching her a couple of weeks ago in national trainings, looking very strong. Her programme's going really well. She was plagued with a few injuries last year, but it's seemed to come very strong in the past few months. Great potential for British judo in 2020. Well,
Edwards who picked up
yes,
the penalty.
I was very
I
surprised
thought
with
that it was going to go to Florian.
So did I. I'm very surprised with that. But again, she was gripping, she was twisting the hips, she was giving a reaction, but she wasn't actually following it through. It was just a show. I think I am surprised that went that way. I would have thought possibly both should have picked up Bushido. The cross grip there, the left arm over the top of Kelly. She's got to be very careful. She drops underneath to get out of what was a very difficult situation. Dangerous as well with those long legs. The Uchimata was there. Kelly takes a strong grip, but it's swiftly taken away from her.
Vainqueur tapis numéro 4, Laetitia Payette. Prochain combat sur le tapis numéro 4, premier tour, catégorie féminine, moins de 57 kilos. En bleu pour l'Allemagne, Teresa Stoll. En blanc
Kelly
pour le
goes down
Sénégal,
there.
Léa Buek.
Larissa now looking for an opportunity in the ground. Refereeing doing well to keep it going as long as they did. The danger there for Kelly is that left arm that comes over high on Kelly's collar and the leg that follows through. Uchimata again. So under a minute left and a Shido on the board there for Kelly Edwards.
We were talking about Irina Zabludina and Jessica Klimke. Irina Zabludina has picked up 2 penalties. There's a minute left to go in that contest down on map number 1, but there's no score as yet. Yep, there's half a minute left to go. Kelly Edwards, a single Shido against her, and in days of old that would have done the contest.
Exactly.
Yeah, it'll go into golden score.
And really I didn't think she deserved
I
it,
didn't think
to
so.
be honest. But she's got an opportunity to come back from there, but she's finding it difficult against this young lady from Romania. It's not an easy match for her. I think the height disadvantage for her is causing her problems. The danger is that arm that comes over the top, the right arm, and the leg that follows through with the Uchimata. Kelly's very apprehensive of letting go of that sleeve.
There was just a suspicion in the last attack from Florian that she was tiring a little bit there. It looked laboured, you know, just trying to drag Edwards over the shoulder rather than power her over. So we're into golden score. The single Shido against Edwards doesn't count in...
Oh, yes.
It does now, and then
does now.
up she comes with a big score. She showed no signs of that earlier on, and then all of a sudden, as soon as golden score starts, bang, over she goes. And it was a good finish. No argument about that.
The problem there for Kelly that the hand came over. The Romanian caught the lapel. Kelly broke the grip, but was more concentrating on the grip being broken rather than what was going to follow through. And what happened, she got the grip back and attacked straight off the grip. She got caught cold.
Right, let's go down to map number 1. We're going to see a contest in the under 63 kilo category. It's Mine Mio of Japan. She faces Stephanie Tremblay of Canada. It will be Mine in the white judogi, Tremblay in blue. Let's go down to mat number 1. First look at the Japanese today, isn't it? Have we
Yes, it is. It's the first Japanese
yeah,
because
the-
we were
yeah.
seeing China and
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Yeah. I think we saw a Korean as well. Yeah, we saw one of the Koreans. Or we were talking about the Korean referee.
Yes.
Oh no, we started with a Korean.
We started Korean. We had Hong Kong, and we've also had China as well.
Who was it that we started with? We had Kim somewhere. One of the Kims, didn't we? Can't remember which one it was now. No, Kang Yu Jong against Perafan.
Yeah, that's
That's
correct.
right, with the 48 kilos. Okay.
And then we had the men before that.
Because my memory's going. It was only a few minutes ago. Tremblay had previously been 57 kilos. It was a while ago since she made the move up to 63, so she should be used to that by now. Sasha Mehmedovic is the in the coach's chair.
We've got 23 athletes in this weight category. It's a very strong category indeed. When you look down the list there, no longer is there an easy match or one that draw that you think is nicer than the other.
In white for Azerbaijan, Orhan Safarov.
Yeah, the Olympic champion right at the top of the draw,
know.
Tina Tursteniak. Unlucky for Lucy Renshaw, she's drawn in the same pool. She has a bye into the second round and she'll face the winner of Chloe Ivan, or I think it's Sari Padilla. We'll see how that works out. Martina Traidos is in there. Margot Pino, Hannah Martin, Clarice Agbegninu. Noichi Ami is the second Japanese in there. Baldoj Munchungimeg of Mongolia. Yan Junxia of China.
And Davidova.
Daniela Kazanoy of Belarus as well. The Russian Daria
And the list goes
Davidova.
on.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, there's going to be a few.
Some very interesting matches.
Davido is one of my favourites.
Yeah, I like her.
She's a good girl. See how she gets on here in tough competition in Paris. No hiding place. No score yet between Minet and Tremblay. There's a French referee in the middle. He's making his way up the referees' ranking list. He's quite a good guy. We were talking about Daniela Kazanay. She just lost out down on mat number 4 to Watanabe of the Philippines.
Premier tour, catégorie féminine moins de 63 kilos. En bleu pour la France, Yasmine Orlaville. En blanc pour le Maroc, Soufia Belakar.
It's a close match between these two. Very little to separate them at the moment. With just 45 seconds left in this contest. Tremblay there, she's worked extremely hard against the Japanese. Very, very hard. Tactically, she's been spot on. Now she works there into the Niwaza.
Nice little exchange there. It looked to go one way, and then the possibility of getting countered and then coming back. Again, just get the feeling that maybe there isn't the same kind of power. Well, there isn't going to be after you've been smashing away for 3 minutes. Maybe Tremblay has just got something left if you can avoid getting caught on the ground here.
Just seconds left in this contest before going into golden score. And the average of the golden score is roughly within the minute and a half, isn't it? I don't think we've gone over a minute and a half.
Pretty quick, yeah.
Vainqueur, tapis numéro 3, Tian Hongji.
Oh, it's a lovely change of direction there.
Catégorie féminine.
Nice bit of
Moins de
Ashiwaza.
57
She
kilos.
turns
En
forward,
bleu pour l'Argentine.
finishing it
Jimena
into. She got the
Lafourcade.
Osakomi.
En blanc pour Cuba. Aliuska Oreda.
Well,
Well, not an unusual situation to see
no.
for the Japanese women taking control in Newaza. It's a real power part of their game. And unfortunately for Stephanie Trombley, she came up second best there. By the way, Klimke defeated Zabludina, so Jessica Klimke will face Nora Zhakova in round 2. Loretta, you were going to mention something about the Newaza and...
Well, I was just saying that there was a good bit of Newaza there. They held it on, but I'm really pleased with Tremblay. She fought extremely well against the Japanese girl. Extremely well.
Yeah.
It was a good match, even though she failed to get through to the next round. She gave
Good effort.
a good effort there. Here we have Hannah Martin now from USA.
Yeah, she's up against a new Brazilian, well, new as far as we're concerned, Yanka Pasco Alino, sorry. It's Martin in the white judogi, Pasco Alino in the blue. Yeah.
I was talking to the Brazilian coach in the hotel reception as coming over and asking him how she felt with the team. She said, well, it's a mixture. They've got some experienced athletes, but they've got some very young ones and looking to build them for 2020. But she was very positive, but didn't give much away.
early days, yeah, I suppose.
Yes, he didn't want to commit. Isoda Makakomi there. Pasqualino there, securing it.
Vainqueur tapis numéro 3, Aliuska Oreda.
That's
Prochain
broken.
combat, catégorie féminine moins de 63 kilos. Pour la Roumanie, en bleu, Stefania Adelina Dobre.
So Rosari for the Osakomi.
10 seconds will do it for Wazari now. Martin managed to avoid getting caught for the full score, so she's still in it. 2.5 minutes left to go.
Next fight enters me to the second round for men on the 60 kilogram. In blue for the Czech Republic, Pavel Petrikov. And in white for Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Bayev Guzman.
Pasqualino there got a very nice grip, trying to find an opportunity to use it now. She draws her opponent down into the Newaza again, looking for another opportunity down there. We saw picked up the first score with the Osakomi, now once more Hannah finds herself again in that really difficult situation.
Minute 50 left to go.
Hannah Martin coming in there for the Makakomi, just loses the upper body control and finding herself again in a very tricky situation. With 1 minute and 5 seconds left in this contest. Very little action happening at the moment. It's just a battle of grips. Again with the Osoto, close.
Got into a good position there,
Nice
didn't she?
position, just couldn't finish it.
Pascolino, but as Loretta said, couldn't finish the Osoto. Makikomi didn't have the hand wrapped up or the arm wrapped up.
No,
A chance
Hannah,
now for Hannah Martin here.
Those,
Ooh.
the legs got in, but she just didn't get there quick enough. She was in a great position there. Well, the pressure is on now, Hannah Martin, with 20 seconds left in this contest.
Vainqueur tapis numéro 3, Bold Gonkai. Prochain combat, catégorie féminine, moins de 63 kilos. En bleu pour l'Espagne, Sarah Padilla Guerrero. Et en blanc pour la France, Chloé Yves.
Pascolino who picks up a penalty right at the end, but it's not going to make any difference. The Wazari score from Pascolino was enough for her to get past Hannah Martin. We're going to stay on mat number 1 because coming up next is Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. He faces Matias Turbots of Slovenia. It'll be Lutfilayev in the white judogi, Turbots in blue. Meanwhile, we'll bring you up to date with Takato Naohisa of Japan. He's just defeated Vincent Manquest of France down on mat number 4. That's in the under 60 kilo category. Takato Naohisa, one of the top seeds here, going through to round 2.
And there, the Brazilian coach, a cheeky smile on her face, quite happy with that result.
Speaking of Brazilians, we've got a Brazilian in the middle here, the referee, Edison Minakawa. He's taking control of this contest. Lutfilayev in white, Turbots in blue. This is round 2 of the under 60 kilo category. Busy little fighter. Turbots is non-stop. Looks like one of those toys that you wind up and they play the drums, you know. Non-stop.
Energizing bunny.
Energizer bunny, yeah.
Well, this is quite a difference of pace here, slightly faster than what we've been watching for the past couple of matches.
Tried to go over on the right side with that Yoko Tomoenagi. It didn't quite work out.
He's a little powerhouse, isn't he? He's solid.
He's picked up a penalty. There's still plenty of time left to go. Didn't hurt him too much.
He's got his match out here.
A very clever fighter, Lutfilayev. Really clever.
Yeah, he's strong, isn't he? He's very, very strong. I'm looking down in the Niwaza. Well, this looks to, well, it was on the chin there, but again, it was in nice and deep. A dangerous time for Turbok.
We've got the Olympic bronze medalist as the number 1 seed here. That's Lutfilayev's teammate, Diobek Urezboyev. Picked up a bronze medal in Rio. We've got Takato Naohisa, another bronze medalist from Rio. Orkan Safarov is here as well, and Sharafuddin Lutfilayev. Robert Shvirabadze is the Russian in this group. We're missing Beslan Mudranov, who was the Olympic gold medalist. That would have been nice to have had him along here.
Uchimata here. Oh, and a lovely counter following through into the Niwaza. Well, 2 minutes left, and it's been a very busy match. Sadly, no score on. Very difficult to see which way this is going to go. I'm trying to work out who has got the advantage, but neither one of them. Both have had some excellent entries there, some good attacks, but this has just changed the dynamics slightly.
Yeah.
With the dropsy and Aggie, and that was nice.
Two boats leads now.
That was a mistake on Lutfiev.
Yeah.
He went. They did the dropsy and Aggie. He was looking for the Niwaza, and he just popped him over for the, which is just one of those real common errors. It's for at this level is an ultimate crime to ride the dropsy and Aggie. The Kosota there. Oh yes, the Kosota gak. Oh, that was nice.
Well,
some lovely bit of judo. Is the big sort of bear hug type attack coming in with the Kosota into the Kosota gak, following through. That was lovely.
the two scores picked up by turboats would have ended things in the past with
Yes.
the two Wazaris.
Yes.
It's Ippon that they're looking for. Lutfilayev gave it to him.
Well, do you know, it was an exciting match because that could have gone either way. It went to Lutfilayev, that
Yeah.
goes through to the third round of the men's 60 kilos.
Well, we can stay here on mat number one because Bata Akos of Hungary is up next. He faces Robert Shvidobadze of Russia in the absence of Beslan Mudranov. This Russian takes top spot here as far as representing Russia is concerned. Anyway, but he's in a difficult group because, as I said, we've got Takato Naohisa and Diobek Urizboyev, the two bronze medalists from Rio. Amiran Papinashvili is also in here, as is Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan. So we've got quite a few useful players in here. Vincent Lima, I'm not sure if he's in there.
Out there as well.
Yeah.
It's a strong weight. 41 competitors in
Eric.
the under 60 kilos.
Eric Takabatake, the Brazilian. He's just, well, Ashley Mackenzie, we haven't seen him yet. He's got a bye into round two, although his opening contest is going to be against the Frenchman, Walid Kaya, the former European champion. That should be tricky. He may still be European champion for all, as far as I know. When did he win the Europeans? Walid Kaya, was it last
Not
year?
last year, but wasn't it the year before?
I think it was last year. Yeah, and on the back of him winning the Europeans, that's what gave them the push to send him to Rio, I think. So yeah, Walid Kaya, he's your man. He'll face Mackenzie in round two. No scorers yet between Rabata and Shvidobadze. Did you manage breakfast this morning? I didn't.
Cup of tea.
I only had a cup of coffee.
Cup of tea.
I could murder a breakfast now.
Well, I'm just looking at this list in 60 kilos and a few favourites that I have. Savarov of Azerbaijan in for a medal, I think.
Fifth
Gershev
place in Rio. Gerchev, yeah. Tough competitor.
from Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Again, he's a tough fighter. And obviously, maybe being biased, but you'd like someone like Ashley Mackenzie to come
Why not?
through.
Although he's up there with Nagayama.
He's got a
Nagayama
very
Sorov Garigos, didn't he?
Yes.
Nagayama's got to fight the number one seed, Diobek Urizboyev, next, and Mackenzie is in that group. And as I say, he's got to fight European champion Walid
Yeah.
Kaya anyway.
That's a
So you've got
long- yeah.
Kaya, Mackenzie, Urizboyev, Nagayama all up in that
There's
first
also another
pool.
one, that Philip Graf.
Graf, yeah, the German boy is
He's-
very good. Yeah,
he's
I
strong.
think has he just been on?
I don't know how he's got on.
He may have been
A
down
lovely
on map 3 or 4.
Kochigari attempt there from the Russian.
Yeah, Graf lost out. He lost out to the Kazakh fight. No, Kyrgyz. The fighter from Kyrgyzstan. The Kyrgyzman defeated him. Bakitbek Ulu knocked out Philip Graf. There's another German in the mix. He's up in Pool 1, I think,
I'm
or
not
Pool
sure.
A.
Manquist,
Moritz Plafke.
Vincent Manquist. Is he still in?
Yeah, he's on mat 2. He's at, sorry, no. I was going to say he's on mat 2, but it's his teammate, Vincent Limar, who's in
So
golden
we've got-
score on mat 2. Let me just see what happened with Manquist.
We've got 1 minute left in this contest. Again, it is a very, very tight match.
He lost
between
out
these
to
two.
Takato Naohisa, the Japanese beat him. He's gone.
Which meant he also lost to the Dutchman as well, the match before that.
Right. Now, if you want to continue watching Bata and Shvidabadze, just click on mat number 1 and you'll stay there. But we are going to go to mat number 3 now, please. We're going to see the contest between Diorbek Urizboyev of Uzbekistan. He faces Nagayama Ryuju of Japan. It's Urizboyev in the white judogi, Nagayama in blue. We've already seen Nagayama once. He won his
this-
opening contest against Francisco Garrigos. And here's Loretta.
Well, this is going to be a very tough match. The number 1 seed here. Nagayama there. Not quite sure how old he is. He's a young potential athlete for 2020.
He is
Yeah.
20
So-
years old.
Still a year in the juniors left. And find himself on front stage in the Grand Slam here in Paris.
And
Let's
talking
give it
talking about the Grand Slam in Paris, the hashtag at Judo Paris 2017 is the number 1 trend in Paris, number 1 trend in France at the moment. The number
Nice.
1 hashtag trending in France at the moment is at Judo Paris 2017. More people in France are clicking on that hashtag than any other.
Well, that's nice to know, isn't it? And we've also got another big match that's going on with the rugby, Scotland versus France.
I think there may be a bigger one with England versus Wales.
I don't know.
Well, Mark Pickering, the IGF media manager, thinks so. He's wearing a Welsh tie.
Is he really?
He's got the Welsh tie on. I had to sit with him at breakfast this morning. I just managed to squeeze out a coffee at the shock of having to face a Welsh tie first thing in the morning.
The dragons and all?
the Dragons have taken flight here in Paris. He'll be tuning in to watch that one, I'm sure. I'm not sure what time they get underway.
3
Is it
o'clock,
is it
4
3
o'clock,
o'clock?
4 o'clock
4
their
o'clock.
time here.
4 o'clock here in Paris.
Yeah, 3 in UK.
And 3 in the UK.
Mm.
It'll be England visiting Wales.
It was quite entertaining travelling over to Paris yesterday. I flew over
Oh yeah,
from,
with
Glas-
all, that's sort of
from
all their
Glasgow with
kilts.
the
Yeah.
tartan rugby army. Very entertaining.
Yeah, I saw a number of the travelling Scot supporters on the flight, so I realised that they were coming over from for the rugby.
Well, again, they've got one Wazari now on the board. So it changes the dynamics slightly, but it's still a very slow start with this in this contest. Lovely Uchimata there from Nagayama. Well, the referee going towards the care system just to double check on if there was a score, but obviously, sadly, there wasn't. But again, Nagayama looking for a Sianagi.
Next fight on Tatami 1, the second round for men on the 60 kilogram. In blue for Mongolia, Yafardoya Amabot. In white for Brazil, Eric Takabatake.
Well, the first Judo being awarded now, Uzbekistan.
Vainqueur tapis numéro 4, Albert Ouzov. Prochain combat, deuxième tour, catégorie masculine moins de 66 kg. En bleu pour le Portugal, David Reis.
Uzborev looking for an opportunity now in the Niwaza to finish this off in the last minute of this contest, the number 1 seed here in this weight category of the men's under 60 kilos. Just joined us, I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and we're here in Paris, the Grand Slam, and already there's been some very exciting matches. In this weight category, we have 41 athletes participating. 61 countries represented here in this tournament over the weekend. So just half a minute left in this contest, 30 seconds. But for a 20-year-old, Japan, still in the juniors, has given a good account of himself here against the number 1 seed.
Exactly, and we knew what kind of quality Urazboyev was going to bring to the tatami. Nagayama would have had to have really, nailed a big one here to have knocked off the Olympic bronze medalist. So, it was a big ask, and he gave it plenty, didn't he? You almost got
well, that was a little bit of a shock for me. That made him smile. That could have been it.
He knows.
He knows that
he
was
knows
so
he
close.
dodged a bullet there.
Well, do you know what? That would have been one of the biggest upsets of the day.
He nearly planted him, didn't he? Really got across well there. It was a great shape from Nagayama. He just couldn't finish off.
It was just that you look at his expressions and the way he fights, and it's so cold. And then all of a sudden, at that split second where he knew, oh my goodness, that could have been all over and done with, the smile, and he just warmed, didn't he? He's got well, that's the old saying, it's never over until that bell goes.
Yeah.
That could have been a terrible lesson to learn.
He had a big smile on his face immediately after that attack, because he realised.
He realised he was very close there to kissing that one goodbye.
Right, coming on to the mat now. Moritz Plafke of Germany faces Daniel Ben David of Israel. It's Plafke in the white judogi, Ben David in blue.
This German seems a very young looking athlete.
Yeah, he's only 20. I remember seeing him for the first time at the Cadet European Championships in Bar in Montenegro back in 2012, where he picked up a silver medal. He was only 50 kilos, and he's obviously put on a bit of weight
Yeah.
since then. A whole 10 kilos now. So he's reached the dizzying heights of 60 kilos as he tries
Here
to.
We've got Ben David here
Yeah.
looking for the Osakomi, but his leg's been caught up there.
New head coach for Germany, Richard Trautmann,
Oh, yes.
in the chair.
Well, Troutman's been there for a long, long time, and he's most probably worked with Richard Troutman from cadets right through, because from
Yeah, he could have
many
been,
years
couldn't
ago,
he?
yeah,
Yeah.
because he's been the cadet coach, he's gone through into the junior. He's actually worked his way through with these athletes that are most probably here now, so which is a nice development program, isn't it? And consistency and with your coach.
Yeah, I take back the 4 o'clock kickoff. It's 4:50. Wales versus England. So hang in there for a little bit longer if you want to watch the Wales versus England match.
But we'd rather you stay with us.
And for those that want to say some real rugby, it'll be Scotland versus France. those are your options if you decide. Okay. Well, so many people can watch different things in different screens.
I know.
So,
we
you
can
know.
just put boxes up
Yeah.
and miss nothing nowadays.
So enjoy it anyway.
And that's what's nice about the screening. They've got the choice of everyone's got the choice of
Yep.
formats here. So where before it was only what we were covering, now they can watch their stars.
What's happened down on? They're just about to get underway on mat number 1. Cedric Revol of France and Lukumi Shukvimiani of Georgia. That's a
Oh, lovely Sianagi
nice
there
effort.
from planking. That
Yeah.
is a nice and a score for him as well. So that's a nice lead to be in with 1.5 minutes left.
perfect timing. Yeah, because now
Yeah.
Ben David's got to go through all the gears very,
But
very
as we
quickly
know,
here.
with the
Yeah.
Israelis, they can fight. Daniel Ben David is
Yeah.
an experienced fighter, and it's just going to change now the dynamics of this contest. He's going to step it up another couple of gears, and I think we're going to see a bit of a chase now coming on. So Moritz has to really keep the pressure on. He can't afford to just hold on to this score.
Shikalizada has picked up 2 scores on mat number 2 in his contest against Qing Daga of China.
Oh,
He leads by another score now, 3-1 with 50 seconds left to go. Here's Loretta again.
Well, Moritz there is still piling. He's playing this contest very well with just over a minute left in the fight. Tominagi again piling the pressure on. This is a fantastic match. Surprise of Daniel there with the takedown, looking for the opportunity in Niwaza.
Prochain combat, catégorie masculine, moins de 66 kilos, second tour. En bleu pour l'Israël, Tal Flicker.
Yoko
Et en blanc
Tominagi.
pour la France, David
Daniel
Larose.
blocking it, but never followed through. Now he's got 40 seconds to go. I would have expected Daniel Ben David to be a little bit more charging in there and giving it all, because if he loses this, he's out of the competition, and he's a lot of experience under his belt. But Moritz Planky is really doing extremely well. He's fought an excellent match here.
3 scores he put on the board.
So just 15 seconds left in this contest. Moritz Planky taking the lead with a minute and a half left.
Immediately after this contest, we're going to go down to mat number 4, because David Larose of France is up against Daniel Ben David's teammate Tal Flicker. It's in the under 66 kilo category. This one's done and dusted. Plafke wins it
That was
with
a great win.
a single score. Didn't they have 3 scores on there at one time? What was happening?
There was 3 attacks. He
Oh.
came in, but no, there was only the one. one was Ari from Dropsinagi.
I don't know what I was counting then. Single score wins it for Plafke. Let's go down to mat number 4. David Larose of France in white, Tal Flicker of Israel in blue, and here's Loretta again.
Thank you, Sheldon. Well, there's David Larose, a very experienced athlete here, and a real favourite here for French Judo. Has a real following and a real support club going on in Paris. Olympic Games in 2012, and still going strong. Up against Flicker, Ty Flicker of Israel in the blue. David Larose with a right hand lapel grip that's just been ripped off there now, but it was nice and controlled. As you can see, the left arm of the Israeli punching under the armpit to keep the distance between himself and David Larose. Ty Flicker looking a little bit apprehensive. As you can hear in the background, David been called out there. He is a very popular athlete here for French Judo. Flicker there with a good grip. Doesn't seem to be able to secure it long enough. Right hand on the collar as he switches through. David Larose, a slight height disadvantage against his opponent, but it doesn't seem to deter him here. As again has that lapel grip and sleeve.
Next fight on Saturday 1, the second round.
It's the sleeve he needs to he seems to lose.
And a white for Portugal, Sergio
Sumigesh attempt there. So at the moment, Larose slightly ahead on the attacks. Looking slightly the more dominant of the two, but there is that element of danger that comes from Ty Flicker. Sienagi, a lovely entry there, but just didn't seem to get the lift and rotation that he needed. But nevertheless, a dangerous entry for David. Again, an attempt of Sutemiwaza. So it's into golden score now. The Shidos carry through 1-2. Now David Larose can take another Shido, which will put him even, but then after that it's whoever takes the score or a Shido will forfeit the match. Nice strong grip there from Tai on the collar, making David look slightly passive. Well, it's been a real battle between these two. Very close match, but quite exciting, with quite a few opportunities for both athletes. Still battling away there, David trying to take him down with that hook at the rear. So a minute into golden score. 2 Shidos to 1. Like I said, David can afford 1 Shido, but then that brings them in line with 2 apiece. Tai with a drop Cianagi, no upper body control. So now it's the second Shido, so this is where it's even. The next penalty for either one of them or score will win this match and take them through into the third round of the men's 66 kilo category. David Larose in white representing France, Tai Flicker of Israel representing Israel in the blue. And David Larose changing the pace now, stepped up another gear, slightly more adventurous there on the edge. Bit more work rate from David than Tai Flicker. On a lovely Kosota attempt there. Well anticipated by Tai Flicker as he twists off the Kosota. Both looking very tired now. We're into 6.5 minutes overall in this contest. Oh yes! Well, that was superb. The Kosota Gak, and he used the head as he went underneath to give more leverage, and finishing that with a Wazari. Well, that was a very exciting finish. And sadly for France, David Larose goes out in the second round. Tai Flicker goes into the third of the men's 66 kilos. We'll see him a little bit later on.
Pour le Kazakhstan, Melzan Kaltayev. Et en blanc pour le Maroc, Inad Bassou.
So we'll go on to mat number 3. Beke Uslu representing Turkey in the white. Kim Chang-young of Korea in the blue. 40 into the golden score, 44 seconds, 1 Shido on the board to Turkey. This is the men's 60 kilos, second round.
Next fight on Saturday to the second round for men on the 66 kilogram. In blue for
An attempt of a drop Cianagi there from Kim.
Japan, Yuki Hashiguchi.
Kim defeating in his first round from Hong Kong, Lu Kangcheng. For Oslo, he had a bye in the first round, so this is like his first warm-up match. But sadly, his last match, as he takes the second Shido, and Kim Chang-young goes through to the third round of the 60 kilos.
Vainqueur tapis numéro 3, Kim Chang-young. Prochain combat sur le tapis numéro 3, deuxième tour, catégorie masculine moins de 60 kg. En bleu pour la France, Walid Kia. En blanc pour
So now we have, staying with this match, we have Ashley Mackenzie in the white gi, representing Great Britain. Walid Kaya of France in the blue. And as you can hear from the response of the crowd, very popular indeed. An attempt of a Tomanagi there with Ashley Mackenzie as he's working there with the Niwaza. Represented Great Britain in the 2012 2016 Olympic Games. Kaya, oh, a lovely attempt there, and oh! Well, I wasn't sure whether it was a mate, but the crowd are not happy about it, but it was a great attack. He obviously just didn't hear the mate, but at the end of the day, if you don't hear, you just don't stop, and it wasn't a malicious attack, and as you see, that sportsmanlike approach directly afterwards was the apology that Ashley gave. Well, I believe that Ashley thinks that Kaya grabbed the leg. So as we know with the new rules, it is a Shido, where before it was a Hansokumaki. Well, it's a very exciting, dynamic match now between these Kaya. Looking for the Uchimata. That right hand on Ashley's high collar, drawing his head down. Ashley trying to control as he drops underneath his opponent. Again. Ashley Mackenzie piling on the pressure of Walid Kaya, who's got a Shido on the board. Again, a Tai Toshi, but needs to have a stronger grip. Would have been much more effective if it had that sleeve. Needs to be for Ashley a little bit of a settling process now. It started off at 100 miles an hour, now we're going down to about sort of 70. Still very fast and furious, but very exciting to watch, and the crowd are really behind Walid. Ashley, who spends a lot of time in France training. She dating one of the French athletes, Pavia, who's also competing here today. Very poor, drops Yanagi, and has to be careful there. A Shido apiece now. A Makakomi, a Tai Toshi into a Makakomi there, picking up a Wazari. So with 1 minute and 2 seconds left, Ashley in a very comfortable position now. I think they were looking in the care system to see if Kaya had, had actually touched the leg, and that's what the pause was about, but there was no evidence of that. But my goodness, here now we have a real battle. Kaya piling on the Kosoto, yes! Oh my goodness, what happened there? It looked as if, for whatever reason, Ashley just stopped. Oh, right. Well, it was a mate. The crowd is so loud here, you couldn't hear what's going on. And it was a bit of karma there coming back with Kaya throwing on the mate. "24 seconds left. Ashley really needs to be engaged in this contest. There's a lot of pressure on Ashley Mackenzie now of Great Britain with seconds left, and Kaya's desperately coming back, and he's got the backing, the support of this crowd that 100% behind him, and very verbal indeed within this. Well, if it wasn't warm, it's definitely hot in here right now with this contest. It's definitely livened up this crowd with 9 seconds left. One Wazari on the board with 2 Shidos to Ashley. Well, 9 seconds. This is an opportunity for Ashley to compose himself and take back some control. But that's a Shido and a Hanso Kumaki. A disqualification with 9 seconds left. Well, Ashley may not be happy with that decision, but the crowd definitely are. Well, that's definitely warmed up the crowd here, and we're going on to the next match quite shortly.
Tapis numéro 3, prochain combat, catégorie masculine moins de 66 au deuxième tour. En bleu pour la République populaire de Chine, Su Xiang. Et en blanc pour le Kazakhstan, Abdelkarij Maolena.
Next fight up, let's move on to the second round for men on the 66 kilograms. In blue for Spain, Alberto Gaetano Martin. And in white for Israel, Pavel Shmailov.
We're watching the contest in the second round of the under 66 kilo category on mat number 3 at the moment. Alikaya Maulinin of Kazakhstan faces Xue Ziyang of China. We saw Xue in his opening contest. He threw beautifully with a left Tai Toshi for Ippon. He went into golden score, and 2 or 3 seconds into golden score, banged one out. So I don't know, maybe Maulinin is just being that little bit cagey as he watches in him. And we're welcoming this morning for the first time Neil Eckersley. Good morning, Neil. How are
Good
you?
morning. Good morning, Sheldon.
It's
How are
an
you?
absolute. I'm well, thanks. But it's a pleasure to be with you. I know I just introduced you to a story when we were in having a coffee together about when I was mistaken for you. I'm not going to tell everybody at home that, but it resulted in me being referred to from time to time as No Result, Mr. Sheldon No Result. So Neil's joining us today. Absolutely delighted to have you along.
It's an absolute honour to be here, to be honest with you. I mean, to come full circle, to actually compete in this event and then coach in the event, and now to be like a spectator of the event, it's an absolute honour to be here. So
the two things have been happier for you, haven't they? The coaching, the competing, and now the watching.
Yeah,
the coaching thing's not in your hands, is it? Really?
No, not really. I mean, to watch it, it's difficult. To watch it's easy because obviously when you're involved with the particular players and preparing the players,
you're part of it. You're right on top of it.
You're almost, and it's really weird because the actual competitors they get some satisfaction by having a finish, but as a coach, you sit there, you watch, and you go through every single match with the players. But at the end of the day, you don't feel as though all your energy's been left on the mats where the players have that advantage over you.
We've been talking about Maulinin and Xue. These are the two fighters on mat 3 at the moment. Hashimoto Soichi of Japan leads by 2 scores against the Frenchman Tristan Avaliani on mat 2. He's just won that contest actually, so he goes into, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to look quickly at the sheets to see whether we've got 2 rounds or 3. He goes into the 3rd round. It's 3 rounds, a quarter-final, a semi-final, and then a final. So it's going to be a long day there. And Baruch Shmailov of Israel is leading in his contest against Gaetano Martin of Spain. No, he's not. There's no score down on mat number 1. So we take that back. We might want to have a look at the contest coming up after that. Anchang Rim and Hassan Van Lioglu. We're just looking at some of the possible contests to look at. Lasha Shavdato-Ashvili, the Olympic champion at under 66 kilos from London, is on mat number 4. He's just had a score against him. I mean, Xue has just been given hand sokomake. So let's go down to mat number 4. Yeah, let's go to mat number 4 because Lasha Shavdato-Ashvili trails by Wazari against Naranku Khadbata of Mongolia. We were talking about Mongolia. There you go.
Nice link.
and now they come in.
So with the new rules, Sheldon. Sorry, with the new rules, this is the first time that it's been. I've seen them in full flow with the new rules and the new scoring system. But I've just noticed that there seems to be a lot. The contests don't seem to be going to full time. It seems to be quicker. And a lot more sort of positive judo involved. So do you think it's had a really good effect?
Last week was the first time that I saw them trialled in Lisbon, and I was quietly surprised at how positive the fighters approached it. And the reason that I hesitated there was a long pause when I was thinking, because what I don't want to do, I work for the IJF.
Yeah, of course you do.
This is an IJF broadcast, And you've asked me to give my opinion, and whilst of course I have an opinion, what I don't want to do is to con people at home and think that I'm going to give you the IJF's opinion. At the same time, I'd very much like to get my job, so I don't want to say anything that's going to be too controversial.
But from my point of view, as an outsider who's not obviously involved in the association, I mean, to watch the judo now, it's a lot more explosive. And a lot more movement.
And I want to agree with you.
Yeah.
I absolutely. I wanted to jump in there and say, yeah, absolutely, positive, this, and this. And then I thought, well, people at home are just going to think, he's got a job and he's just saying that. No, it's not that case. I really wanted to take a little bit of time to say I was really surprised at the way that the players took to the new rules. And then above that, you've got the coaches, because the players are not as vociferous. You don't get as much vocal feedback from the players. They just take it, the rules have changed, I'm going to have to do it. But the coaches come and tell you things. I don't like that, I don't like that. Why did you do that? This is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong.
But it is part of their job to adapt to any rules and work around the rules and with the system. And I remember when the blue judo suit first came in. And luckily we got the dye, the number of the dyes. So I actually had a blue judo suit dyed, and I was probably one of the first people in the country to have a blue judo suit dyed. And the reason why I got it dyed is because I wanted to feel what it was like to fight an opponent with a blue gi. So you adapt and not work around the rules, but you put that into your game plan, and it's amazing how quick the top level athletes now can adapt and
now it's like nothing.
No,
and I genuinely feel that from the tournament in Lisbon, the reports of the equivalent tournament that was going on at the same time, but it was women in Sofia, and from what I've seen here in Paris, where I thought it was going to be even trickier because you've got a much higher level of competitor who they're going to bring all sorts of things to the party that maybe a lower level player would not. I continue to be genuinely surprised about
the way they've adapted so quickly
about what's going on. Naranku was just given Hansokamake there. I wonder what that was for. I missed it completely.
Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but because we're going to move on, we've got two really good choices here. Actually, we've got three. We've got four. We've got quality judo on all four mats, and the choice is yours at home. Anchang Rim, Hassan Van Lioglu on mat number 1. That's in the under 73 kilo category. 73 kilo category on mat number 2, Uali Kurshov of Russia faces Vadzim Shoka, the neighbours, Belarus. They're going head to head there. Vaza Magvelashvili of Georgia faces Daniel Kagnin of Brazil on mat number 3. That's in the under 66 kilo category. And we're going to stay here with Mirzahid Farmanov of Uzbekistan. He faces Loic Corval of France. Why don't we have a look at Farmanov in the white judogi, Corval, the bad boy of French judo, in blue. He is, and I've said that before. So, no surprise there.
Well, judo throws up characters, doesn't it? So
he's sporting a new hairstyle here, partly shaved head and partly with plaits in. So there's a message there, isn't there?
Well, he's
look at me. Look at me.
Well, he's a fashion statement, isn't he? So.
Yeah, you've got fashionista.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to say that you'd have to have good judo with a haircut like that, wouldn't you? So it's amazing to see.
I tell you what, if you can't, and you walk into a dojo with a hairstyle like that, it won't be long before you get laughed out of the room. Oh, he's a bit of a boy.
It's great movement, though, isn't it? He never stands still.
Yeah, he's got some stuff about him. You can see he's just a busy fighter. Farmanov is just trying to calm things down. Nice crowd.
Yeah, amazing.
Building up here.
And this is the early morning block, isn't it? So in fact, this will be. I assume this will be packed out in the.
Yeah, about 11. They're expecting 11,000 people, and the reason that they said 11,000 people was that was the tickets. I think the capacity's 14, but they're looking at 11. So maybe we'll squeeze.
I mean, there was a handball tournament here last week because handball. I live in Norway now, and handball is massive in Norway, and apparently this seems to be the place to come for the handball tournament.
This is a place to come for judo.
And judo, but handball as well. And it was absolutely packed out for the handball. And it was really weird because I work for an organisation called Wang, and a couple of their coaches were involved in. And when they knew where I was going, they know very little about judo, but they knew the venue.
Yeah.
So
Fallait, the Palais Omnisport, merci. It is a terrific.
I mean, if you've never, I mean, it's a long time since I've been, watched a big event such as this. But if you're really keen on coming to watch judo, I think, apart from the Olympic Games and the World Championships, I think the Paris tournament is my favourite to come to. So.
This is the one. And we're doing, we're in competition in a way today with another big event because Scotland play France.
Is that game with the unusual game with the unusual
funny shaped ball?
Oh,
that
okay,
one,
cool.
Yeah. There'll be.
I mean, no score, still no score, and no passivity, which is.
Well, we're busy fighter. Like Corval. I mean, the only reason that you'll pick up a penalty is false attack. He could be given for the leg grab because we've got a first leg grab is only a Shido.
Okay.
The second leg grab is like a golden Shido. You get Hansokamaki. It's the only thing that where there's that difference where one doesn't add up to two. One here and a second one is three. You know.
It always surprises me that they don't get intimidated by the crowd, do they? I mean, they're in the middle of that, obviously mat area, and the crowd is absolutely, virtually, you sat next to the crowd in the audience, aren't they? They've got such a great view, but they don't seem to be phased by any of that. Yeah, they 5-12. It hasn't really taken off yet. Walid Kaya got the crowd going when he defeated Ashley Mackenzie. I suppose there was a little bit in there because most of the crowd will know that Ashley Mackenzie's girlfriend is Autumn Pavia, so there's a French connection there, if you like. Single Shido against Loic Corval. A little over a minute left to go. This won't end the contest. That's a nice effort. That single Shido in normal time won't be enough to end the contest. That would continue into golden score, and the Shido would be taken into golden score. And then if you picked up another one, then he would lose out. That would finish it.
That would finish it. Yeah.
So we've got 1 minute left on the event. So.
He can still do this. He's been the most positive of the two.
Whoa,
and nice effort, And I don't think he got enough of the back on the mat to class as a counter. And in any case, it looked as though he'd done that from the ground.
I mean, obviously the pistol gripping's coming now, isn't it? It's the new. I mean, we've worked a lot on that in Norway with some of my players who are becoming new to the international stage, and we've worked a lot on pistol grips. But I've noticed over this morning's event that there's not that many people taking the pistol grip.
Well, they can take it and they can use it right away.
But I thought straight away it would be the most dominant thing I could see today, but that's not the case.
He was nearly aerial there for a moment. It's possible that because Neil is going to come back later this afternoon, and when he does, we're going to go into much greater depth about what Neil is doing in Norway, and in particular about his work as an artist, because for the last 2 years, he has become better known for his artwork than his judo. So we'll go into that, and we'll have a good chat about past and how you got into it and what you're doing now, because you're doing some work for the IJF, are you?
Well, I've got a piece at the moment which it's early stage. It's an early concept that I'm going to approach and talk through, and I'm not going to say too much about that.
Secret.
It's not secret. It's very very early stages of the concept.
Right. So okay. Well, we won't go. As I said, we'll talk about other parts of your background and everything, but in particular the art bit of your life when you come back later on this afternoon. But for the meantime, we'll concentrate on the judo, because it would be a shame to have you here and not take some of your expertise. So glad to have you along, Neil, and we should have you more often.
Well, I do like to stay in Norway, I must admit. I mean, it's an amazing place to stay, and like I said, it's the first opportunity I've had to come to look at a major event for many years, and it's like I said, the Paris tournament is probably the tournament that I would pick to come to. So I'm very pleased to be here.
How's the Norwegian going? Are you struggling there?
Yeah.
It's
and,
going. It's going.
Yeah, snack of the English. I mean, their English is amazing. They speak every fluent. They speak really, really fluent English, and it's been a great experience to go over to Norway. I mean, as an artist, the actual the environment has really, really affected my particular artwork. So because the skies and the skies and the light is just phenomenal. So that's really, over the last couple of years, had a real influence in terms of the work that I'm producing now. So.
Well, we'll see if we can download some of those images, and then when you come back, we'll see if we can get to see some of them. When you're here, that's Farmanov picking up a penalty. Both fighters picked up a Shiro apiece, so one more.
It's going to go into golden score, isn't it? Well, it is golden score now.
Yeah, we've had a minute of golden score, and we're still
waiting. So one more Shiro now will finish it.
For either one.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll be it.
So pressure's on.
Next fight on 10-2, the second round for women under 48 kilograms.
So there's pistol gripping. So
yeah.
So that's a good example of the sleeve grip.
So they give him a little time to see if he can come up with an attack.
Mm-hmm.
He sets one up and then he attacks, and that's just about the limit that they will allow. You know, had it gone on any longer without an attack, then he would have been penalised. As long as there's some positive action, then they're just going to ease off a little bit and hold back from giving the Shido.
I mean, he's put the attacks in, hasn't he? I mean, they will be looking at. I think they'll be looking at giving the Shido somewhere.
Minute 40 odd, and you know that the man in the middle wants this to come to an end. You know, you're just thinking, don't let the commission be, second guessing me. I'm leaving it up to them, which is what you've asked me to do.
Yeah.
Let the fighters fight. So
he's looking for a favour from the players, isn't he?
Yeah, help me out there. Score,
please. But it's a real great example. Look at the grip fighting. It's there. That's a decent attack.
Yeah, why not?
I think he realises the Shido is coming, Sheldon. So it's maybe just a little bit of game, bit of play. There it goes. Yeah. He knew that was coming.
That'll do.
He knew it was coming.
Yeah.
So. Good win. Takes him to the next round.
And we were looking, there are 3 rounds, so Corval into round 3, he hasn't,
Popular result for the crowd.
I think he may have just,
twisted
the arm a little bit there. As he tried to, almost throw him off the wrong side there. Right, who have we got then? Natia, Naxos, Chong and Sidoro, Mariak and Rishma Betov. I think we might stay here with Arthur Margelidon of Canada. He's up against Sam van der Westende of the Netherlands. It's Margelidon in the white judogi, van der Westende in blue, and it's the Dutchman who attacks first with a little Satemi waza that doesn't really trouble Margelidon as he moves to his right. Almost.
Yeah.
En blanc pour l'Azerbaïdjan, Rustam Ojov.
Next fight on Tetany 1, the second round for men on the 73 kilogram. In blue for Israel, Dmitro
to tie the arm up now. He's gone for the Sangaku. Maybe not.
Margelidon tight.
Because the rules have changed in terms of Niwaz, haven't they? If you're looking a lot more, they give you more time, which would have been perfect.
Perfect for you.
Absolutely.
Mind you, I have to say that there were occasions when you did get a referee who knew what was happening. I think during the '84 Olympics, there was one particular sequence that in the 90s wouldn't have happened. They just wouldn't have allowed that kind of time. And then we went one way and then the other. And during the 80s, there was this understanding, let them have it. Then we went backwards when they said, no, we want stand-up judo and everything. And then now we've come back almost full circle to say, no, Niwa is an important part of judo. It's an attractive part of judo.
So in terms of percentages now, is it looking at more like 60% Tachiwaza, 40% Niwaza? Or is that like... always
Yeah, I haven't really
looked at those figures.
My initial answer would be yes. I think that there is a good enough amount of Newaza, and I like Newaza, so there's no reason why I should not recognise that 60-40 as being a good call. I think that's probably a good call.
Because like you said, they did go through a stage where they really clamped down on Newaza, didn't they? I mean,
yeah.
I remember winning a bronze medal in Paris in the European Championships, and I must have been between 2 minutes on the ground. And which is but I mean, I wasn't just 2 minutes just doing nothing. I was 2 minutes actually working and really making it happen. So
an attractive blonde has just appeared on my left, looking to take your seat, Neil, but I've shooed her away for the time being. She'll be back though. Kayla Harrison, double Olympic champion. So
well, I'll give my seat up to Kayla, don't worry about it.
I'm surrounded by talent today. Oh goodness, I'm lucky, lucky in the job. But we'll have Kayla Harrison up here to chat about things. I was going to ask her a question about her involvement in other matters, but I think I may do that off camera and then find out what the politically correct answer to give there is, because given that she has involvement with other things around, so I'll find out about that.
Do some delving.
2 scores to Orozhov on mat 3. He leads in the under 73 kilo category. Round 2, Jeong and Sidoro, there's no score, and then down on mat number 1 there's no score between Baboyev and Dmitry Raskin of Israel. Here Margelidon has the single score. We've got a minute and 20 odd seconds left to go. It's Van der Westende who's got some work to do.
I think it's that stage in the day now where it's coming tense, isn't it? I mean, the guys know each other. I mean, and it's that little bit of a low in the day where they're just doing enough to get through into the next rounds and nothing, just doing a very workman type role, type job.
Margelidon has been the aggressor on the ground all the time, hasn't he?
Which is surprising, because the Dutch have a really good reputation for Newaza. That's physical now, isn't it, John? I mean, that's been the big difference in terms of the judo, I think. Look at the condition of these guys now.
But having said that, again, you must have been in a group where physical conditioning was really important, because you were always I never saw you at the end of a contest bent over blowing or anything.
Well, we always train to the 4 minute plus, 5 minute plus, and I mean in terms of the golden score, I think I'd have loved the golden score, because that would have helped me out on many of occasions. So but it's just what you see now is the physical demands of the sport is just, it's totally different level. I mean, these guys are now full-time athletes, aren't they? Majority of them are sponsored or working within some federations. So this is their job.
So they can afford to spend time on conditioning, or one would think so. You do get a few of them.
Well, you can go. You can only go so far, can't you? I mean, if you've not got the condition to last, last the 4 or 5 matches, then it's gonna tell at the end of the day, isn't it? And you've got to be so, in terms of conditioning, you've got to be so fit to do the actual qualifying events weekend after weekend after weekend.
Orozhov on mat 3 has managed to give Shumakanov a bit of a workover. There are 4 scores, including the Ippon, and then we've just seen Margelidon overcome Van der Westende of the Netherlands. Where are we going to go next? And I always like to see, because we've got 3 contests lined up on each mat, and I like to see where we may be ending up next. I think that our best bet is probably going to be on mat 2, because we've got Jeong Bo-kyung, the silver medalist from Rio in the under 48 kilo category. Let's see if we can take our chief will take us down to mat number 2 to have a look and see what's happening in golden score between Jeong Bo-kyung. Maria Sidoro of Portugal has taken the South Korean into golden score, and she looks as though she's
flagging a bit.
Yeah, flagging a bit there. Jeong probably thought she was probably thinking of the quarter-final already, because I think There's in the 48 kilo category.
She's winning because of, I mean, there's a Judo, isn't there, obviously,
Yeah.
on board, so.
That she would have taken that, the Portuguese would have taken that with her into golden score, so that's why they haven't ended the contest yet. A single score for Sidero would win it. She scores now.
Wow.
End of party.
Still pressure on.
Yeah, 2 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, and then final. So this for a place in the quarter-final miss there.
I think they're going to look at that, aren't they? It looks like a drop. We'll see.
Well, the referee's indicating that there's a suspicion of Wakigatami.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that replay, and they've said no.
No.
Let's get on with it. Okay. Sidero fancied her chances of getting the referee to give Ansakumake, but it didn't happen.
I mean, Sidero looks like the one who's more dominant in this particular match. So she's coming forward, isn't she? Looks straight off the mark, straight there.
She's still busy. Jeong just guarding that left lapel for a moment. That could also have been a possible Shido there. He did. It's one thing just to put your hand there. The other thing is to take it and pull it away from your opponent altogether.
You can't just hold it there.
No, and that's definitely going to get you penalised. Who put that last attack in? Was it the Portuguese? John's got to be careful here.
Yeah.
If the Portuguese is,
I think in this next
physically
segment,
strong enough,
the next segment, if there's no action, there's going to be a penalty. Oh, nice! There you go.
That would just have been enough for a Yuko in the past.
Yeah,
Therefore, that comes into the heading of score. We call it Wazari. I know it's a little bit misleading because it wasn't worth Wazari, but we've changed the way we look at this. And for me, I would have given for that down on the side, got caught, so that's good enough. And she's going to take the contest on the back of that. 2 minutes and 40 seconds of golden score. Big effort from Maria Sidero, but
absolutely draining.
Yeah.
Next fight on TV2, the second round for women under 48 kilograms.
Yeah, a bit heartbreaking. Right, so that was the 48 kilo category. We've got Irina Dolgova of Russia now to face Melanie Clement of France. Dolgova in the white judogi, Clement in blue. It's a tough draw for Melanie Clement, mind you. It's early in the season.
And she's got the crowd behind her.
She's got the crowd behind her.
Mm-hmm.
Dolgova fighting away from home in the cauldron of the Bercy arena. So let's see what happens here. This was Russia's pick for the Olympic Games as well. Unfortunately for her, it didn't quite work out. So this is her second cycle now. And if they go to ground, then my money's on Dolgova. Her and her teammate, there were 2 of them, Alessia Kuznetsova, are absolute demons on the ground. Even the Japanese give them a bit of
give them some space.
Yeah, a bit of space. And that's what they did. They were youngsters There were 2 youngsters who specialised on working on the ground.
There you go. Now she's straight into looking to Sangaku, isn't she, straight away?
And the difficulty for Dolgova and Kuznetsova was having specialised in newaza. They were often left short with their tachiwaza.
Now this is look, a little bit longer, I think, ref, but there you go. We'll forgive you for that one. The crowd's getting behind.
Yeah, Dolgova just needs that opening. You know, once they go to ground and the player, defends tightly, you know how tricky it is to get in there if you've got a good defence. Whereas if there is an action that results in you going to ground and there is a slight opening and you get the opportunity to work and you then begin to open them up, I think Dolgova will take it. Anyway, we'll see how it goes.
Se présente sur le tapis numéro 4, le second tour, catégorie féminine moins de 48 kg. En bleu, pour la France, Mélodie Vogarny. En pour le Japon, Ami Kondo.
Let's see what the French girl's got now in terms of groundwork. So, I mean, the legs are in, so she's looking. Oh, nothing happening. So no score yet. Sheldon, it's still they're fishing each other out, really, aren't they? Trying to.
And nothing special has happened in the contest, but at the same time, I haven't looked away and wanted to see something else. It's just that moment when you think, I wonder where it's going to come from. Both fighters there avoiding taking a grip.
It's very, very cagey, isn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of the gripping exchanges. And obviously the French girl's looking for the deep grip over the top to control the neck and go over the back.
So there's no real movement of her feet there. She ended up, sideways on. That was better on the other side.
Now she's going to come out the back there.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. So 131 in the match. So they're going to start to drive it home now, aren't they? Going to look for the advantage now. They've sussed each other out. Ooh, nice. And there was an exchange. It looks like it's on.
Second time that she's been in trouble. Last time she managed just to slip the head out.
Yeah.
You have to be careful here.
I think it's on.
Yeah.
Definitely. She's in. Definitely.
Yeah, she's going to get away with this one as well.
Very lucky.
Patrick Roux is the coach for the Russians. He's in the chair. Russia emblazoned on his chest.
I fought Patrick a few times, so he stopped me to get into at least two. I think it was 2 European finals. I met Patrick in the quarterfinals. So,
you won't be going over there to say hello then, Paul?
No, them days are over. So it's all about it's all about the exchanges and the stories and. But I know he worked in the UK for a while. Yeah,
he did.
And then he's obviously gone to working in Russia. So
in the lead up to 2012, he was there for a while. So she's on that one side, Dolgova, for quite a long time. But as she was, it was always either in the process of an attack or setting up an attack. So no need to worry about penalising for a one side grip because it was nice and active.
So we've got 10 seconds now. We're going to go into golden score, aren't we? So. Who's your money on? If you was a betting match. So.
Well, oddly enough, I mean, I was waxing lyrical about how good Dolgova was on the ground.
I know.
And she nearly got caught twice.
I wasn't going to mention that, but there you go.
straight into golden score then. There you go.
So any score now?
That's it. That'll do.
Any passivity will end the match.
Yeah.
She's allowing the French girl to dominate her on the ground, isn't it? Which is unusual. So.
And having nearly been caught twice, I'd have been out of there as quickly as possible.
She's going again. She's on the arm. She's got obviously the grip.
And here's the thing, in the mind of the referee, he's seen Dolgova in a defensive position on the ground on at least 3 occasions now. This is going to add up. Sooner or later, it's going to transfer to the overall feel of the contest, and you're going to get done.
I think the French girl is at least 2 attacks away from getting the passivity against her opponent. So
yes,
there's one attack.
Yeah,
so
and as you say, the next segment or the next cycle, as we go round,
because she's all the Russian girl looks like she's all over the place, not composed at all.
Yeah,
French girl's going to come forward. One more strong attack. I think this could be the end of it from the French girl. Let's see how this plays out.
Her head keeps going down. That's a problem as well. She's finding it difficult to generate some offense because she needs to be in a nice upright position. She's got a taller opponent. That makes it tricky as well. Just looking a little bit desperate.
Yeah. There you go. That's a strong attack. It doesn't look confident, does she? I mean, Patrick's obviously encouraging her to get on with it and get some fight in there, but she doesn't look. Yeah.
Last roll of the dice.
Yeah, she
this
doesn't.
one.
Yeah, doesn't look like she wants it. So I think one. Whoa.
No.
No.
I don't think there can be any arguments here. You know, if the referee says he's seen enough, I'd go with
I think he's
it.
going to get. I think he'll give it one more
Well,
segment, and then if there's no attack, I think there's golden.
She's lucky.
Yes.
Well, Clement was a little bit, you know, over anxious there. Oh, oh no!
There you go. There's the Niwaza you were promising us. So Sangaku's on. She just needs to tie the legs up now, roll her over. The pressure's on.
I'll give it right now.
Yeah.
I'd give that right now. And she was unlucky not to have Osaikomi called there.
Yeah. Don't think she was controlling her enough.
Yeah,
I think,
with the head.
Yeah. I think the referee wanted to see a little bit more control before he put the.
And then she did slip out of it fairly easily. So yeah.
So it's all. That's
close.
brought it back into it now. That's. I don't know.
Next fight on 10-21, the second round for women on the 48 kilogram. In blue for
See, that's what Dolgova needs. She needs that opportunity where Clement isn't as tight in defence when they first go to ground. She just needs that sniff of a chance, and then she'll be in there. Tiring really, really quickly now. 2:20 odd already gone in golden
Patrick's
score.
cheering her on, telling her,
Yeah.
come on, get into this, put some attacks in.
No, and then she wasn't quick enough to take advantage of that.
I don't think she got the energy for the groundwork.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh,
No.
Slips that one.
She's
Yeah.
definitely.
See, at 48 kilos, she was 48 kilos last cycle, 48 kilos this cycle. She always looks pale to me. She's a tiny little girl. It could be, you know, she's struggling to hold 48, and, you know, now it's telling on her physically.
Second and third match, that's when it starts to pay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Likes the Ashi was up. Oh, almost. Yeah. Just came up with a combination there, so no chance of her being given a wind-up now.
No, it's going to go to the last
He's
minute,
busy.
isn't it? So we've got 1 more minute left of golden score, and then there's
Go as long as you like.
time.
Seriously? As long as you
Wow.
like. Until you drop. Shop till you drop.
I think I better get your coffee in, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Because this one's going to the.
Yeah. I think it's been a good little battle. Some, you know, technical things to look at and whatever, but I've enjoyed watching it. Oh, couldn't turn with the hands. There was a chance there.
Sangaku now going on.
Another chance. Doesn't have the
She
power
just
to
hasn't.
roll
No,
her.
no.
Yeah.
That's went there.
Yeah, I would go up top first of all
Mhm,
to try and
mhm.
strengthen it before looking for the roll.
Yeah, and the referee knows there's nothing happened there. Good decision.
Yeah.
So he's allowed that to not go any further or continue.
Struggling, really struggling.
It's all down to who wants it the most, I think. So this is going to be an interesting segment, I think. I think we're going to get an exchange of grips. I think that's poor. Well,
Yeah, she'll get away with that. I'm
Mhm.
wondering if she could, if she can work something with an Ashi was a combination. She's shown it a couple of times, and I think that's the only way she's going to catch her standing up.
but you're right, there doesn't seem to be an neck there.
That's harsh. Oh well. Yeah.
Hold the coffee.
Yeah.
I think both girls realised that was a close one.
Next fight on 10-22,
Dolgova
the
comes
second
out
round for
second
women on
best
52 kilogram.
there.
In blue for Mongolia.
And it's Melanie Clement of France who goes in to the quarter-final. She'll face Jong Bo-kyung of South Korea. Right, who have we got coming up? We're going to look around the mat and see if we're going to go somewhere else. I think not. I think we'll just hang on here and watch Erika Miranda of Brazil. She's up against Sosoba Lagvasuren of Mongolia. Miranda in the white judogi, Lagvasuren in blue.
I love the Brazilian judo. It's very explosive, isn't it? Very, very. Both looking for the dominant grip. Oh, over the top. She's going to stop that arm going over.
Vainqueur sur le tapis numéro 3, Sayen Jirigla. Sur le tapis numéro 3.
Yeah, both penalised for negative gripping.
En bleu pour le Kosovo, Akil Giakova.
So yeah, take the grip, but to push it down and push it away, you're not doing anything with that.
They don't give you long, do they? I mean, that was the first segment, and they're both down a Judo.
Yeah.
Because they're trying there, look, she's trying to dominate and she's trying to get the sleeve grip. And the Mongolia's trying to stop that happening, so. There you go, cup. It's one of the new grips. Oh, yes! Yeah. Yuko. Well, sorry.
No. It would have been.
Yeah.
I've done that 2 or 3 times this morning, and it would have been.
Transition, done, finished. Wow, that's amazing transition. That was unbelievable.
Sharp, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that was just... That'd be interesting to see again. From the score and then into the transition. She knew exactly what she was doing. That's drilled.
Erica Miranda, the Brazilian, through to the quarter-final. That's in the under 52 kilo category. Okay, what are we watching next? Yulia Kazarina of Russia faces Tsunada Natsumi of Japan. Kazarina got married recently.
Congratulations.
Yeah, she was Yulia Ritsova, but is now Yulia Kazarina. I saw this last night and said, congratulations. just as Neil has done. Look. And now there she is, facing Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan. Kazarina in the white judogi, Tsunoda in blue.
It's going to be an interesting contest.
Who's in the chair for the Japanese? Ueno Yoshie is the Japanese coach. 63 kilo.
See, that's the right exchange of gripping in the shell, and they're both looking for the positive grip. They're fighting it off. It's quite a good exchange in gripping in terms of this first segment. So she's got the where the earlier contest he gave him passivity for similar type of thing, but this looks more aggressive and more positive, doesn't it, in terms of the gripping? So we'll see what he decides here. Nothing, I don't think. Same again.
Both of them.
That's 2 examples of the same thing. First segment, both penalised, not for positive gripping.
They both managed to get one hand on.
Yeah.
And then there was a little bit of shaping around. I might take it, I might not. And we'll take it. You know.
Yeah.
Let's see you do something. You know.
Well, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whoa. It's nice to see both opponents going forward and
Prochain combat sur le tapis 4, le second tour, catégorie féminine moins de 52 kg. En bleu, pour la France, Laetitia Payette.
Kazarina wore one then, didn't she? Just by accident from the Japanese Tsunoda catching her on the lip.
Yeah, no malice, no intent there, was there? So, tried that twice, that's the second time. I mean, okay.
Get the feeling that Tsunoda fancies her chances on the ground, and the Sutemi waza is an invitation, to bring Kazarina down and get involved in that. Because the minute that she misses with that foot, she's quite busy. They're trying to keep Kazarina down there. The Japanese have got current Olympic bronze medal at 52 kilos. She's not here at the moment. Nakamura Misato
stepping out. I think
that was careless at this stage.
I'm just going to say at this stage of the contest, that's just a gift. There's one more Shido then. And it will come. Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, score. Try to turn off it, but there was enough of the body.
Nice movement
to
that.
give a score. Yeah, so
especially at this stage of the contest, to come out with that move just after passivity.
Kazarina up against it now with a minute and a half left to go. We do have the Olympic champion in the under 52 kilo category waiting
in the wings.
Yeah, she's waiting there, having a look, just buy in the first round, see what happens, and then pick things up from
that's
there.
the example again for the Niwaza. So it's gone for the arm, obviously. I don't think this is going to go to time. I think.
Have we seen Kel Mendy? I haven't seen her on yet. I can't see her name up there. So just wondering if we missed her.
So Sheldon, if they both get passivity for non-positive gripping now, that would be the end, wouldn't it? Obviously for the Russian player.
Yeah.
So
well, that's hands off.
Yeah.
So she can't afford to risk it. She's got to go for it here. And with 40 odd seconds left to go, come on, let's take the chance.
Trying. Whoa, good effort. I mean, if she'd have started this, the way she's finishing, I think it would have been a totally different match. So.
And probably one penalty less.
Yeah. Yeah, because she probably left herself very open because of the penalty. She walked onto that particular technique and then got scored. So there you go. There's
spun out nicely in the end. Yeah.
5 seconds to go. It's all over. Good effort though. Nice judo. At this stage.
Unfortunately for Kazarina, she wasn't able to come up with a score. A single score by Tsunoda Natsumi was enough to
come back in the record charge though.
No, a second round out.
Wow.
Yeah. So she's done and dusted. You need to get to the quarterfinal.
Back to unwrapping the wedding presents, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. That was harsh.
Oh dear.
That was
I know, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is.
Oh dear. Right then. On mat 2 in the under 57 kilo category now, Rafaela Silva of Brazil faces Leng Po Sum of Hong Kong. It's the current Olympic champion at under 57 kilos. Rafaela Silva in white, Leng Po Sum in blue. So,
first outing.
Yeah.
First major event, I would imagine.
Liang has the pleasure
of wearing the golden back patch.
Well, they were lucky; they both had buys in the first round.
Right.
So the second round contest is, both for both of them.
Whoa.
The first contest of the day.
She's unbelievably strong, isn't she? Just to stand up from that, just like, come on, give me more.
She flirted with 63 kilos for a while and then thought, I'll go back down to 57. And it's just had to work that little bit harder at keeping the weight off, and then, it's proved the right move.
If you give yourself enough time and you do it correctly, you can do that, can't you? And get and perform at that level as well. So if she's losing weight a couple of days before, and she looks strong.
Her teammate Sarah Menezes, who also for a 4-year period wore the gold back patch, is down on mat number 1. She's now moved up from 48 kilos to 52. She won that Olympic title back in 2012 in London. Wasn't quite as successful in Rio, unfortunately for her.
But they did amazing though, the Brazilian team, didn't they? Amazing. So.
Vainqueur tapis numéro 4, Distria Krasniki. Prochain combat sur le tapis numéro 4, le second tour, catégorie moins de 57 kg. En bleu pour l'Allemagne, Teresa Stoll. En blanc pour le Japon, Yoshida Tsukasa.
So she's obviously holding that grip underneath, but it looks as though she's pushing out, doesn't she, there? So
Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan is just about to take to the mat.
Wow.
Oh no, went the wrong way for the
miles
arm.
away. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan is up against Theresa Stoll of Germany in the under 57 kilo category on mat 4.
Just lost a little bit of control there. A little bit more time, I think, May. Because we're 2 minutes into the match.
She looked a little bit rushed, didn't she, in the
Yeah,
attempt to get
yeah.
that leg over, and then fell over to one side.
She's
Have we lost Loretta then? Where is she?
I think we've lost.
She's gone somewhere else. Oh, okay. It would appear that we've got the ability to provide commentary in more than one from one mat. Is that right, Mr. Matthias? Well, that's not bad. Well done. As long as we're not doing the same mat. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, in the final. Okay, right.
So it's going for a little bit of treatment from the doctors, so I think it's just the fingers taping.
Right, well, it shouldn't be long before that gets done. In the meantime, I'm just wondering if we could have a look at Yoshida. Could we go down to mat number 4 then? We'll have a quick look and see what's happening with Yoshida Tsukasa. This is in the under 57 kilo category. Is Yoshida the... Helen Rossova is the number 1 seed. Rafaela Silva is the number 2. The number 3 seed is Yoshida Tsukasa. And the number 4 seed is Marty Malloy of the United States of America. Those are the top 4 seeds.
And they're all here.
In this weight, yeah.
Wow. That's going to be interesting.
I can't remember who it was that won the
Whoa, yes.
Grand Slam
Nice
in
one.
Tokyo. Was it Yoshida? I wonder.
Unlucky there to get a score, Sheldon, to go
Vainqueur
into.
sur le tapis numéro 3, Mumbat Ouansekte. Prochain combat sur le tapis numéro 3, les féminines. Moins de 48 kilos, un second tour. En bleu pour la France, Anaïs Mosnier. En blanc pour Israël, Shira Richoni.
Just going to have a quick look to see who it was that won the under 57 kilo category in Japan. It was Yoshida. She beat her teammate Udaka Nae of Japan, and Dotsuren Sumiya of Mongolia was one of the bronze medalists, and the other one was Tamaoki Momo of Japan.
She's looking for the Kashiwazaki turnover. Nicely done.
Just
Just
had
control, yeah.
and there
Really
we'll
nicely
call
done.
Mate
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I mean, that opportunity is going to come again. She's piling on the pressure. The German girl's going to have to respond.
Nothing flashy at the moment from Yoshida.
She's coming for that's about the third time she's attempted that technique and almost caught her opponent, so I think it's a matter of time. Close to getting a score. I think quite unlucky really, but we'll have to look at that again. So and she goes steps right through. There, this is it. Bang there.
Next fight on Tennessee 1, the second
Stoll is
round
lucky
for
to
women
be
under
getting away
60
with this grip at the moment.
Yeah. No.
So she'll pick up a penalty. Second.
In a white for the United States of America,
25 seconds to go, but there's okay. Nice. She just has the edge, doesn't she? She's just doing what she needs to do. Very workmanlike performance. Putting the attacks in, keeping away from the passivity. Winding the clock down. Okay, golden score.
Nothing flashy.
No.
From Yoshida. She picked up the single score.
That's it.
Did Yoshida?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that
She must have given. Yeah, must have been the Yuko. I thought.
that they
Sorry, Rosario. Yeah. So.
they
They looked at it and give it to her. So that's
then
great.
ended up giving it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, yeah. It's just on this. It was out of sight. That's where difficult for the referee to see. But right decision.
In the meantime, Rafaela Silva and Lengpo Sum have gone into golden score on mat number 2. We're going to stay here on mat number 4. We're going to watch a contest between Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada. She's up against Laetitia Blow of France. It's Beauchemin-Pinard in the white, Judogi Blow in blue. We'll see how this pair get on, and then we'll keep an eye on when Mylinda Kelmendi is due to take to mat number 3. Let's have a look and see what happens with Beauchemin-Pinard and Blow. Blow is how to describe? Full of beans.
A terrier.
She is, yeah, absolutely.
I could tell that when she walked on.
Yeah.
She's like a proper terrier. Look, wow. She's in there gripping.
And a white for France, Laura Benaroche.
Yeah, you give Laetitia Blow a chance, she'll be in.
Now, come on. Now, going for the Nimaza. Looking for... Yep, she's got her legs in. She's looking for the roll. Got the roll. She just needs to take the arm. A little bit more pressure on the arm. I think the roll would have come in. So let's see where this one goes. Both dominating, both looking for the grips. Settling in, got the grips now, they'll start to work on the techniques. Looking for the... Oh, there you go, she's round the back. Oh, could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think when she gets to go around the
Shido,
back, look out for that Ouchigari.
Yeah, she's got Shido for stepping out, the Canadian girl. So. I struggle with names, Sheldon, so... to me,
Yeah, the Canadian's good.
Yeah,
that works for me.
I have dyslexia, so I really struggle looking at the names. And
well, especially when they are different combinations and unusual looks and everything. And this one's particularly long. It's a hyphenated one. So
I'm in Norway at the moment. They're all called, they have Norwegian names. So I come up with nicknames, which helps me.
Good one. Good one.
Runa or Andreas or Simon and Sander and Herman. It's just all
Reasonable Makikomi effort there from Laetitia Blow as she tries to apply some pressure.
She fancies herself on the ground, doesn't she, Laetitia Blow?
She's a strong fighter. Now we've got the Olympic champion on mat number 3. I think we're going to have to go over there. Sorry to jump around a little bit. There's a good contest going on between Beauchemin-Pinard and Laetitia Blow on mat number 4. However, we're going to go to mat number 3. Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo, the current Olympic champion, is up against Ekaterina Guica of Canada.
Another Canadian. Two Canadians, wow.
It's Kelmendi in the white, Judogi Guica in blue.
That's what you call positive gripping. Look at the intensity of that. It's amazing. Whoa. And pistol. Taking the pistol grip. Yeah. Let's have some of that, she's saying. Yeah. I don't wear this patch for nothing. Yeah, stepping out.
She couldn't. The pressure was too much.
Maybe
it's a harsh penalty to give.
I think they're gonna look at this one. Think about this one. I think. Oh, okay. How's that work? Yeah.
There's a push out.
You're right.
Push out.
It was harsh. And it's been overturned. Good decision. Taking the inside grip. Looking for that lapel. Well, that's a really good exchange, isn't it? Look.
Yeah.
Whoa. I think it's a pickup coming. There you go.
Yeah.
It was.
Now we know why she was afraid to put that arm over there.
End of.
Yeah, because irrespective of what one would have thought with a big grip over the back that you've got the power.
Yeah.
Whack.
You could see that. You just had to readjust herself, and
she knew it.
Yeah.
She felt that, so she'd get that over there and thought, no, I'm going to leave that.
Yeah.
Put it over there. No. Let me see what happens. Oh.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Absolutely flattened.
So that puts her into the quarterfinals? No?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because we've got 2 rounds. She had a bye in the first round, so that was the second round. The second round win puts Kilmendi into the quarterfinal. Into the last 8 then. Astrid Neto of France faces Larissa Florian of Romania. It's Neto in the white judogi, Florian in blue. We'll have a look at this, and when Loretta Cusack-Doyle comes back, Neil Eckersley is going to take a break. We'll see you a little bit later on this afternoon. Oh, we'll wait until Mrs. comes. Here she is. Right.
I've kept it warm for you, Lefty. There you
Okay.
go.
Right.
Prochain combat sur le tapis numéro 4, second tour, catégorie féminine moins de 63 kg. En bleu pour les Philippines, Watanabe Kiyomi.
Yang Jun Chia and Kiyomi Watanabe. They're on mat number 4. We're watching the contest in round 2 between Astrid Neto of France and Larissa Florian of Romania. And it's time to welcome back Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Hello, Loretta.
It's nice to be back.
we thought we saw you momentarily commentating over on another mat.
Yes, on mat number 2. I think they were just testing it for
right,
later
okay.
on.
Oh,
but,
right.
yeah.
I get it.
But the atmosphere in here is absolutely amazing,
it's good.
isn't it?
And the crowd's beginning to fill up as well, and it's 1:15, so we've still got some time. We've seen Kilmendi's first appearance of the day that ended in a spanking ippon.
Oh, yeah.
A moment ago. Yeah.
Saw that. It was lovely, wasn't it?
Poor old Ekaterina Guica. She was going over the back and thinking, no, I'm not comfortable there. Went over again, thought, no, I'm not really comfortable there. And then she went over a third time and thought, let me see what happens. Oh, okay.
Well, I was just covering Silva.
Rafaela Silva,
Silva, Olympic champion, looking very good, very positive, taking her time. And it'll be interesting to see how she performs throughout the day. But looked very much more an Olympic champion, very much. It was nice to see her.
She got dragged into golden score, didn't she?
She did, but I don't think she was fazed at all by it. I think she was just taking her time. She was soaking it all in. She was always dominant throughout the whole contest. There didn't look to be any threat at all. She was just playing a game there. It was just making sure that if she was going to do something, she was going to make sure she was going to get something out of it. And she was up against, obviously, an opponent that felt threatened every time Silva got a good, strong grip, which meant she dropped. And that's what lost from Hong Kong, that's where she lost her match, was the Shido at the end in the golden score, because she dropped when Silva got the good grip.
Is Lucy DeCoste in the chair?
Yes, she is one of the coaches. She's doing extremely well with the women, but a great role model, isn't she, for French women?
2 penalties picked up by Florian, 1 by Neto. It's not looking attractive at the moment. And the minute that things get overly defensive, bang, bang, bang. As long as you stay positive, we've seen so many scoreboards that were completely Shido-free into a minute and a half of golden score. Completely Shido-free, as long as the fighters remain positive. The minute that they start, the tactics.
Well, there was one Hans Sokumaki that I've seen now.
That's
sadly,
the only one,
it was Ashley McKenzie.
That's right, against Walid Kaya.
It was a shame, 9 seconds to go.
Well,
and he picks up his... I'm wondering, did he realise that it was 3? Do you think he remembered that?
He dodged the bullet the first time round and thought, okay, you're looking as though you're avoiding it, but we're not going to give you the penalty. And then the second time, he didn't move him. He didn't make contact with him for an attempted throw.
He was running away from the last 30 seconds. He was trying to still, with the score that he'd already got, he was in the lead, but he tried to keep that for the last 30 seconds, and you just can't do that. Now we're just talking about another Hans Sokamaki. There is Florian.
See, Neto there fought cleverly. She realised that she could push her opponent up to that kind of point, and if Florian wasn't going to change her modus, she was going to pick up another penalty. Now Neto didn't mind picking up a penalty if it meant that her opponent wouldn't pick up one, and Florian should have seen that. She should have felt that, been aware of it, and made a change. She didn't. Right, we'll be straightened up in a moment. We've got a choice here, Hélène Rossavaux and Tian Hongji, but I think we're going to see the contest on the adjoining mat, on mat 2. Let's go to have a look, see what's happening on mat 2. We may be a little more stable than our current picture. So mat number 2, it is Clarisse Agbegninu of France. She's up against Meriam Bajawi of Tunisia. Agbegninu in the white judogi, Bajawi in blue. We've had how long have we had? We've got 3:42 left. There's no score.
Well, Agbegninu is one of my favourite athletes. I always enjoy watching her compete. Very, very strong, positive all the time when she engages with her opponent. She just takes her time. There's no rush in her at all in a contest.
One of the most powerful fighters.
Oh, definitely. There's no doubt about
that.
Oh, look at that. Powered her opponent over there in the knee was her. Totally capitalised on that. Look at that hold. It's one of those that if you wanted to move, you'd break your neck.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable indeed.
She managed to trap the leg. Just managed to trap the leg there.
Now she really needs to control the upper body. She needs the head first, and she hasn't got that. If I was her, I would be taking that left arm around under the neck, using your shoulder to leave her over. But she's powerful enough to get away with it.
To get away with it. And she has, Loretta is absolutely right. The description of how to go about that would work for everybody except Agbegninu, who was strong enough to do it her own way. Yeah. It normally wouldn't work. You would turn them over and you wouldn't have sufficient enough control on the top half and they'd be able to turn over. She was powerful and strong enough to get away with it. Really gave her a bit of a working over, didn't she?
Well, it looks like she's been dragged through a hedge backwards.
So, Agbegninu through to the quarter-final.
There's been some really exciting matches. It's not gone so easy for the top seeds. They've had some tough rounds. Whether it's just they're a bit apprehensive with the rules in place and they're still playing with that, or maybe just want to make sure that they get every match, they get through to the rounds. So instead of being too adventurous and losing out and doing something ridiculous or stupidly.
Well, we're going to see how Nouchi Aimi of Japan deals with Baldorj Munchunkimeg of
now this is going to be a
Mongolia.
tough
Yeah,
match.
I think this is going to be a good one.
Very, very tough, this one.
So a good one down on mat number 1, actually. Nora Zhakova of Kosovo is up against Jessica Klimke of Canada, the fast improving Jessica Klimke.
She's had a couple of good rounds. Oh, lovely how she was there. You can stick your foot, it's the Kosoto, and she followed it through nicely and kept her balance. One thing the Japanese are very known for is their ashiwazas and their control and the ability to throw for a pon with the likes of the Ouchigari Kosotas. They're very precise and they drive so well into the technique. Nouchi there.
Well, she's got a useful talent in the chair for her. Ueno Yoshie in the chair for Nouchi. You're going to say slight.
She was looking under a bit. The head was down. She was looking uncomfortable there. And the one thing we know with the Mongolians, they are very strong, and you can't give them an inch, because they will take total advantage of that and break them down into the ground. Now there's a Shido been awarded to her, but I just felt that she was just starting to engage and draw Nouchi into what she was wanting.
She spent just that little bit too long on the grip and strengthening the position without launching on an attack.
See, with that foot that's coming across, she's drawing her in. I think she's drawing her too close down to the ground. She's not giving herself an opening to be able to come through. I know she's good with her as she was, but that's a very poor, that's a real mistake there from the Mongolian.
And a bigger one for Nouchi not to be able to take full advantage of that. She was
very
slow,
very slow to
open
react.
For the Osaikomi, missed it completely.
Yeah, definitely slow to react on that. That was with a big message saying "take me," and she just looked at it as if to say, "What are you doing?"
I think maybe the shock of having that offered up to her was too much to cope with. Really, she should have.
Oh, she should have been on there. She should have been squashing that. They both work well with their feet.
Just to set things up, a little bit of movement. Just a little bit too long on the belt from Baldorj. Just hanging on for a little bit too long without generating any
there's a fight
attacks.
going on. Baldorj is not going to let this fight go. She's really starting to step it up the next level and piling the pressure on Nouchi. But again, she makes silly mistakes like that, drawing her opponent down into the ground with no follow-up. Doesn't make sense because the clock ticks away and there's a score already on the board. So it's a really silly thing to be doing because she still looks like she's got something to offer. And there we go. So 48 seconds left in this contest. Nouchi there with the Wazari on the board, so she's leading comfortably, but the Mongolian really now, as you can see the pistol grip there from the Japanese. Oh, again, the feet work nice. 22 seconds left. Now, it's how you interpret that sleeve grip. It was almost touching the ground at one stage. There was nothing, so... Well, that was a convincing win there for Nouchi, who goes through into the third round of the 63 kilos, but disappointing from the Mongolian. I really expected a little bit. She made some real silly errors there.
Well, I'm going to introduce the next contest, and I'm going to introduce our next guest. First of all, it's Tina Tursten. We're going to go to mat 3. Let's go to mat 3 and take a look at the current Olympic champion at under 63 kilos, Tina Tursteniak of Slovenia. She'll face Bolgan H of Mongolia. It's Tursteniak in the white judo gi, Bold in blue, and Loretta Cusack is going to be joined by Kayla Harrison.
It's an absolute pleasure. Double Olympic champion coming up very shortly.
Next fight on Tetany, won the second round.
Turstenskak there is Slovenia in the white, Bold of Mongolia in the blue. And I'm delighted to say joining us is double Olympic gold medalist Kayla Harrison. Welcome, Kayla.
Thank you, Loretta. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's
enjoying the judo so far?
Oh, it's been fabulous.
It has, hasn't it?
One of the best stadiums in the world, isn't it?
Of course,
and
you can't beat Paris.
Yeah. And have you always fought here in Paris? Have you enjoyed
I have. Actually, Paris, for me, is the only Grand Slam I haven't won. So it has a little bit of a bittersweet taste to it to come back. But it was funny. I couldn't decide whether or not I wanted to just come back for one more tournament to fight again.
It's a bit of a temptation,
it
isn't
was
it?
very
It's like
tempting. But
the one
I
that you
didn't
haven't got.
Yeah.
The one that got away.
The one that got away. We all have one of those, don't we?
Oh, definitely, definitely. But it is something special. The atmosphere. What's so nice about this stadium or any stadium in Paris when they have a Grand Slam is how educated.
Very educated crowd. I love that
and
about
they're
them.
So engaging, aren't they?
They're very engaged, and they're not afraid to show emotion. So if you're fighting a French person and they don't like what you're doing, they will boo you.
They will definitely let you know. Yeah,
which is exciting. No, it's all good, and I love, not very often you get a crowd where when you're going for an armbar, they start to, the excitement is building and you can hear them going, oh, and even...
It's that acceleration that you need. It's like getting your little lift.
Right.
That extra bonus, isn't it?
Exactly.
Percentages that you need, especially for the athletes, the French athletes themselves.
Oh, my goodness.
It is that percentage that they get.
So many stars are born here.
Gosh, yeah. It is definitely. And the depth that they have. There's quite a few youngsters out here that are of age around about the 20 years of age.
I've noticed that.
It's a start for the next 4-year Olympic cycle.
Quad.
Isn't it?
We're seeing the stars of tomorrow today, right now.
Oh, definitely. And it's quite scary how strong they really are.
Why do you think I've retired?
It is. It's when you're nipping at your heels. And
yeah,
you're going,
that's right.
Now I'm just hoping this is the last one.
That's right. That's right.
Because there's no respect when it comes to actually getting on there and bowing.
No, it's a fight. At the end of the day, it's a fight.
It's only business, never personal.
That's right. That's right.
So what have you been doing since your retirement?
Oh, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Living the good life, huh? Waking up without feeling that you've done 10 rounds with Tyson.
Which is interesting. Yeah, it's a weird feeling waking up and not being sore.
It's weird.
Normally I would have to take like a 30-second kind of pause to roll myself out of bed, to get on, to go do it all over again. And now every morning I wake up and I'm like, oh, everything feels good. Okay.
And were you never ever tempted to just go a little bit more?
Yeah, I'm very tempted. I mean, even just being here, it's judo. I'm sure you understand. Judo's my first love, and it's something that you can never get out of your heart and never really fully.
I don't think you ever lose, even if you retire. You never lose being a competitor, do you?
It's hard. It's very hard.
You just find something else to be competitive with.
You're just going to find something else to be a psycho about.
Something that doesn't demand that physical ability that makes you feel sore.
Exactly.
But there's not much like that. If it's in your bones, it's in your bones.
That's
and that's
right.
it. I even myself, and I've retired many, many, many years ago.
Oh, what, about 3?
Still, I wished. 3 decades. But I just find that... you sort of think, I could do that. I'd last most probably 30 seconds. But you just think, I've got that fight, but I just haven't got the consistency in the training.
That's right.
It's the waking up every morning and doing those sort of hours of...
It's the discipline of it.
Oh, it is.
Absolutely.
It's hard. No,
I went to practice a couple weeks ago, and I've been going to judo still just, because I do love it, and I like to work out, and I want to help the next generation and all of that. And I went to work out, and I was out gripping everybody, and I was killing it, and I was like, Sensei, maybe I'll come back. And he was like, easy, it's day 1.
See what you feel like tomorrow morning.
Right, and then the next morning came and I was like, you know what, he's right, I'm done.
So do you see any adventures coming up for you sort of in the near future?
I mean, the good news is I have a lot of options and I have a lot of choices to make, but that's also sort of the bad news of it is I just don't know what I want to do with my life. Judo, I mean, for 20 years now, I've had one goal, and it's to be Olympic champion and to be world champion and then to do it all again. So just trying to figure out what my purpose is.
Would you see yourself going into coaching or anything?
I could. I think, I'd want to sort of be more on the developmental side of it versus having to deal with divas like me.
I'm sure that's not the case. Well, you're allowed to be double Olympic gold medalist. I think you're allowed to be a diva.
Well,
now
that
and
was
again.
always my rule with them. I said, listen, I won't be a diva if I don't win, but as long as I win, I can do and say as I please.
Exactly.
On the day that I fight.
I think you've earned that. I think you've earned that badge, haven't you?
Well, it sort of worked out. Yeah, it went okay. All's well that ends well. Tina, another athlete that I'm surprised, not surprised that she's continuing, but I'm surprised that sometimes I feel like it takes champions a little while to sort of get back into the groove of things.
Well, we also have Rafael Silva as well. I was just covering her match, and yeah, she fought really well. She fought like an Olympic champion that just went out and she was just going to win.
Yep.
It wasn't spectacular.
Right.
It wasn't the wow factor.
Right.
But she was doing her job.
Doing her job.
And that's all it was. And I think sometimes as a competitor, as a spectator, you just want that little bit of sparkle. You want something exciting. And I think a little bit anything less from an Olympic champion, you're sort of saying, is that it?
Right. Well, yes. The thing is, when you put that gold back patch on, there are expectations, and it is to be spectacular.
And I found myself commentating and thinking, I just want to see something.
Do something. Yeah.
I want a wow
Give us that
factor
wow
from
factor.
this.
Absolutely.
And it's not easy. It's not easy.
Right.
We know
Well, we're
that.
not out there.
Yeah. It's easier to talk about it than actually do it. Especially when you're up against opponents that are very apprehensive and they just want to survive with you rather than engage.
That is very frustrating. I can tell you from experience that being on the mat with someone who's just trying to survive, doesn't want to win, just doesn't want to lose spectacularly, is a very tough way.
Up here we're covering in the 63 kilo category. We've got Lucy Renshaw, who's one of a promising young athletes from Great Britain, and she's been doing extremely well. She's got a wonderful junior career, and she's got a little bit of a diva coming in her, I think.
Oh, good for her.
But
confidence is key.
So. But again, this is one of the tough sort of tournaments for her that's going to give her that level of expertise. Padilla here from Spain in blue. And we have Lucy Renshaw in the white. This is the women's 63 kilo category. It's the second round.
In the white for France, Margot Pinot.
And
how's the American team that are here competing? Is it young team?
It's a young team. Well, it's a little bit of a mix. You know, we have some of our veterans. Marty Malloy, who was here, she just lost. Yeah. I saw that. And Angelica Delgado, who was just recently on the 2016 Olympic team. And then a lot of new faces. A lot of faces I don't even know. You know, very young. But this is a good way to, I guess, jump right in.
And how's the selection process? Because America's such a big country, isn't it? How do you come together and who do you decide? You just don't.
Well, we're trying to develop, you know, a system, really, and we're actually basing it a lot on the British system because you guys have done a really good job of sort of. I mean, now you have the center, right?
Yes, we have our center of excellence, yes.
Which you're making a lot of the junior athletes go to, from what I understand.
That's right.
Which is really our goal. You know, we have 5 training centers in the United States, scattered all about the country, and we want, you know, we have a grassroots program, but our goal is to get the young, up-and-coming people of promise to go to one of those centers and to figure out whichever one fits them. There's no requirement like if you live in the Northeast you have to go to Boston. No, you can go to Colorado, you can go to,
so they've got choices,
and
they can, there's somewhere that will suit their personality,
right,
and where they can fit in as that family within that center.
I
think that sometimes may be a recipe that's going to work.
I hope so. We'll
see. Like, you know, you have to be in an environment that you're happy. If you're not happy, you're not going to get
successful.
You're not going to get the success. And you have to believe in the center. You have to trust the coach.
You can't teach that.
So she does have that bit of grit. So there's a real promise for Lucy and for Great Britain in 2020. And she's doing well here. And obviously the new rules. How do you find these?
Well, it's been a big adjustment, I think. You see a lot of referees, you know, sorry.
Oh, this is what Sheldon said. He's actually been commentating a couple of the tournaments, and he's never, ever within the time said Yuko. But he said Yuko twice.
Sheldon.
So he was going, how am I doing it? I'm always saying Yuko.
That's funny. No, it's good, though. I think it's really a lot of positive judo.
I think it's very positive.
I think the aggressive and the player who's fighting to win is winning.
Well, I think it's also an education for our future. When we've got young kids that are starting off in this international competitive stage, what do they learn? They know if they're going to win, they have to throw.
That's right.
And it isn't about getting a Yuko or getting a Shido and tactically and technically.
Right.
It's about
Now it's making it good.
Your judo has to be able to land them on their back.
Yeah.
And that's what they're technically building up for, is the ippon, because that's the only way, other than having wonderful niwaza as well, that's the only way you're going to win.
That's right.
And so I think it is a positive thing. But I think we'll see the benefits of that long term down the road with our youth.
Absolutely.
That is going to come through. I think our standard of judo is going to only improve and become much stronger. And we need to be on our toes. We need our sport to be attractive internationally, especially when we're up against other martial arts that are there outside and knocking on the door for Olympics.
Absolutely. This makes I do feel like this makes the sport much more spectator friendly as well. Not so many points. It's easy to say, okay, it's either a Wazari or it's an ippon. You know, there's no, it could be Yuko, it could be Wazari. You know, you don't hear any coaches screaming that they should have Shidos or penalties because it doesn't really matter anymore. So I think it's going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Whew, look at that speed.
Well, this young lad, flanker, he's 20 years of age in Germany, still 1 year left in the juniors.
Wow.
And he's here in the third round, and he's been doing extremely well.
Wow.
He's had some great matches, and he's up against the number 1 seed from Uzbekistan. And so this is going to be a tester for him. It really is. But he's got no fear, and he's young, but he fights like a mature athlete.
En bleu pour l'Israël, Tal Flicker. Et en blanc pour la Slovénie, Adrian Kovac.
Zobiev there. Obviously, the number 1 seed, and it's like anything, even if you're a number 1 seed, the pressure is on you, isn't it, to perform? And he's had a couple of scary moments throughout, a couple that have actually put a smile on his face as if to say, oh, I was lucky. But it's this German that has really impressed me.
Really?
And yeah, very so. He's had a couple of really good matches, been very positive, and he's been very mature in his approach to this competition. For a 20-year-old, and we know the difference, there's not so much of a gap for women transitioning into senior, but there is this
be a big
major
gap for men.
a
Definitely.
massive gap.
The strength.
The physical maturity of an athlete, of a 20-year-old boy to like a 25, 30-year-old man.
The difference is huge.
It's massive. So for me, he's come out in this tournament and he's really taken it.
Next fight on Tatami 1.
And even though it would be a big upset for Uzbekistan to lose this match, it would be really a highlight for me to see the German go through.
Well, he's definitely not given Rozbayev any respect. I never know how to pronounce his name. Struggle.
Rozbayev or something.
Rozbayev. He's definitely not giving him any respect, though. I like it. He's not afraid to take the match to him. Which at 20, you'd assume. I think I was terrified the first time I fought here at 20. I think
everybody is terrified when they come to. I've met many a times, but it was the Kubitan that I used to compete in. That shows my age. Many years ago. And that was a scary. But you know what? It was the heart of judo.
Absolutely.
Because for me, it was a place. I've always been my heart, a Europeans and a world title in France. So I've always, but it was the crowd behind you. It didn't matter where you came from, but they would just respect the fact that you got out there and fought, and that encouragement that you gave, and you felt like everyone was on your side. You just thought, do I know you? But I love you shouting for me.
Yeah, that's right.
You felt an absolute superstar, which was amazing. And I think this is what the athletes here get. They get that appreciation and respect that they deserve because they've worked so hard to be on this stage, and they get that from the spectators, the real appreciation for what they're doing and producing out here.
Definitely. There's something a little bit magical about fighting in front of an educated crowd.
They know how to celebrate our sport, don't they? They really do. Even to VIP lounges and the sort of entertainment area outside. There's something going on everywhere in this stadium.
Oh,
well, that's
Look at that. Well, you called it.
Well,
Well,
do you
only
know,
Wazari, though, so we'll see.
well,
A minute
58
left.
seconds. That's
Yep.
just going to make him angry.
That was slick.
It was nice. And, do you know what? And he's got Richard Troutman, who is a former international player.
Yep.
But he's most probably worked with this athlete from cadet level, because Richard had started off as a cadet national coach, then worked through into the juniors, and now he's the men's senior coach. And
Well, that's
I
really
would
good that
imagine
they
that's a
brought him up
follow-through.
together. That's
Yes, I think that's been a good development program, and he's a great coach.
good. I've been to a couple of his master classes. He knows a thing
Very,
or two.
very
Oh,
good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, do you know what? There is just, I'm going for this, he's saying. I've got it. 22 seconds. I'm going to stay in Niwaza, and the clock's going to tick away nicely for me.
This is great. You called it.
I
Look at
know.
this. Now I'm going to have to keep my eye on this young man.
Oh, he's brilliant. I just love him to bits. I think he's got such a presence on the mat, which I love. And it's that maturity that you look at him, and he's not got a physical maturity.
No. You
but
can
he's got
see
that
that.
mental
Mhm.
maturity, because he's still a baby face.
He does have a baby face. You can see
He's
that.
like, look at that. He's trying to be a hard man here, but he's actually still got a baby face.
That is a
Brilliant.
brilliant
Well,
win
and
for
do
him.
you know what? That was a great win.
That was. Big win. Big win.
Well, that was one that I'd said to Sheldon, he's the one for me. And he's coming through. He's now...
We're at a nose.
I was really pleased with that one. Because there was a lot of people going, nah, he's 20 years of age. Well, he's still got a long way to go. No, it's that mental maturity.
Sometimes you
that he's
just
got.
need that one. You just need, you just get the day started off right, and you just get rolling, and then it just success breeds success, and then one, boom, round two, boom, round three, boom, just beat the number one seed, boom, there we go.
Yep. Well, it'd be nice to see him in the final. So this is again another exciting match. We've seen these the Frenchman, brilliant fight in the first round. Really
Against
exciting.
Ashley. Yeah, that was
tasty.
It was.
Yeah.
There were more opponents in that match.
That's when this place woke up.
Oh my
the
goodness,
arena
yes.
just came alive.
Yes, they did.
Where it was actually warm in the place, it actually was boiling by the time that match finished. It was, and again, he's exciting to watch.
He is very exciting, and not just because of his hair.
No, that's a bonus, isn't it? He's got something different about him.
Yeah, he is a little bit unique.
He's up against Kim Chang-young of Korea. Again, he's had a steady progress throughout this tournament. He's not been spectacular. He's just done the job. He's just got the job done and moved on to the next round. But Kaya, no, he's a crowd pleaser. And it's that sort of engagement. He is so excited, and he comes from so many different angles, from the Ouchigari to the Kosota and the lift. He really does go 100% in.
He's not afraid
It's
to go big.
all or nothing.
All or nothing. Go big or go home.
Yes. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds in this contest remaining. There's that sort of, the crowd is starting to warm up, encouraging him a little bit more, and this is what he loves. He loves this center stage, and he's a performer. There's no doubt about it.
Big grip.
Oh, it's a strong grip, isn't it? Just needs to,
Oh! Nice shot there.
The Uchimata there attempted. Very close, just lost the lift and rotation. The first Shido now been awarded to Kim. And that's a good thing with the new rules with the Shidos.
Yeah, he
Whoa,
is all in,
that's
isn't
just, Yeah, it is an all or nothing. He'll either throw for 10 or he'll get thrown. There's no fear in him at all.
None. And he looks like he has a good gas tank too. I mean,
he looks fit. Yeah, he definitely.
Minute 40 left, and he still looks like he's ready to go.
He looks still powerful. He's still engaging. Look at that hard grip over the top. Kim just seems to be trying to control this. He doesn't seem to have a grip on it yet. He's actually reacting just out of necessity. Yeah. Oh, well, he's got a lovely Kosota Gak that we saw in earlier rounds. It's dynamic. It's got that strong grip as well there. So, right hand. Uchimata!
Oh, beautiful attack.
Lovely.
And I haven't really seen much from Kim. He hasn't attacked. He hasn't really been offensive.
He's been on the receiving end, and he's just trying to avoid rather than engage. He's more reaction than action, to be honest. Much more. I think if he'd been watching Kaya's earlier matches, I think that would make you a little bit uncomfortable and a bit hesitant.
Absolutely.
Because he is just such a big thrower.
Absolutely.
And he's a big gripper as well. He just gets in there and it's like even turning his back. He feels that he's got good awareness. He knows what he's doing. He knows what's achievable.
So deep. Look at that. Wow.
Oh, lovely.
That's what, 4 almost scores there at this point?
Almost, yeah. That was so close to hitting the score, but
9 seconds left.
Well, that's already a very exciting match, and we've still got the golden score.
Yeah.
It's these type of matches you don't want to stop because it just livens everything up.
It does. I hate to say it, but I think it might just be a matter of time for Kim.
Do you know what we've seen, the trend? It's been the other side going into golden score, and then all of a sudden the opposite comes through and gets a score. Oh my goodness,
if that happens.
That's what's happening. It's been that trend that you think, oh, they've done it everything. The first 4 minutes, they've done everything. When it comes down to it, it's been the other person just trying to get the grip.
Yeah.
And when it comes to golden score, gets that ultimate grip and power. Everything they've been waiting for comes in the golden score.
And white for Japan, Hashimoto Soichi.
Yep.
Did they score that?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my goodness.
Because he came over the top and he did the Kouchigari.
You called it again? I'm not going to commentate with you anymore. People are going to think I don't know judo.
I wish I could actually pick the lottery tickets as well as I could pick these athletes. I'd be quite a happy woman.
My goodness. I did not see that coming.
No, it didn't surprise me.
Well, I do think that he did sort of change it so that it was. I wonder if we'll see
It was he put the foot in, he got a Kouchigari, so it was his throw. Yeah. But it was levered more by him trying to counter it. But the foot was in there.
Look at him, he's saying thank you to whoever he believes in right now. Wow.
Everything was right on that one.
Surprise win there. Well, sorry. I'm sorry. Surprise for me. Not a surprise for you. You knew.
I loved it.
A good match, though, still. Very exciting.
Oh, it is. There's been some wonderful matches like that. So, Kaya, that was just one short of getting through to a possible medal position. But saying that, he gave a good account of himself. It was, for me, he's been one of the most exciting athletes out here, and he's been an absolute crowd pleaser. So he's got to be proud of what he's done, but that's the way the sport goes.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Now we have Ebi of Japan. This is the 66 kilo category. And the third round. And from Kazakhstan, we have Mulin.
Now, I don't know much about either of these fighters, I must confess.
Well, I think with the Japanese, they've got a mixture, but they've got some very young athletes
some
coming
young
through.
athletes
So
coming out, yeah.
I think they're doing, I think like most countries here that are participating, there's a bit of a mix. They've got some experienced athletes, and then they've got quite a few young ones coming through. And this is their first exposure, I should say, most probably to get themselves on the Olympic ranking list, the world ranking list, get the points up, because, as you know, it's vital, isn't it?
It is vital.
Those points make a difference when it comes to the draws.
Absolutely. Being seated in an event like this is just, I mean, it can make the difference between losing in round 3 and making it into the medal rounds, you know?
It's like getting you first fight or getting you halfway through.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'd rather have you halfway through near the finals or something like that, on the complete opposite side. And I'm sure most athletes were going, please. But that's the advantage you've got of being a top seed.
Absolutely.
Next fight on Tatami 1, the third round for men on the 66 kilogram.
Well, Ebi there with one Wazari. See, I found that this is the one thing I've been with the new rules with the grip.
Yeah.
You can have a pistol grip as long as you use it.
Yeah.
But for me, and you'll most probably feel this as well, as an athlete, you know that you can manipulate that in certain ways.
Oh, absolutely.
So if someone's got a pistol grip on you, really, what would you do? You'd drop your arms to the ground, wouldn't you, as if you'd been drawn down, rather than actually trying pulling it away. Because that's what would be perceived from the referee as being negative.
Right.
From the one who's got the pistol grip.
Right.
The same way as the pushing or stepping out of the contest area.
That is such a tough rule for me. I mean, really, how can you work
that one out?
How
if
do
you're
you
a drama
decide?
queen, you can throw yourself out, and the other one gets the penalty for it. It's a difficult one. I haven't come across it yet, but I'm sure it's just a matter of time, because athletes are clever. They'll work these rules to make sure that that percentage goes their way.
Absolutely. And the thing is, too, even when you're holding a pistol...
Oh, that's
beautiful.
lovely. Like the Osoda into the
like a Sode.
Like
he has a beautiful Sode. So I think he went from like a Sode grip into Osoda. That was really nice.
That was lovely. Yeah, that's the sort of the one, the stepping out and the pushing out. I think there will be
really
a little bit of dramatic going on there. I think one or two athletes will be able to play that one very, very well.
We have a couple judo players who think they're footballers.
Exactly. Point in the eye. They're dying. You touch them on the ankle, they fall to the ground and
I don't want to throw any names under the bus.
We've just got to watch that space, haven't we? Let's see who's going to get the Oscar in the next couple of years. There was quite a few that could have been handed out.
There were definitely a few. I'm thinking of a couple even just popping right into my head. A couple that could deserve an Oscar. Great actors.
So we have Margela Leshvili here of Georgia.
Do we want to switch over to the
Loic
Corval match?
We'll go on to 73s. We'll switch over to mat number 4, I would imagine. Yes, mat number 4.
Now, I don't want to say that we were just talking about actors, but...
Yeah. Shavadashvili.
Oh, they both have new haircuts.
And Georgia in the white, France in blue, Corval. Now this is going to be a very interesting match.
Very interesting.
As interesting as the hairdo.
I almost didn't recognize Lasha.
No.
Said, who is this new Georgian? Oh, wait a second. Now, see, that's the tough thing for me about a pistol grip is I know, without a doubt, if I get a pistol grip on somebody, they're probably not going to be able to break it out. They're not going to be able to get out of that grip.
It's one of the hardest grips to get away from, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness.
And the fact that you must probably disappoint because you could have had that and done lots with it.
Yeah, why didn't they bring
they've changed the rules now. It could have been so much easier.
Well, I guess I could always come back.
You've said that a couple of times
now.
No,
I'm just teasing. Just teasing.
Well, this is the 73 kilo third round that we've got here now.
Both very explosive fighters, both very exciting fighters, and both with a lot of experience. So I imagine this match will go.
Well, a little bit of handbags at 20 paces there, but well, it looks like a Shido is going to be awarded for both these if they don't engage. Shavedashvili there is.
He's got that good grip on the sleeve.
He's got a great grip, but he's waiting far too long for me. I just think he's gonna put himself under a bit of pressure. Koval, he's brave, isn't he?
He is.
He's a bit more gutsier than his opponent at this moment.
The third round for men on the 66 kilogram. In blue for Israel, Baruch Shmailov.
For me, he's actually putting himself out a little bit more. He's just trying to push it.
The referee agrees with you.
Yeah. But Shavedashvili, he can throw.
He can throw.
And he can be a couple, as long as he doesn't get any more than 2 Shidos, because otherwise that's it all over and done with. But he can take his time, get his grip. There was a threat, and Koval knew that. That's hence his drop, which should be a Shido because he was running away. It wasn't positive; it was a negative.
It was a negative. It was a negative move on his part. Interesting.
Now, I think he'll give him the benefit of the doubt for doing that once, but if he does it again, I think he'll be penalised for it. Because now Koval is starting to cower away. The head's going down, the backside's going out. No, Uchi Ponsianagi there. Good combination, but again he's doing a runner.
Blue for Japan, Tsunoda Natsumi. And in white for Brazil, Erika Miranda.
We've got about 50 seconds left, but starting on mat 2, I believe, is
Erika, the quarterfinal,
for women under 52. So should we have a look at that, or should we see what happens here?
I think we've got 35 seconds.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
It would be a shame to see something that we've missed other than hear it, because I think we would hear it. Shido's going to be awarded again here.
Really? Oh, okay.
So it's
makes more
2-1, but one more would result in a Hansokumaki for Shavedashvili. So 13 seconds left. Koval starting to pile the pressure on. What he's attempting there, I'm not sure. But
I was just going to say,
whether it's the clock ticking away, but
is that a new grip that I haven't heard of on the mat?
That was just like desperado. It's there, I'll take it, whether you need it or not.
That skirt's mine.
Koval's got a bit of a spring in his step again, but
he's looking like he's
backpedaling, and the referee can see that negativity. It's quite obvious that the engagement is that the Georgian's coming forward.
It's very difficult for a thrower like Lasha when, I mean, it's smart on Koval's part because when you're going back like that, it's very easy for Lasha to want to rush and to want to jump into something. But, and I can tell you from experience that having to try and stand there and make them meet you in the middle is very frustrating.
Oh, it is. It's terrible.
But he has 2 penalties, so he has to move forward at the same time, because he doesn't want to get a third.
As a strong athlete, which you are, you must have trained a lot with men.
Pretty much.
And when you come to camps, did you, because I know I did, I used to train a lot with men.
Yeah.
And then you go to camps where there's women, and it was the most frustrating thing.
Oh, my goodness.
Men grip up with you, and you could feel it. And women, you were trying to chase it all the time, to get 2 hands on.
Well, it's just funny. I always felt like, I train with men in America all the time, and then I come to training camps here, and it's like, after the first day, my legs are like black and blue from being kicked and this and that. And it's really interesting. My biggest thing with women was whenever we would work out, especially the higher up in the ranks I got, the more, I guess, intimidating I became. I would find myself doing judo always on the edge of the mat. Always,
So when you get the big throw, you have to stop.
But I just didn't. And then they wouldn't go to the edge anymore. I threw them one time off the mat, and then they'd be like, okay,
all right.
I'll meet you in the middle.
It's a softer landing.
I've also been thrown off the mat, so I know that it's no fun.
Oh, I've been thrown out of a fire escape.
Really?
Yeah, it was the doors. We hit the doors, and the doors fell open and went out on the street.
That sounds like a safe dojo.
It was comical at the time. You couldn't write it. I thought only something like that would happen to me. I was just more angry.
Did you do a proper break fall? Were you okay?
The pair of us just rolled out. So it was like we were both. Great. I was doing a Kochi-gari, and then she tried to counter, and we hit the fire doors. And it's one of these push downs and open up, like the saloon bar.
Yeah,
we flew out the door as if something come out of. It was like a John Wayne scene.
I love it.
So it was memorable. I was more angry because when I went over, my trousers got caught on a nail or something, and I split my trousers. So I was really angry with that. Not the fact that I was out in the street.
Don't mess with the girl's pants.
I know. It's not fair.
That's brilliant.
Well, we've got 2 Judos to 1. We're still 1 minute and 49 seconds now into golden score. So these guys have been going for almost 6 minutes. And a really hard rate as well, isn't it? It's been very physically demanding.
Very physical. And even in some of the match it's been very, it seems like a little more than just judo at moments. So I think both of them are really wanting to win here. They're both getting a little bit frustrated.
And especially the Georgian. You can now, what's happening is his heart and his head starting to roll, his temperament starting to go. Now that's a sheet over each, which is fine because that just evens up to a piece. So it's the next one. Oh, it's a Hansokimaki anyway,
right?
Or a score that will win this match.
But now, correct. I want to make sure I'm correct. If you're in golden score and you get a penalty and there are no penalties on the board, you lose the match.
You lose.
Correct. Okay.
But if you go in with, say, for instance, 1 penalty to one of the opponents, if the other one picks up, then it's just even.
It's just even.
And you continue. It's just when one overtakes the other.
Right.
So you could go in with 2 penalties. If you go in with 2 penalties and your opponent comes in with none, they can get 2 penalties as long as it's only even. So, which is fair. I think it's fair.
I like it. I like it.
So,
I like it a lot.
And we've seen, myself and Sheldon, been watching matches that it's gone to that penalty where in the old rules the player would have been out.
Right.
It's gone into golden score and straight away they've scored for a pon and they've won the match.
Wow.
But in the old system they would have been out.
Lost. Right. Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, he's brave. He's really brave. He's gutsy enough to go out there and he's having a go. But
3 minutes
the Georgian is still waiting for the big one. He's looking for the big one. Well, 7.5 minutes. Well, they've got good condition.
They're in good shape. They didn't come underprepared, that's for sure.
Now, Kovala's got to be very careful. He's done a couple of poor drops. And I think this might be the Shido that's going to be awarded. Yeah.
Wow.
Whoa!
Wow.
Hey.
I did not see that coming.
I didn't see that one coming. I thought it would have gone to Corval.
Lasha didn't see that one coming either.
No, no. But when you leave it that tight, it's in the hands of the gods, isn't it?
It is. That's the one thing my coach always told me. You want to win, you got to throw.
That's it. Never leave it up to the referee to make that decision for you.
No. Because it won't go how you want it.
No. And that's the best philosophy of it is making sure that you go out to win, not go out to steal.
Yep.
And if you're going out to steal, then you've got no chance. You might be lucky now and again, but 9 out of 10, you'll be on the receiving end. So let's see, we've got on mat number 2, we can go across to the quarter-final with Silva, Rafaela and Juan of Korea at 57s.
Oh, we missed it.
We missed it.
She seems happy.
Well, Kwan obviously threw for a pawn.
Wow.
But it'd be interesting. I don't know if we could get a replay on that.
Next fight on Anthony to the quarterfinal for women on the 63
Well,
kilograms.
that was a shame to miss that one. We missed it by seconds. So it means that Raphael is out of the final, so that
But
she's
still has a
still
chance
got
for
a
a
chance for a
medal.
bronze
Yep.
medal.
Now we've got a crowd favorite coming up, Clarice.
Oh, Clarice, she's a crowd pleaser. No,
I think no matter where she is, though, she's a crowd pleaser. She's got beautiful judo.
Oh yeah.
She's another one that goes big. You know something's going to happen in Clarice's matches. Now, I'm not familiar with this Japanese
Well, I've
girl.
watched her in the first couple of rounds, and she's actually been very impressive. She's got nice ashiwazas, which majority of the Japanese do.
Yeah,
They have
that's
lovely diashibaras and the kosotas. The ochigaris are my favourite because there's not many people that score with the ochigari for a pawn, and they seem to do it consistently. And but she is clever with her feet. She uses them as the main weapon, but she uses them quite often with the opening, as you can see there. But she's had a couple of tough rounds, but she's always maintained control, even though it's been difficult. Well, I think for most of the French team, it's the highlight to be able to win on home grounds.
Oh,
and
definitely.
Speaking to a couple of them, they're saying that for them it's so magical to be able to do it in front of family and friends, because it's such a big family community for judo. They come from all over, but they're really supportive of their own teams.
They
really
are. I
their
love
own
that, though.
athlete.
The clubs,
That's brilliant.
all the different clubs coming. You know, you guys can't see, but in the stands there are people wearing like vests, and they have the little
the noisy things,
the
that
noise
drive you
makers.
nuts.
Yeah, they do drive me nuts, and everyone's in their team colors, and it's really exciting. It's really cool to see.
And when you do look out, it's like just a sea across there.
It
It's
is.
more or less filled, but come
It's
the final
the finals,
block,
it's going to be busy.
final
busy.
block, it'll be busy. No doubt about that. Well, Noichi there with 2 shidos. Well, that's with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. She's in a very uncomfortable situation now. One more would result in a hand sokimaki, so whatever she's doing, she's just got to stop that.
Yeah.
And I think it's down to her grip, so it's her own fault that she's put herself in that position, which is very unusual for the Japanese, because they're normally sort of switched on, aren't they?
Right,
Very
you do.
clever.
They're always very sort of aggressive. You know, you always see them trying to do positive judo and going out there trying to attack. But when you're up against someone like Clarice, I can see why you'd be a little bit. I think it's easy to make mistakes.
Yes.
When you're on that stage with someone
And I think what she's getting, she's trying to hold that left sleeve. So she doesn't have the power to hold it with one hand and stay controlled. So she's using the second hand, but she's not following through with it. So I think that's where she's picked up her two Shidos from. As you can see again, she's really desperately trying to keep
Right,
that
she
sleeve
doesn't
down.
want that big power hand coming over.
Because if that power hand, she's just
She knows she's all
she's
done.
on it, the end of
Yeah.
it. It is. She's surviving on that. She's got that grip, but just now and again she crosses it and puts two hands on one. So just a minute left in this contest, but no score. So obviously those Shidos would carry through into the golden score.
When I spoke to Clarice a few weeks ago, she was just sort of getting back into the feel of training and feeling that feeling of being sore every day again. So she wasn't even sure if she was going to fight here. But I bet she's glad she did.
Oh, definitely.
There's nothing quite like fighting in Paris
Oh no.
as a French player. I know we keep talking about it, but
Yeah, it
sometimes
is.
it makes me wish I was French just to hear that just once. I've been on the opposite end of it. I've been booed by the crowd. I
Well,
just wanted to hear the other side of it.
It could have been worse. You could have had something thrown at you.
That's true. It could always be worse.
Because I think that's happened in the past.
I didn't have
to an
something
athlete.
thrown at me.
Yeah.
I got thrown,
You
Loretta.
got thrown.
Oh, and
Right,
she went
well,
third
there she
penalty.
goes. It was a bit of a survival. She couldn't stop and also attack and engage. It was either one or the other. She wasn't able to throw, so she had to just try it and do her best in controlling and not getting smashed over.
Yep.
Well, we have Savarov there in Azerbaijan in the white and Limar of France, Vincent, in the blue. This is the quarterfinals of the 60 kilo category for men.
I've actually worked out with Safarov several times, and he's a slick little player.
Well, before this match starts, Sheldon is going to join us, so I'm going to say, will you stay here, lovely?
Okay.
The queen of the mic.
Yeah, right.
So I'll just give you a little moment and enjoy the rest of the tournament. I'm just going to have a wee wander around and see what I can pick up.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Loretta.
It's so cold outside, you cannot believe it.
Really?
It is so cold.
What are you doing outside?
Well, I was outside this morning when we were on the way to the venue, and I've just sat down on Loretta's seat. It's wonderfully warm.
I don't even know what to say to that.
She's kept the seat nice and warm. Right, Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan is up against Vincent Limar of France. Safarov in the white judogi, Limar in blue. What do you think about the Loic Korver, Lasha Shavdatrashvili? Oh, beautiful, sorry. Yeah. Almost finished him in the knee, was it? Go
Yeah,
on.
he did. Yeah, he did. I thought that was I don't know. I think I would have let it kick. I think I would have let it keep going.
Harsh.
I
thought
thought
that
it was a little harsh.
You
I
know,
did.
And the other thing was, it was a hard contest. I mean, they
It
were,
was.
banging heads, and then every time after they banged their heads, there was a little tap.
Yeah.
No, just as though it
Sheldon,
was a
that's what I
practice
saw
in the
too.
dojo. A little tap that kept it safe.
Yeah.
It was never going to get out of hand.
But there were a couple times.
Oh yeah, they
when
went
they
in.
were staring at each
Oh
other.
yeah,
and I was
they
like,
went
oh.
into the. There were a few words
Yep.
spoken as well.
Yep.
It wasn't quite Ole Bischoff, Travis
Stevens.
Stevens.
Everybody remembers that match. That they weren't tapping there.
No.
There was no friendly pats on the back after that.
What
But,
a,
and
what
then
a
again,
contest! that
well,
was.
yeah.
Legend. That was the stuff of legends.
It was.
And it wasn't that bad. But the nice thing was when they went
It was
into
intense, though.
they went off the air into the advertising hoardings, and right at the end there was just that movement from Lasha Shavdatrashvili, which wasn't the push into it, was the pull back and held him back,
That.
and they
I
went
saw
back.
That.
There
That's
was a
the beautiful-
niceness about it,
But that's the beautiful thing about judo.
Yeah.
We want to kill each other, but just
At
in as
the-
a
on the mo- at the
respectable way
moment, yeah.
as possible.
Safarov leads with a little over 2 minutes left to go. And thanks to everyone who's watching Judo TV. Thanks for all Judo TV. Thanks for all your comments. We've had masses and masses of comments, so we're glad that you're enjoying the broadcast from Paris Grand Slam. And thanks for all of your questions to Kayla Harrison, some of which I can put to her, and the others, I'm afraid, I met her boyfriend last night, so I can't put those other questions to her. But thank you anyway.
Everyone listening, please behave.
For asking for numbers and contact details and dates and things. It's not happening. It's not happening. And as a father figure, I shall make sure that you are well looked after and kept in check. It's
getting deep now. I'm glad I wore my boots today.
Still, the single score by Orkan Safarov. Vincent Lemar just beginning to sense the pressure, looking at the clock there and really putting the foot down and chasing the Azeri. Now they're backed up into that far left-hand corner.
Beautiful.
And does he get caught there?
Another Azari. He's a little upset that wasn't Ippon.
Yeah, Safarov has decided that he wants a badge, a referee's badge, and he's beginning to use this as an exam. I think that was Ippon, he says. Come on, what can you, come on, he says. Look. Oh dear. They've just announced Kelmendi and Neto, Astrid Neto. We may go to that in a moment, but given that they're both quarterfinals, then let's finish off if we can. Safarov.
I was saying earlier, I've actually worked out with Safarov a couple times, and he is so smooth, just very he's not overpowering.
Speak of the devil.
Oh my goodness! No.
Safarov.
Sorry,
go on. Yeah,
we're looking at my boyfriend.
We were distracted.
Beautiful man over there. No, he's just so smooth, and you don't, I never felt his power. I never felt any strength, but
Safarov.
Yes, Safarov.
Oh, sorry, because the last person you spoke of was your boyfriend.
Oh my God, Sheldon.
Right. Two scores to Safarov. 40 odd seconds left to go.
I'm gonna have to leave.
Not
Can
yet.
we bring Loretta back, please?
She will be back shortly, and so will Neil Eckersley. Neil Eckersley was with us this morning, and I've seen Nikki Adams was buzzing around.
I saw Nikki as well.
Drag Nikki in here if we can.
She showed me the way to you, although I was gonna thank her, but now I don't know.
20 odd seconds left to go. That was a nice turn, all with the hands from Safarov. There's something about him, isn't there? He's just got
I'm
this
telling you, he's very fluid. He sort of just knows. He knows judo. He knows where to be during judo, I guess I should say.
We've got Riches coming up here. Hashimoto, Shikalizada and Ardanov. Kelmendi and Neto on mat 3 and Rossova and Oyeda. And Tina Tursteniak, we've got another Olympic champion about to take to the mat. So we're spoilt for choice, yeah. Right, well, let's nip over to mat number 3 if we can, because Marlinda Kelmendi, the Olympic champion at under 52 kilos, is up against Astrid Neto of France. It's Kelmendi in the white judogi, Neto in blue, and this is the sister of Priscilla. Priscilla has moved up to 57.
She has. She just beat my teammate.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with Marty today.
Yeah, it's tough.
Just to get in the right gear, and then you pick up a Shido here. A second one comes up, and you're still trying to get out of first. Whoops.
Score there, I think maybe.
Just didn't see the beginning of the action and whether or not he'd already called Mate for something.
Oh, maybe.
Or she, beg your pardon.
She
Yeah.
You're right. I think you're right.
Ioana Babiuk is the referee in the middle. One of the best referees in the world. Everyone has a dodgy day, and I think she had a dodgy day just before the Olympic Games, and they decided not to take her.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a tough life. There are only a few places available, and unfortunately, she didn't get that place. And yet,
that's got to be devastating too.
Yeah.
I can't imagine if, because I lost in Paris, they said to me, "Well, Kayla,
that's it. You're done. You're not going." Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Kondo Ami has just won her contest down on mat number 4, so she looks as though she's good form. She goes into the semi-final, and then a really interesting contest now between Natalia Kozyutina of Russia and Distra Krasnicki, who is the sort of princess in waiting, behind Kelmendi. And whenever Kelmendi's not around, you then start looking at Krasnicki because she's picking up the slack. And I tell you, if she beats Kozyutina, there'll be a place in the semi-final for Krasnicki, and it could be that you will have the two Kosovans in there. What a thing!
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Big task. I'd be interested in watching that one, Kozyutina and Krasnicki. And I went to Krasnicki and said to her, you have to start believing that you are not a stand-in for Kelmendi. You are Distra Krasnicki. You are a fighter in your own right. And start looking at that and not, I wonder which events I'm going to be given in the absence of my teammate. No. Aim for everything.
Right. Well, you know what the thing is? It's a brand new quad. It's 4 years, and so much can happen in 4 years. So much. I know you don't believe it, but I mean, the year that I won the 2010 Worlds, I didn't even win the Starrett Cup, which is a tournament in New York City. Okay, I took 3rd place.
Peloton Cup. Yeah.
So I'm just telling you, anything can happen.
Oh goodness. A chance for Kelmendi now with a grip around the back. She likes that side and it goes over there, but she doesn't quite turn Neto onto the scoring part of her body, and we've got 20 odd seconds left to go. Hasn't put a score on the board as yet, but I think Neto has been making things really awkward for her. She's got side-on stance and
I know she's been doing a lot of homework too. I know Kelmendi was at the training camp in France prior to the Olympics last year, and I saw these two go at it round after round after round after round. So
yeah, there's a rather interesting story about Kelmendi's appearance at the training camp in France.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know if you,
I was there. I saw it.
I'm sure that everyone who wants to find out more about that can go online and find out what we're talking about. We'll just continue with the action here.
All about the judo here.
Kelmendi and Neto tied up. No score at the moment. Single Shido against Neto, which previously would have been enough to take the contest. But I like the idea.
I do too.
Let me see a little bit more of this. You're good enough to go the distance.
Yeah.
Let's leave the penalties out of it in normal time. See what happens here.
I love it. And the cool thing too is even if Kelmendi gets a Shido, it only ties it up.
That
so that's
ties it
not,
up. Yeah, exactly.
It's still like, the next penalty loses only for Neto. Oh, did they give
They
up?
may score this one.
I see Rosari on the board.
Yeah, I think you might be right here. Yeah. I don't know if we'll get to see the replay on that one. Kelmendi throwing Neto. It's up on the maybe up on the big screen for the fans in the audience, and we may squeeze one here. I don't know. In any case, we can describe it to you. No, we've gone to another map. Right. Okay. What have we got? What have we got coming up? Where were we anyway? Were we on map 3? From time to time, the map 3 camera operator begins to get the I don't know what to call them. We'll stay here because this is another quarterfinal. It's in the under 57 kilo category. Helene Rossovot of France, who narrowly missed out on going to Rio. That was a real shame. She was heading her teammate in the on the IGF World Ranking list, but they decided to go for Autant Pavia again. Here you go. Continuous. This is the question. That would have been a Yuko
It would have been a
before.
Yuko back
in
in the
that
day,
case,
but I think now I don't think that was any. I mean,
in that case, it's a score.
Well,
Everything that
so
was
everything that was
Yuko
Yuko was
has
Rosari,
now
so that's
included. What they've done is.
but the thing is, that
Rosari
that was weak sauce.
That was the
Am I
score.
allowed to say that?
Yeah,
That was weak
absolutely,
sauce.
absolutely. You are here
Oh,
to give
that
your
was not
considered
weak sauce.
opinion. Yeah, that was a thumping smash
There
from
we go.
Rossovot.
All right.
She wants to know that it's Ippon. You when you tell me it's Ippon and it's all over,
Yeah,
I'll
if
get
you
up.
tap me on
She
the back,
smashed
I'll
her
get up.
face.
Ooh.
Yeah, that is painful. No, really.
Oh.
Tapis numéro 3, vainqueur.
She's gone straight off. That's the jaw.
I see what you're saying. Oh my goodness.
Se présente sur le tapis
When you throw
numéro
someone
3,
so hard you hurt yourself.
Yeah, well, her face hit the mat, I think.
I think it did
En
too.
bleu pour la Grande-Bretagne,
Still touching at it all the time. So
Et en blanc pour la
that
Slovénie,
looks
la
painful.
championne olympique Tina Terstadjak.
We've got the here it is. Here's the that's already happened. See, she hasn't reacted to it yet. Oh, it must have hit the chest
Yeah, I think it
when
did.
it went down. Then the jaw on her Rosovo's jaw onto the chest. One more time. Oh, shoulder.
Yeah, right
Maybe
on
the
the
shoulder, and that's
yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
That's solid up there, isn't it? But she just moved into the Osai Komi, and it was only when she got up that she realised, hey, there's some serious pain here. Tina Terstaniak, the current Olympic champion at under 63 kilos, faces Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain. It's Terstaniak in the white judogi, Renshaw in blue. We're spoilt today by having several Olympic champions in and around, or on and around the tatami, but we are really spoilt by having Kayla Harrison up here. Thanks for joining us,
my
Kayla.
pleasure.
We're looking forward to your company on regular occasions on the IGF World Tour, if that's going to happen.
We
yeah?
shall see.
Super.
I mean, I don't know. If it means I have to hang out with you all the time.
Yeah, you'll think about it. You're not convinced yet.
No, but Lucy Renshaw has done a really good job to make it to the quarterfinals. I know she's had a great junior career, Loretta was telling me, but this is a big tournament to show up and be in the money.
Yeah,
in the
nice
money
Grand
rounds.
Slam. Yeah, and by the way, Kuziyutina and Krasniki are in golden score, and it's Kuziyutina who has the Shido against her that she's taken into the golden score period.
Did you call it?
Yeah.
You know a thing or two about judo, don't you?
Well, about the women, I suppose. Women's judo. So,
Women's judo, yeah, you should add that.
I hasten to add,
that bit in there.
I don't think I've ever made any secret about it, because there were so many people taking, their time and effort to concentrate on men's judo. It was widely reported. So I thought, well, why not have a look and see what, some of the women are doing in greater depth, not just, giving the results.
Right.
Get to know a few of them, and, so I did.
And here I am. Now, this is how. Women's judo is on the forefront, everybody. Oh, my old teammate Angelica Delgado is Rosari up with Miss Sarah Menezes.
2 penalties against the Brazilian as well, the former Olympic champion at under 48 kilos now, competing at 53. That's her go-to technique, isn't it?
It is. She's good at it.
Her and Ekbegninu, and you get that Uranagi, look out. And
I know it.
Lucy's got to be careful, because putting the elbows down in an effort to avoid that throw is hand sokomake.
Really?
Yes. Because
How do I
you're
not know all these rules?
because you're likely to cause yourself injury. So rather
it's
rather
super
like
dangerous,
like the head,
Same thing, same principle.
or they will score it. Not hand sokomake, they will score it. Sorry, it's not hand sokomake, they will score it. Because previously we didn't score if the elbows went down. But we've had several injuries there. The Osakami from Terstaniak now, and we know what she's like on the ground.
It's going to be tough to get out of that. Oh, who did you see who won on the Kuzyatina and...
I didn't, but if you drag that laptop across, we can have a look. I'll have to give Mr. Matthias back his headphones. I stole those from him. I'm going to get rid of although that was where all the comments were. Thanks again. I'm going to thank everyone for their comments. We're looking at the under 52 kilo category. I'll give you the semi-final lineup. Tina Terstaniak winning out there in that quarter-final. And coming up next, who we've got? Is it mat number 3? I'll tell you what. This boy Plavke,
I like
he's
him.
doing the stuff, isn't he?
I like him.
And I saw
20
him.
years old, doesn't care.
I saw him in 2012.
You did?
2012 as a cadet in Bar, Montenegro.
Wow.
As a
And
cadet.
how was he then?
Super. He was silver medalist at the Cadet European
Well,
Championships.
look at him. Just what were we looking at on the mat here?
The camera operator on mat number 3.
He's had a little bit of that
he's-
French wine.
Yeah, he's had a couple at lunch, I think. I think he must think that during the break between fights, it doesn't really matter. And he gets a sleepy moment. Anyway, we're underway. Maurice Plafke of Germany in the white judogi faces Kim Chang-yeon of South Korea.
And you know, Kim didn't impress me earlier in the day, so...
He had one fight, just one. I agree with you. I wasn't impressed when I saw him first. Second fight, yeah, and then a third one. Counter, and that was what impressed me.
All right, you stop cheering for him.
I'm not. I'm just saying he's got the counter. Kelmendi is into the semi-final. Menezes and Delgado are still battling it out down on mat number 1. There's a scorer piece, a Wazaria piece down there. Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan is into the second of the semi-finals, and it is Distria Krasniki of Kosovo who will face her. And I'm not afraid of putting my money on that one as well, because if he wins that semi-final, it'll be Kelmendi Krasniki in the final.
If Kelmendi wins
if Kelmendi wins, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, and again. Ooh. I don't know if I'd be doing Uchimata anymore.
See, this is when, if Loretta Cusack comes back, I'll go to the warm-up area and talk to Krasniki.
Yeah.
And I would say to her, we've spoken about this before, don't start getting worried about matchups with Kelmendi in the final or what Kelmendi is doing in her half. Your idea is to look after what you're doing.
Absolutely, one match at a time.
And if you genuinely want all those things that you've seen your teammate achieve, world championships, European championships, Olympic championships, even to go and represent your country there, if you really want those, this is where you have to take it. This next fight is where you have to take it.
Yep.
You stand up and bang whosoever it is with a win.
Yeah. Well, I think, at the end of the day, it's, it's how badly do you want it. And, granted, I've never had to deal with a Kelmendi in my...
No, you've been the Kelmendi.
in my country, but I think, she shows a lot of promise, so... And like I said, I can't emphasize enough, 4 years is a long time. You never know what is going to happen.
We're going to continue watching Maurice Plafke and Kim Chang-yeon. However, somebody else is looking for Kayla Harrison. And
I'm off to do another interview.
You're doing something else somewhere else. Come back and visit us.
I will, Sheldon.
As soon as you can.
All right, I will. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you, everyone, for listening.
Kayla
Enjoy
Harrison,
the judo.
That was. So, single score for the Korean at the moment, Kim Chang-yeon. He leads with 1:50 left to go. Is Kondo coming back on shortly in the semi-final? I think that's going to be in the under 48 kilo category. That's on mat number 2. We may get to see that. We haven't seen Kondo as yet today, so it's possible that we'll sneak over there and take a look at Kondo in a moment. I think they've given Kondo a bit of time, because she would have had to have left the mat and walked round, given that she'd only just finished off one contest. What's going down on mat number 1? Delgado it is, who's been given the score, and she overcomes Sarah Menezes.
Next fight on Tessie won the quarterfinal for women under 57 kilogram. In blue for Kosovo, Nora Yakova. And in white for France, Priscilla Kneto.
It's our first opportunity to welcome Nikki Adams. Good afternoon, Nikki.
Hello, Sheldon.
And it's I'm sorry.
Afternoon already?
It is indeed, and I'm sorry that it's taken so long for you to get up here. We're watching the contest between Maurice Plafke of Germany. He faces Kim Chang-yeon of South Korea. There's a single score to Kim at the moment, and Plafke, the German, is pressing with 18 seconds left to go. He looks rather frustrated because on every door that he's knocked, he's found Kim there with a tight lock, hasn't been able to get through. Good defense.
Well, and with these new rules, the new changes, you have to play that line. It's a whole new game of tactics, isn't it? And so there is closing that door, but you have to do it right.
And he has.
Or you come unstuck, don't you?
And at no stage has he looked negative in doing that. He's managed to keep up the rate of attacks. He's gone 4 minutes. He scored reasonably early. He's gone 4 minutes without picking up a penalty. I think that he's got a feel for exactly how these rules work.
Do you know what I bring it down to, Sheldon, is intention. It's all about
intention
and
absolutely.
attitude, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you can show the referees, yeah, exactly, the gripping, blocking out, and this, that, and the other. Do you know what? If you go in, and for maybe recreational judokas, it's the stiff arm and things like that. That's the most obvious. At this level, you don't see that. You feel it, but you won't see it. But this is why the referees have to be so on the ball, especially now with this gripping, and so many grips allowed now.
We've got the contest in the under 66 kilo category coming up. The quarterfinal between Abe Hihumi of Japan. He faces Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. It's Abe in the white judogi, Margvelashvili in blue, and I'm delighted to be sitting alongside Nikki Adams.
I'm so glad you get to say the names.
Well, I'm
not very au fait that way. Oh,
you know
goodness.
something? And it's absolutely okay. Do you know why? Because there are so many of them that are so difficult and things. And remember, I'm doing it every week. You know, so it's a little bit easier for me because I'm doing it every week. You know, well, I don't know.
Fantastic.
It's very sweet of you to say.
Well, I'm a
very
sweet kind of
you to
girl.
say.
Contrary to popular belief.
Priscilla Neto is on mat number 1. She's up against Nora Zhakova of Kosovo. There's no score in that contest. We're waiting for the first of the semi-finals to come up against Jong Bo Kyung of South Korea. She'll face Kondo Ami of Japan. That's a really nice semi-final in prospect there. The Olympic silver medalist. She lost out to the Argentinian in the final in Rio, and Kondo managed to pick up a medal. So 2 of the medalists from Rio are going to go head-to-head in that first semi-final here. But we're concentrating on the Abe contest at the moment. Abe in white, Margvelashvili in blue.
Just to take it just a little away from the fight, I was really impressed in the draw. How many Olympic medalists are back to fight?
And turning up, pitching up. Yeah, we got from the women this morning, we've had Tina Tursteniak, the current Olympic champion at under 63 kilos, and Marlinda Kelmendi, the current Olympic champion at 52. But my favourite talking point at the moment is that Distra Krasniki of Kosovo is in the semi-final in the lower half, having seen off the challenge. She had a bye in the first round. She's seen off the challenge of Letizia Payet. That's a nice score from Abe. Seen off the challenge of Letizia Payet of France, who moved up from 48 to 52. And then she just defeated the Olympic bronze medalist Natalia Kuziyutina from Russia to take her place in the semi-final. She's going to face the tough young Japanese Tsunoda Natsumi in the second semi-final. The first semi-final will feature
God, what a draw.
Marlinda Kelmendi up against Angelica Delgado of the United States of America, who just consigned Sarah Menezes, who's moved up from 48 to 52 to the repechage. So nice set of that was lucky from Abe. He just managed to get that up above the belt there, or else it would have been, because he was definitely blocking Margvelashvili there.
Well, you know, I was sitting up in the stands with a few of the new IJF referees that are coming through, and a whole new perspective for me, which is fabulous, because I'm always on the fighting side. I'm not on the other side with referees. And just amazing how fast these athletes adapt and evolve and play the line.
They will find ways. And your husband is rather instrumental in that now. He's been elevated into the
hate mail. What are you doing?
He's been elevated into the. I said to him, "You've gone over to the dark side."
He is on the dark side. Yes, referee supervisor. Yes, I am your father. Yeah. He's top table in the center, making the hard decisions. The hardest decisions.
It was absolutely hilarious in one way this morning when he overturned this decision, and the head refereeing director, Juan Carlos Barcas, came running down and said, "Who did that? Who did that?" He said, "I did." He said, "Oh, okay."
Okay. Well, do you know what? It's a good. They've got him, Daniel Lascaux, and Alexander Yaskevich.
Yaskevich, yeah, absolutely.
Three immense fighters of their days, and they've got the trust, and they've got the respect from the coaches and the athletes, so they're a good liaison.
There's that little bit of flavour there as well that I sensed when Juan Carlos looked at it, and he looked at it again from a slightly different angle. He thought, hang on a minute, that's not enough for a score.
Well, again, it's intention, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's attitude and intention. That's what we want to see from the fighters.
Single score leads it for Abe Hihumi at the moment. And now he's going to pick up a second penalty. And now...
See, he's not playing in the game.
We are skating on seriously thin ice here because Mark Velashvili is a super clever fighter. He's just going to keep banging out the attacks. Here's the difference. Do you know something for the Georgians? And I spoke to... What's his name?
I can't help you. Name.
No, yeah, exactly, yeah. It ends in Vili anyway.
Okay, him.
Right, yeah, this Vili. And he was saying that the Georgians really like this. And you know what they like about it? It's 4 minutes instead of 5.
Oh, I can see that, yeah, I understand.
He's got over!
Now, see, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
This is going to be my point here, is about...
Pressure,
it's gotta be
intention.
Top down. We've got to keep the integrity of the Ippon. So... Really, everyone's like, "Oh, what's Wazzari? What's it?" Don't worry about that. Wazzari is everything else.
That's not Ippon.
What's Ippon?
Yeah.
And this is what I'm hoping the referees are going to do from now on and at every level of competition, right down to the Midlands. Let's say.
I was so surprised. You meant this is a terrific point. I was so surprised last week, and I stick my neck out here and said I didn't think that it would go down well with the lower level referees. It would be harder and harder and harder. The lower you went down last week was really good.
Excellent.
They did a terrific job, and I thought they managed it. They managed it, yeah, because Neil was there. Yeah.
I think if there's anything to take away from it, coaches, athletes, everybody, look at this. This is going to be a perfect example. Boom! We've got two shoulders on the mat with impetus, force, and speed. This is the integrity of the Ippon. This is what everyone should be training for. This is what everyone should be looking for. This is your soccer goal. This is your try. This is what we're looking for.
Touchdown, even.
Touchdown. See, I was so staying away from that. But okay, you got me there.
Yeah, go on. Right. Right, who have we got now? Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan faces... I'm just looking for his name. Sayin Jiridgala of China.
I'm giving it to you, man.
Yeah, I think he's from Inner Mongolia.
Notice that these are very tall players. 73s.
It's as big as it gets today.
He's got a bit of a hand injury. That's not going to be fun.
Priscilla Neto has just scored against Nora Zhakova. Disappointment for the young Kosovan. Not quite there as yet. Losing out to slightly more tactically astute Priscilla Neto.
Sheldon, it's the Paris Grand Slam. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd be crying a river for her if it was anything less. But it is the Paris, so you've got to be on your game. You've got to be on the ball.
Sayin Jiridgala of China picked up a penalty there just for guarding his gi and taking it away from Orozhov. He picked up a penalty there.
How great is it that you can't sit back? That even if you score, you've got to keep going. You've got to keep up the pace. You've got to keep the attitude there and the positivity of the match. I think they're brilliant. I'm just so in love with these new changes.
Yeah, it's going well. Going well. Here was, I think, always going to be the biggest test, because you would have the highest quality fighters in the highest quality venue with the highest quality referees. After this, we'll see how it rolls out, because it's possible that it will be like, heads and tails, and it could be heads, it could be tails. And I was thinking that it would be harder at the lower level. I think, oddly enough, with less of the paraphernalia and everything, it may be easier, because there are two things to decide here.
Yeah.
Is it Ippon? No.
Then it's
is it
the
a
other.
score? Well, and then if it is,
Coca?
yeah.
No. Well, okay. Then what do you got? That's it.
And then there are as many of those as you like.
Yeah.
You can rack them up all day if you want.
And do you know what? No one. I haven't seen anyone play the line.
No, that's true. That's been
Everyone's
pretty
been in the middle because they are trying to throw.
good. To throw, yeah.
So they don't want to be on the out just because I'm giving all that strength and impetus to the technique, and it might not count. Forget it.
And that's
there
the
it is.
score for me. Yeah, nice turn from Orozhov. He felt that, managed to turn him, and Orozhov is on the board. Now they've given that to the wrong way for me. Thanks very much. Yeah. And the French referee in the middle says, anytime you want to join the party, just,
And there's been less Yuko Wazari arm swings. I'm well impressed
Yeah.
with this lot. It's fantastic. Now, see, this is not the pace we're looking for. We need to... What everybody wants to see is that, again, intention, but we want to be setting up. We want to be preparing them for the big one. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, get your footwork in there. Get some ashiwaza. Get movement.
He's just taken his foot off the gas, Orozhov.
This is it.
Having scored, he's going to take that one or two breaths,
But
and
see?
he'll be back for him.
He's got to be careful, though, because taking your foot off the gas...
Gives a chance.
That's it. You can, especially at this level, you cannot take that. You can't give them anything, I would think.
He's looking to work on the arm there, but couldn't free it up. There was a good defense from the Chinese. Sayin Jirigara managed to avoid getting into a position where he'd have to tap out. So he's still in this. He could come up with a tying score. That penalty wouldn't count against him in normal time.
Different tactic for me there with 30 seconds left. You have to be fairly confident in your newaza when you do that.
Yeah. Looks tired now.
Well, yeah, when it comes to one-hand kazushi, usually means tiredness.
I'm done.
Yeah. What was it from Commonwealth? Stick a fork in me, I'm done.
And Orozhov looks like he's done as well, but for different reasons. He realizes there's 7 seconds left on the clock, and I think the record was 4 seconds. And the referee also realizes that Orozhov is playing the game now.
It'll be a wake-up call for the athletes. But they can't just take their foot off the gas, like you said.
Yeah.
That they've got to stay in the game until they hear that gong.
So Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan makes his way through to the semi-final, overcoming Sayin Jirigala of China. What have we got coming up next? We will have the semi-final lineups, but we won't go into them immediately because I think they're going to start them all at the same time. Kondo waiting for her semi-final with Jongbo Kyong on mat number 2. Munkbat Urantsetsig waiting for her semi-final against Julia Figueroa of Spain on mat number 3. So we've got a few contests left to go before we get to that point. So why don't we go down to mat number 4. We're going to pick up the contest between Tal Flicker of Israel. He faces Ganbol Kurlan of Mongolia. It's Flicker in the white judogi, Ganbol Kurlan in blue. Minhei Miho of Japan has just gone into golden score against Margot Pinault of France down on mat number 1. That's in the under 63 kilo category if you want to watch that. But we're going to stay with Flicker in the white judogi, Ganbold in blue. There's no score as yet, and we've got 2 minutes left in the contest. Here's Nikki Adams.
Thanks, Sheldon. What a segue. Right, I was concentrating so much on the fight. Here we are. Yeah, well, my first thought was as soon as we switched over, now this is the pace we're looking for. Look, both, but I guess, because it's 0-0, we are both looking for that not so elusive Ippon. I mean, these guys are good at what they do. These are professionals, so this is what they're training for. I'd like to see more pulling, though. And anyone that reads the website or reads our Facebook page knows I bang on about it. But Kazushi, kids, if you're listening, practice your Kazushi. Pull, 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 pull. Because there's going to be less injuries, and you're going to get more ippons. It's a win-win.
This is a good matchup. Flicker's a busy fighter, and Ganbold.
Good arsenal.
Yeah, he's skillful. The Mongolian. He's had a hard time in getting picks because they've got a wealth of talent there at under 66 kilos.
It's a good problem to have if you're a federation, to have that sort of depth.
I think the semi-finals are going to be quite a while actually, because we've still got quite a lot of quarter-final action to come up.
It is. It's quite a big entry this year, isn't it?
25 after 2 in the afternoon. They were looking at 11,000 or so. They haven't quite got that in yet, I don't think, but by the time the final block comes, and maybe there are a few people already out at lunch, you know, having an early lunch. Nice entry there.
Nice entry
from Flicker. Didn't quite come up with the finish.
But what an incredible defense. I mean, it's very minute, but you could see him using his body, using his hip and core just to ride that out and not to give in to the momentum.
We've got a terrific semi-final in the under 57 kilo category in store between Helene Rossova, the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, and the newly arrived into the category teammate Priscilla Netto. What a smash up that's going to be.
That'd be great.
It's like, come into my house. You know, I'm going to show you.
Step into my office.
Yeah.
No.
So we are going to have a period of golden score. Ganbold picked up 2 penalties. Flicker would have, you know, moved into the next round in the rules of old, but over he goes.
Where did he come from with that?
Yeah. No, I tell you, it's going to happen. You're going to see that happen so many times. An old scoreboard is going to be smashed by someone who comes and says, I'm taking it.
Oh, this is it. As soon as they see golden score, they go, oh, well.
Yeah, I've got to do something.
Maybe I should get going now.
Margot Pino has just defeated Minhei Mio of Japan in their quarterfinal down on mat number 1.
Well, I'm devastated for Flicker. He was
that
absolutely
was
going
yeah.
the whole match. But okay, you're going to be punished if you cannot train it to make that finish. You've got to train for the finish.
And there was the suspicion when he went over of the two elbows on the back, yeah?
That's right.
And they said, hey, we're scoring that now, because they weren't scoring it before. He was trying to avoid it by putting both the elbows down, and it didn't
These
work.
safety measures are brilliant. You know, we've seen a couple actually of one of our former Belgian athletes, unfortunately, got Hans Sakamake for using the head. And we've seen a couple of them. They're coming down hard on that.
Well, we've seen the superstar Loic Korval earlier on. We're going to see him again. And he's up against Tohar Butbul of Israel. It's Korval in the white judogi, Butbul in blue. You can recognize Korval, not least of all because he's wearing the white judogi, but because of his very distinctive hairstyle.
Why not? Go for it.
What a boy. He's got the same referee in this contest that he had in the previous contest.
Now, let's go back to the previous contest. I wasn't happy with that ending.
I have not spoken to anyone who
Tell
was
me that
happy.
was not a Shido.
So yeah, everyone is saying it.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone is saying it.
I'm shaking my head the whole time watching it.
I was with Kayla Harrison. She said the same thing. I walked down to a couple of my colleagues who were watching. I wanted to check with them. You think Shido? No. You no. I asked the Georgian referee. Well, I know what his answer was going to be anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was a good contest. It was hard. It was a tough fight.
Let it go.
And really good. And I didn't think that was a Shido. But there you go.
Well, that was Neri Lawazari. That was good way to ride that. But he launched himself. He was absolutely crawling all over him. And that you got to break it off. Break it off. Make that distance between yourselves. Why? Okay, bit of a crowd pleaser, but why take the chance?
Yeah, Corville's the kind of anti-hero, isn't he? You know, this the kind of fighter that you know is going to give you trouble, but you have to have him in there because he could also bring you a medal.
This is it. This is it. I think they got a couple of them. You know, but we need characters in the sport.
He's definitely one of those.
I haven't had the pleasure. Of meeting
I have
him,
on several occasions, going all the way back to 2010.
Is that right?
I think that was when we first not clashed heads at all. That's not my role to clash heads with the fighters. What I try to do is to bring them a side of the judo that they don't see because they're on the mat.
Yes.
So they don't see what we see. And
No,
I went to him and I said, look, this is what I've seen, and you may want to tidy this up before you next come round. He didn't, and then I had to go and see him again. I said, do you remember what I told you? He said, yeah, I could not do it at the time. I could not do it.
Well, I don't know what he's doing here.
He managed to pick up a bronze medal on that occasion.
See, okay, this is all right.
Penalty.
This is where I'm gonna be a bit worried about this drop Cianagi because this whole benefit of the doubt thing. Okay, and it's going to come down to interpretation. It's going to come down to the referee's interpretation.
Yeah, there are a few instances where it's not a science; it's an opinion. You know,
yeah,
and when you see it, you think,
subjective.
no, I don't agree with that one, and then and somebody else does.
Well, this is what we've got the table for.
Yeah, we'll leave it to them. Just finish off on the Corval thing. When Corval came on the second time on that day
Did
to
he listen
mind.
to you?
No, it was when he'd won the bronze medal. He went up and he had a flag in his judogi, and he unfurled it when he was on the podium. You know, so I went and had a word with him after that. Because I knew our chief would want to see him about that.
Well, it's just not done,
No.
is it? It's just not done.
His excuse was that someone had handed it to him,
Oh.
and he didn't know it was against the rules.
Oh, well then.
And then the chief's answer to that was, or question that stemmed from that was, if you didn't think it was against the rules, why did you hide it on the way up on the podium?
That's it. They think they've got it covered. We've been there, done it.
To which his answer was, that was
Sure it wasn't.
But it all ended
There we go.
reasonably
All
well,
right.
and now Corval picks
Yay.
up a penalty.
And for dropping, see, there's always going to be a fine line, and I'm finding that the French team are
Crossing
absolutely
it.
well. They're playing it really, really close, and sometimes they come unstuck.
Did you notice that Corval gave Putbull a little bit of the alley shuffle there as they were about to grip up? He's gone
That
again.
should be more of an incentive, if anything. You know,
He went straight back for that Murata Seanagi. That looks like his go-to technique when all else looks as though it's blocked. Football's causing him some problems.
well, I'm liking Butbull's attitude here. He's coming forward all the time. He's not giving him his space. He's in his bubble all the time, even during the mate, going, come on, let's get it going. Let's get going. Let's finish this off. I want to fight.
Attacking strongly as well.
Well, almost shimiwaza there, if I saw that correctly. There we go, another penalty for Mr. Corval. We got 35 seconds left. Let's see what Putbull can pull out. I can't see him getting another Shido, bar just dropping. No, we need a throw here. We need an attack. Just prancing around is not going to do it. Well, there's some edge play there. Haven't seen much of that. There it is. So see, playing the line, literally.
You pay the price.
You pay the price, and he's come unstuck. And it's just so unnecessary. You put all that energy into that, and just by stepping out or not engaging, it's out of your hands. It's taken out of your hands. Kudos to the Israeli though, but well, absolutely, that's the attitude you want. That's what we want to see, is that kind of positive progressiveness in a match.
Right then, what have we got coming up next? Nikki's indicating that it may be Loretta to return, if you wish. It's up to you. I'm good, honey. You can stay here. Yeah. Loretta looks perfectly happy, engrossed in her mat side seat. She can't hear us, so it's okay. But if you want to go and tap her on the shoulder, then then you can do. Okay. Right, Melanie Clement faces Milica Nikolic. It's Clement in the white judogi for France to face Nikolic in blue of Serbia. That's the repechage contest in the under 48 kilo category. And it is Loretta Cusack Doyle to come back and join me. Thanks to Nikki Adams for joining us. We will hear from her a little bit later on, I suppose. That was very nice of Nikki.
Excellent. Thanks, Tom.
Right. We've got action down on... okay, so... we can go down to mat number 1 because that's the last of the quarter-final action. It is Sergio Olienic of Portugal. He faces Antoine Bouchard of Canada. There's no score, and we've had a minute of the contest. So we've got 3 minutes left, and I'm joined again by Loretta Cusack Doyle. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's been actually really some exciting judo out there, hasn't there?
Yeah, it's been really
and
good.
The atmosphere is getting warmer and warmer, isn't it, as these athletes, the spectators come in. Every seat is almost full now on that side.
Yeah, you sense all the way going up into the rafters as well, but you sense that this afternoon is going to be really cracking when it gets going. Well, later this afternoon anyway. 25-3 here in a really cold and windy Paris. It's just not nice outside.
But it's the city of love, isn't it?
I heard that earlier
weekend,
on. I haven't seen much of it, but I did hear that earlier on. I did hear it. Somewhere out there it's happening. But
we're here in the right place doing the wrong thing, aren't we?
I can assure you we've got other tasks that keeping us busy here.
Well, there's love in the air in this stadium anyway, especially if you're a winner.
Have you seen it? I'll tell you who I'll go and speak to if I get a chance. Distria Krasniki. What a thing. Semi-final in the under 52 kilo category, and her teammate is in the other semi-final, Malinda Kelmendi. Yeah. So it's going to be Kelmendi to face Delgado, Angelica Delgado. What a fantastic result for the American to even get into the semi-final of a Grand Slam in Paris. Absolute result, overcoming Sarah Menezes in the quarterfinal, a former Olympic champion under 48 kilos. Really Leandra Freitas of Portugal. That's a good win too. And then she had that one bit of luck that you want just to push you into the next round when she had a bye in the opening round. So that is Kelmendi and Delgado. And then the second semi-final is Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan to face Distria Krasniki of Kosovo.
So some exciting matches coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
But here we have the last quarter-final. Portugal in white, Canada in the blue, Bouchard, Anthony, and Oleg Sergei of Portugal in the white. They've got 1 minute and 18 seconds, no score yet. These matches have been very tight, haven't they? There's not really much between these athletes at all in quite a few of the weight categories. There's been a lot of golden scores, and there's been now a few Hansokimakis.
Yeah, they have been, yeah.
It'll be interesting to find out the feedback of how the rules have gone in a lot of ways very favourable, I think. But obviously you never like to see a Hansokumaki, do you? So maybe that's something they will maybe looking deeper about. The one thing you have to be is very fit now, because there's been a few there was one golden score that went on for 7.5 minutes.
That's right.
So I think that's the longest so far, but the average being around about 6. Looking there, has got the high collar grip, looking to bring those hips in. And Olenek there really panicking, has put himself in that situation, trying to back out the back door, making it so much easier for Bouchard to get through and into the Niwaza, but didn't capitalise on there. Sergei Ishido for ducking under.
Finely balanced at the moment. Looks as though we're going to have a little bit more of this.
There's some strong kumikata out there. It's got the cross grip on the lapel. That seems to frustrate the Canadian. But again, it's something, it was a grip that before, unless you used it, you would have been penalised for it, but now you can hold on a little bit longer, set it up so you can follow through the Seotoshis or even the Osotagaris, which have been very effective here. Osotagari there.
Oh, it's gone over.
Yep, right on the first 16 seconds.
It didn't take long into the golden score period before.
Well, Sergei
Olianic went tumbling.
He looks a bit pooped, doesn't he? He looks very tired.
It was a tired little left-sided Ippon Seoinage that he threw in, and it left his left side open. Bouchard came in with a kind of, well, it was a toss-up between Osotagari and Ippon Seoinage. It was the Ippon Seoinage top, but it was taking him to the rear with an Osotagari on leg, and finish ended up burying him. He's coming down the stairs there. Audrey Larissa and Barbara Harrell. They are two former French fighters. They're both coaching now.
For regions?
Yeah.
That's the one nice thing, that they're athletes. There is a pathway for them to stay within judo. They really tried to maintain that level of expertise and then channel it into either areas or national team. Because you've got Ducos as well. Mm-hmm. Lucy Ducos, she's here, one of the national coaches. But what's quite comical, you see with the Russian teams, they've got quite a few French coaches working with the Russian team now
at the moment,
as well. Patrick Roux, I've seen sitting on the side of the mat there.
Jean-Pierre Gilbert as well, he's there. We've got An Chang-rim of South Korea up against Gyosjon Boboyev of Uzbekistan. An in the white judogi, Boboyev in blue. There's no score yet. And we've got a little over 3 minutes left to go.
Right to left here. Same, opting for the same grip, trying to get over the arm, taking the lapel. And it's really the stronger one will be the one that's over tucking in. We've got more of an advantage there. The other arm being underneath will be classed as more of a block. So got to be careful on that. But obviously needing medical attention for what I'm not quite sure. It looks like fingernail broke.
I think when they went to the ground, he got a bump to the nose. He's just looking as though he's tidying up a bit of blood from a possible nosebleed, but nothing serious because he just wiped that, and now it looks as though he's going to send him back. And now he gives him the hand as well, so he's going to tidy up something on the finger. But he did
most probably clean up.
Frank Wolf is the referee in the middle for this one, as Boboyev Stands just waiting alone in the middle there. A few thousand people watching him. Slightly unnerving.
Well, here he tottles back on.
Yep, we're ready to go. 3 minutes left in this one. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was superb. Well, they've called it a Wazari, but I think he just lost a little bit
at
of
the
control.
end.
There was a spin just at the end. So I think they're right in calling that. But it was going for a pom, wasn't it? It was really dynamic.
Yeah, it's the sort of wazza that if you get caught with in the club, there's no talk about, well, I was only Wazari, you know. No, I mean, you got
Wazari.
spanked.
Yeah.
Just happens that there was an overthrow as part of it as well. So, yeah, that was...
I think just the insult is when it bounces a couple of times right in the same position. It's not just the ippon, it's the double ippon.
And poor old Anne has picked up a penalty after that spanking technique.
I think that would have been that came as a little bit of a shock, really. He was caught cold, straight on the hajime, and he's straight in, and he throws that in. So that's enough to unnerve any athlete. And he seems to be trying to back out. He hasn't actually had a chance now to settle since that throw. He looks a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, the only question about that last technique from An Changrim was, did he land his opponent flat on his back? And the replay shows quite clearly that he did not. He didn't land his opponent flat on his back. You know, we call ippon when you land your opponent flat on the back. There was plenty of speed. It was a lovely looking technique that was, you know, basically an overthrow. He'd overthrown his
He just
opponent.
lost that little bit of control, maybe just too eager to get him down, that he actually took a spin on it just at the last stage. Instead of just planting it, he tried to really power it, and he just needed a little bit to hold back on it, bring it back in.
I mean,
but it was a good call for the referee. He called it right.
He caught it right. He only saw it once. I saw it on the replay and I thought, oh yeah, you know, because my initial reaction was, wow, what a spanking that was.
Yeah.
But Frank Wolf is, you know, an experienced referee, standing, you know, 2-3 meters away from the action. He takes a split second to have a look at it and say, no, it wasn't ippon, and that was it.
Well, Changring there is piling on the pressure. The body language of the Uzbekistan, the arms are down, it's like the frustration is there, and he doesn't seem to feel that he's got something he can deliver at this moment. For me, he's starting to look more and more frustrated as he engages with the Korean. There's an attempt of an Uchimata into the Makikomi, but again, one arm on. You know, if you're going to throw at that level for a Wazari or ippon, you've got to have two hands. So that was a convincing win, I think, there for Changrim, who goes through into the semi-final of the 73s. Some good matches coming up next with 2 semi-finals and a repechage.
Yeah, we'll decide which one we're going to have a look at when they start running them out.
Yeah.
Kondo and Jeong, they're both medalists from the Olympic Games. I think on that.
I think that's going to be a very tough.
That too.
That's going to be a tough match.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break while we prepare for the repechage semi-finals. And we will start on all formats with the 48 kilogram.
Right, Dennis van der Geest is the stadium announcer, and you may have overheard him saying that we're going to take a short break. I'm not quite sure how long that short break is going to be, maybe 5 minutes, because they haven't given us the information yet, but it's of no real problem for us, because it's not going to be long enough for Loretta and I to go and have lunch, so we shall hang on here and chat about some of the things that we've seen or that we're going to see, because here's the lineup. Jeongbo Kyung, the silver medalist, she lost to Paula Pareto of Argentina in Rio. Kondo Ami, she was a bronze medalist in Rio, so there's the quality in that first semi-final. The second semi-final is Munkbat Orantsetsig up against Julia Figueroa. I like Julia Figueroa. There's something tough and gutsy about her.
She is. She is a tough girl. There's no doubt about it. But you know what? That weight categories, the women themselves, it's been very close. Most matches we've watched today in the women's have been very close. And there's been there was one of the guys. It was what's his name? The German that came through.
Moritz Plafke in the 60 kilos.
Plafke.
What a good boy!
Now,
Yeah, he's only 20.
20 years of age.
Yeah.
Now for me, he didn't have that physical maturity, but he had the mental maturity. He went out as if he belonged there.
Yeah.
But when you looked at him, he was a baby face.
Yeah, he was a young boy.
And he destroyed quite a few top seeds. He went through them with ease.
Come and sit a little bit closer.
I didn't think he cared. But no, he was one of my favourites. And but I think with some of the women's matches, they were just close. There wasn't a lot happening with them because they were too evenly matched, and made it very difficult. And it's not as dynamic or as exciting as some of the men's matches that we saw.
Yeah, a good bit of action.
Yeah.
You know. And I think Kilmendi lit the place up. Tina Tursteniak did. She had a good win against Lucy Renshaw. That was a tough one.
Lucy Renshaw fought very
I like
well
her.
there. I
she's
thought she's
really
promising
she's getting there,
for GB at this moment. She's starting to tick all the boxes for me. She has that real mental toughness as well as the physical one that goes with it, and she really knows where she's going and what she wants.
Right, we are looking at the contests on mat number 2. It's the semi-final between Jeongbo Kyung of South Korea. She faces Kondo Ami of Japan. Jeong in the white judogi, Kondo in blue. Top draw contest here. This for a place in the final of the Paris Grand Slam.
Two very strong athletes meeting up before the final, and you would have said that this is a possibility of a final match. It would have been nice to see these two in the final. I think Kondo, she's most probably had... saying that, I would have said Kondo would have been the one to gone through, but
wow,
that was very quickly done. She caught her so cold.
What a spanker that was. Wow.
I would have actually put my money on Japan. Really would have, based on performances throughout the day. For me, she's been very consistent, but she's impressed me. She'll be very disappointed with that. Dropped right under there.
Yeah, they don't like to give anything for a roll, but for me that's not, your roll. She lands her flat on her back. She then rolls off her, but she lands her flat on her back. That's a good win. Yeah. Right, where are we going to go now? I think we can go over to mat number 3. Munkbat Orantsetsig of Mongolia faces Julia Figueroa of Spain. We joined the contest with Munkbat lead-in.
She's just like a little pocket rocket.
Well, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. He's given Ippon here.
I didn't. I think it was
But I think it was on the side. We haven't come up to the replay yet. We'll come up to the replay in a moment. But I genuinely think that this was on the side.
I hope it is, because I think Julia has got more to give.
Oh, they've given it. Okay. All right.
Well they're firing through these.
Loretta and I have got our Ippon TV working on the side here, and we're going to take a look at it. My first impression was no. Could be that the landing was good and she rolls off it. If the landing is good and she rolls off it, then that's one thing.
It's a continuous move.
Yeah, he sees it once. Now we're going to get to look at it again, and they've seen it a couple of times and said, "Yeah, I'm good with it." So you know,
it must be right. It must have been a good call.
Yeah, you go with them because they're the ones who are experts in making the decision. So, and there's no.
Oh, here it is now again.
There's no controversy over there at all. Nobody's been spoken to.
Oh, so deep.
See, it's just at this point here, you have to take it back just a touch. Oh, you took it back too far. All right. We're waiting for the next semi-finals to come up, by the way, and in between time, we're just checking to see how that winning technique from...
So she advances onto her, but
Munkpat,
she actually throws herself onto the attack, doesn't she, there? It's the Marotte. Yeah, the Marotte
there is one point
very deep there. Now that's going for Ippon from that angle. You could say Ippon, but it's just that...
See, for me, we've frozen it where it looks, to all intents and purposes, as this is going to go absolutely flat on the back. But the movement... I feel just takes her away a little bit. So the next movement, if we can just, I think it's good enough.
Yes.
And he's got a better view than we have.
Yeah.
Wango Chow's the referee. He's got a better view. We've just seen the one before, the frame before. We've seen that one. I think it's good enough.
It's a perfect technique, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Would you question it?
And no, I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't question it.
I did initially, and now I've got my answer, which is no need to worry about that one. That was good. Okay, we've still got a little bit of action in some of the repechage contests. Why don't we have a look then at, I think it's down on map number 1. Anne Mosdier of France. She faces Li Yanan of China. Mosdier in the white judogi, Li in blue. It's all tied up at 1 apiece. Li has picked up a single penalty, but it won't count in normal time if they need to go into golden score.
Yes.
So that's the
so we've just got under half a minute now, which it stays like this. It's just a Wazari. I was just about to say a Yuko again, but it was a Wazari.
I've said that several times today. Don't worry.
So 12 seconds, and we're looking at again another golden score possibly. Nice attack there, Makikomi.
I like this idea. You know, the single Shido would have done it in the past, not now.
No,
even 2 Shidos.
Yeah.
No.
I must admit, I'm very favourable of that. I think it's been good, and I think it's proven to be the right call, because when it does go into golden score, it isn't 9 out of 10. It's normally the person that has the golden score that wins, has the Shido that wins. So we're just seconds into the golden score now.
Mosdier attacked there right-sided, but Lee was able to step round. She attacks again, this time with the left Koichi Gaki. Stepped off that as well.
Very strong.
Referee in the middle is from South Korea. We spoke about her early on, Hyun. We were talking about Shan Rendell having defeated her a couple of times. Yeah.
There was an opportunity there for the French to do the Sangaku turn. She opted out of there. It was a great opportunity. She let go. The Makikomi, looking again for the Osoto, switching back to the Makikomi, but just leaving herself without any space to rotate.
It's nice, this one, you know, backward and forward a little bit with, you know, Lee attacking and then Mosdier getting tied up.
It's 1 for 1, isn't it? It's very a close match. Lovely job.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Well, that's definitely a crowd pleaser. That's woke the crowd up again and warmed this arena. No argument with that.
Lee Yanan getting thrown for Ippon there. Mosdier immediately after the passivity penalty coming up with
Well, they scored
smashing
that.
Morote.
They call that a nippon.
Yeah.
Again, it'd be interesting to see the landing of that, because I wasn't so sure. But it's still a win anyway, because it's a golden score.
We'll have a look at it because we've got our little Ippon TV replay.
Lovely coach, you guys.
Sneaking in there.
And there was a lot of pressure from Lee there.
I think she picks up a penalty, and then immediately after the passivity penalty, she decides, okay, I'm going to go for it. There comes the. Must be another cycle. Well, we've got. Keep looking at our side here. Let's go to mat number 2. We're going to see the contest between Marlinda Kelmendi of Kosovo. She faces Angelica Delgado of the United States. No. Yeah, Angelica Delgado of the United States of America. Yeah. Kelmendi in the white judogi, Delgado in blue. And I beg your pardon, it's mat number 3. My apologies. Sorry about that. Right.
Looking back on that, I think,
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
Ippon. Well, the referees are spot on, aren't they? We can't fault
Yeah,
them.
good job. Kelmendi in the white judogi, Delgado in blue, and we'll also keep one eye on Tsunoda and Krasnicki, which is the adjoining mat. That's the other semi-final. So maybe I'll leave Loretta Cusack-Doyle to keep an eye on Kelmendi and Delgado. That's the contest on your screen right now.
But again, I would expect, well, Delgado, she's been actually very good this weekend, hasn't she? Today she's been spot on. She's very hungry for this. There's got to be a lot of the sort of rippling of success from Kyla Harrison that we've had with the just spoke to earlier on, winning her double Olympic medal, her gold medal. But for them, it must be a motivation and
being around
inspiration,
that,
being around that environment, and knowing that it's a possible way of
it can happen.
It can happen. And there's been some really good performances from the American team. But she's up against, obviously, Kelmendi, but as we know, is a very tough cookie.
Oh!
Well, I could feel that one.
Yeah. She gets a penalty for her pains as she went over and completely over-rotated her
She
there.
did well. She did well to get off that one.
I don't think she had anything to say about it.
Oh.
That was all
Well, you've got to give her something.
Yeah, she got a penalty. When she got up, she got penalised for passivity. Said, I couldn't attack, I was flying.
Exactly.
What could I do?
That's what you call putting salt on the wound, isn't it?
I was airborne. How was I supposed to attack from that? And they have given a score.
Yes, she's got the Vasari for that. And lovely deep grip there, almost on the belt, and just drives her opponent down. She's so powerful that she just brings her opponent to her knees. Angelica really can't do anything about it. Kelmendi switching from left to right. Now she's got that left hand on the lapel. Left, right sleeve. Comes again, that left hand nice and deep towards the belt. And just draws her to her knees. Angelica really can't do much about this. She's struggling. Well, that was the first time Angelica was able to come over the top. First time she looked like there was any hope for her, but it was quickly taken away with that hope.
She's picked up a second penalty as well. Little over a minute left to go. One huge effort from Kelmendi resulting in Delgado coming down partly on her side, which was enough to give a score. And she leads by Wazzari. Now Delgado feeling the pressure.
To be honest, I can't see this going to time. I think we're going to be looking soon at another Shido, which would result in obviously Delgado being disqualified. She's really strong. She cannot get past the powerful grips and control that Kelmendi's got there. That left hand on the lapel that switches right deep into the back, that draws her opponent either over or to her knees.
There's
it
another
depends
score.
on how her opponent reacts.
Second, Wazzari goes on the board. And for those of you who are just joining us and wondering why that isn't Wazzari Awazeti Ippon, there's no longer any Wazzari Awazeti Ippon. We allow any number of Wazzaris to accumulate in the hope that we eventually start looking for an all-out Ippon win. Krasniki, by the way, trails by a single score on mat 2. So it's beginning to look as though there won't be 2 Kosovans in the final, but just the one. Looks like Kelmendi.
Well, Kelmendi's there just
going to do it, yeah.
Is just sort of parceling her up there in the Niwaza, wrapping her up nicely, and just the clock will tick away. And you can see that Angelica Delgado there's just tapped up. There was only 2 ways that Angelica was going to go, either a Hansokumaki or she was going to get thrown big. There was only 2 options.
Kelmendi takes it in the semi-final, and do you see the look around there from Kelmendi to see what happened in the adjoining contest? And it was Krasniki who came off second best. Sonoda Tatsumi of Japan winning out there. So that'll who the final of the under 52 kilo category will be against Sonoda and Kelmendi. Right, we are awaiting then the next bit of action. It'll be in the under 57 kilo category, and whilst we're waiting for that to come up, we can see the end of the under 52 kilo repechage contest between Erika Miranda of Brazil and Natalia Kuzyutina of Russia. There's no score. We're into the golden score period. We've already had a minute and 15, nearly a minute and 20 seconds left to go. Let's see how this one ends up. And here's Loretta again.
We'll have, again, like we said, the Brazilian team are strong. They have been strong today, and I think we're going to see more tomorrow. And but we can never write the Russian. She's a strong athlete. She's such a powerhouse. What amazes me is that she's so calm and collective.
Ooh.
And at times you look that she's going to be... No, I was surprised with that. Didn't see that coming. Maybe there was more hint of it
before we got over there, yeah.
But Satina, she's always there and thereabouts in the medals all the time. She's consistent throughout. Very, very strong lady. I'm not quite sure how old she is right now.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. I think she's
been on the scene a long time.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to know.
I wouldn't be surprised to find out that she was no longer in her 20s. Let's put it that way.
She's got to be close to. Yeah. Well, when you're looking at someone like Sally Conway, who's 30 now.
Yeah.
She's got to be around about that time.
Or a touch further advanced.
Or a tough paper round.
Yeah.
All of them are. But she's been there for a long, long time, and she's been very consistent. But sometimes her body language says that she's so out of condition.
Yeah. Yeah.
She sort of disengages, and then all of a sudden she's in there and she's firing on all cylinders.
Now, you at home have the choice of 4 mats. You can click on whichever mat you want to watch. Down on mat number 1, it's Aliushka Ojeda of Cuba to face Nora Zhakova. Down on mat number 4, Rafaela Silva to face Catherine Bushama Pinard. And the 2 semi-finals on mat 2, it'll be Kwon Yu-jeong of South Korea to face Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. We're going to see the contest on mat number 3, please, if we can. If we can go over to mat number 3, we're going to see Helene Rossovot of France to face Priscilla Neto of France. I think this one is likely to have the one with a greater degree of bite. Not literally, but...
Yes,
you know.
well, could literally be that. This is going to be very interesting indeed. It's going to be a tough match. It's going to be a hard one. Both of these athletes are very, very physical. They can fight. As well as throw, they can fight.
Neto is the new arrival into the category, under 57.
Yeah, so she's got a lot to prove here.
And Rossovot will want to be, dishing out a bit, saying, hey, you're in my weight category now.
Exactly. Stay out. I'm here for a wee while longer.
Rossovot's already had her battles with Laetitia Blow, Autumn Pavia. She won't want to have someone else coming into the category and giving her more trouble. So she needs to, clear out the category.
There's no love between these two, and this just business. It's not personal, it's business.
Yeah, nothing personal. I've just got to do a job here.
That's it. I just like the spirit, the way they fought throughout the whole day. They've meant business every match. Helena, in her match before, she fought really well, but she got smack in the face. I don't know if that caused her any problem.
You're quite right.
It seemed to really upset her at the end, and she was holding her face. I don't know how serious it was. She didn't look comfortable.
I'd quite forgotten about that. Yeah, you're right. That was against... What was that against? Oh, was it a Cuban? Helene Rossovot, yeah. Aliushka Ojeda, she threw the Cuban and then hit her cheek like on the shoulder, yeah. On the side, it was a whack, wasn't it?
Well, it started off very feisty, didn't it? It's calmed down a little bit. Both are receiving a Shido now. But I suppose you can't go 100 miles an hour all the time. This is so close, you wouldn't want to call this at this moment. Oh, a lovely Uchimata.
Yep.
Yes.
Took his time to think about it.
That is lovely.
Yeah.
And Helena there, I think she's quite happy with that result. And so she should be. The hardest thing must be competing against someone that you regularly train with. It's that clash of styles, you know each other so well. So for these both athletes to come out and perform the way they have done and produce that sort of judo is exceptional. That was lovely. That was a really nice semi-final. That could have been one of those boring matches.
Yeah.
That no one was given anything.
I fancied there was a little bit too much at stake for Helene Rossovot for her to be guarded in that, and she wanted to make a statement.
Yes.
Well,
she had to come out and win it.
Yeah, she certainly made her mark there.
Well, she's proved a point in front of home.
We've got the second of the semi-finals taking place on mat number 2 now. Kwon Yu-jeong of South Korea faces Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. It's Kwon in the white, Judogi Yoshida in blue. We joined the contest with a little over a minute left to go, and it's Kwon who's picked up the single Shido.
Well, the expectations of this is to be very close and a very tight match. Not creating much opportunity here. I think they're going to be very cagey. Lovely. The one thing you know with the Japanese, they're very clever with their feet. That was a lovely Koichigari stumbling her opponent back. Now Yoshida looking for something in Niwaza. Superb. Just had a playback of that last match. That was just judo.
Priscilla Neto getting thrown for Ippon by Helene Morosova. Welcome to the under 57 kilo category.
And think about going back down.
So a single penalty picked up by Kwan is not going to be enough to end
No.
it. We're going to go into golden score.
Well, Kwan started to come alive there in the last seconds of the contest. I wonder if she can maintain that now. Yoshida was starting to look like she was getting ragged around at the end. Slight height advantage there for the Korean. And she's used it very well in the last 20 odd seconds. But now Yoshida using her feet, which she's very clever with, and has just circled her. Just run circles
All
around
problems
her.
now
And now the arm is
for
there.
Kwan.
She's left it out.
Yeah.
She's put a big message on it, say take me. That looks uncomfortable.
Hasn't been able to find the elbow joint yet.
Well, the seriousness of this, if she lets it go, there could be damage, and then when it comes to the final of the bronze medal,
She hasn't,
could
she
end up
hasn't,
being
she hasn't
injured, but
found
she
it at
hasn't.
all. I think what happened was the jacket had a lot to do with that. It came so loose, it was difficult for her to find where the elbow was, and in searching for it, maybe there wasn't as much.
Maybe she's hyperextensive as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, could be, because it looked good to me. I thought she was going to
I thought it
take that off.
She was going to take it off, or she was going to overstretch it, she'd be injured. And that's the danger of how long do you hold something like that without costing you a medal.
Or your arm. Well, we had a little over a minute. It's been a good contest for me. I've enjoyed watching this, just to see, which way it's going to go.
You really couldn't tell at this moment. It's like 1 for 1. Kwan, she puts in that deep Osotogari, but she leaves her leg. She overstretches it, which means that she hasn't got a finish on it. Cross grip there from Yoshida. She's just trying to get settled. She can't get two hands on without Kwan sort of messing it all up for her. She's trying to. It's a bit frustrating for the Japanese. So it's 1 minute 42 into the golden score. Almost 6 minutes these ladies have been battling away here. I think I just have that feeling Kwan's going to get those legs across the Osota.
Oh, that was so close. I wanted to see.
Yes, that was
a roll at the end rather than continuation of the technique. It was a pause.
There was a pause in between, but if there wasn't, that was it.
I thought that was it.
Yeah.
Got into such a good position, did Kwan.
There's been glimpses of that throughout this golden score. She seems to be pushing it a little bit more.
They're having a good long look at that last action.
There was a pause though.
I thought so, yeah. But no.
No.
Yeah, Yoshida's gone
I was
over.
surprised. It doesn't surprise me that she wins. I think she deserved to win. But it surprises me that they didn't see that as being a pause in between. It seemed sufficient enough not to call it a score.
we've done Natalia Kuziutin an injustice. She's only 27.
In blue for Japan, Minai Miho. And in white for Great Britain, Lucy Renshaw.
Well, she definitely had that maturity about her in the judo. If
In blue
people
for
like
the
to say
Philippines,
that.
Kiyomi Watanabe.
Well, we're going to go to mat number 3 to see the Olympic champion from Slovenia, Tina Trstenjak. She faces Margot Pinot of France. It's Trstenjak in the white judogi, Pinot in blue. Meanwhile, on mat number 2, Clarissa Begninou of France faces Kiyomi Watanabe of the Philippines.
That's going to be a tough one. She's
And then-
actually well, Watanabe. Is she not?
Yeah, no, she's given a, you know,
Was she originally from Japan?
it's a Japanese name without any doubt.
Yeah.
But I can't remember her being one of the, you know,
I-
top-level Japanese fighters that
I'd
jumped
actually
ship.
I thought it was someone that had jumped ship.
Right then, Trstenjak in the white judogi, Pinot in blue. And then down on mat number 1 is Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain to face Minei Miho of Japan, whilst up on mat number 4, it's Noichi Aimi of Japan facing Daria Davidova of Russia. That's the lineup.
It's nice to see Tina in this semi-final. It'd be even better to see her in the final. What a pressure, and it's not that long since she's become Olympic champion, and
Yeah.
I think most people would still say you're floating on cloud 9 with it and taking a long time to come back. Some haven't even come on the mat yet to come back into full-time training and performing. She's back in there. But it doesn't surprise me with the Slovenians. They're very, very strong characters and they train so hard. But it is nice to see her here, and my favourite would be to see her in the final.
Her hair's growing a bit because she's got one of those grips in a little bunch. And normally she hasn't got as much, so she must have decided to get a new hairstyle and leave it a bit longer.
Well, when you're an Olympic champion, you can afford to be a bit glamorous, can't you?
Yeah.
As well as fight well, you've got to look good as well with it. Well, she looks to be she's fighting well here with 2 Wazaris already on the board. Looking to get that leg out, but finding that a little bit more challenging. Well, the French crowd are behind Pinot. But I'm sure they'll appreciate she's up against a tough cookie out there.
Two scores on the board for Trstenjak.
Yeah.
Keeping herself busy here, and another mark on the board, but this time it's a penalty picked up by Margot Pinot.
Oops, well, unfortunately a smack in the face there from Margot.
Not the first time that Trstenjak has taken a smack in her face.
Drop Sianagi. The one thing is she's a fighter, isn't she? She might not be one of the most stylish athletes out there, but she really does give it her all. Her condition is great. She's got a real big heart when it comes to fighting. Technically not probably one of the most glamorous to look at.
And I can't stress strongly enough how, you know, her competitive streak has been so convincing, being holding European Championship, World Championship, Olympic Championship medals all at once.
Definitely.
You know, this is a high quality fighter here, and I've also been guilty of saying, you know, she's not the most her judo's not the most attractive, and there have been a couple of occasions when I've had to go to Tina Trstenjak and say, oh, I'm really sorry, but today you did the business. You looked absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And that was a good win. There've been, a couple of occasions when she's really answered those kind of criticisms, which I think have been valid at times.
Yes.
And on other occasions, when she's looked good, hey, hold your hands up and say, that looked good.
Well, the thing is, what she's got, which you've got to admire, and it's something that no one else can take credit for. You can't put in what God left out, and that is a real big heart and determination and fight and the will to win. And she really has that. Every
goal that she has set, judo-wise anyway, she's been able to achieve. I think it's going to take those titles away from her.
8 seconds left. It's going to go to golden score, but she's battling away. She doesn't look like she's getting it her own way. I think the longer that match went, the more confident Pino got. And I think we're going to see a little bit more from her in this golden score. She is now...
Yeah, she had the two scores.
I've gone blind. I've gone blind on the 2 scores already. I was just looking at the judos.
I didn't want to stop you. You were in such wonderful full flow.
I know. How can you not miss? How did you miss that?
Well, you were calling the scores, and I thought, okay, she'll be with us soon.
Oh, I've gone with the fairies.
two scores for Tina Tursteniak was enough to send her through. Iris Agbeglinu.
I thought she fought really well there. She gave her a battle. She started, as the minutes got on, she was getting stronger. That's someone to watch, I think, for the future.
Our chief has already determined, quite correctly, by the way, which contest we were going to watch next. He picked out absolutely correctly. Orkan Safarov of Azerbaijan will face Takato Nawahisa of Japan. It'll be Safarov in the white judogi, Takato in blue. A semi-final in the under 60 kilo category. And I'll just tell you quickly who the other contests are on the other 3 remaining mats. On mat 3, the second semi-final, Kim Chang-yong of South Korea faces Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. Then down on mat number 1, in the first of the repechage contest, the impressive youngster from Germany that Loretta was talking about.
Definitely a hot favourite for me.
Moritz Plavki of Germany to face Eric Takabatake of Brazil. And then down on mat number 4, Vincent Limar of France will face Amiran Papianashvili of Georgia. We're going to see Safarov and Takato. Sit back and enjoy the action.
Well, my favourites here are Germany, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan and Georgia. That's my prediction.
Okay. I'll have to go with the Brazilian, the Japanese, the Korean and the Georgian. We tied with the Georgian on the end. Yeah. We'll see how that pans out. Kosodokaki, little tap.
Lovely attack there,
from
really
Safarov,
nice.
yeah. And just has Takato
Nice
turning
tweak on
and
it, yes.
defending onto his front. No score. Nice little start there.
It was one of those attacks I don't think he actually thought he would get much out of it. He put it in and then thought, oh, right, I could
Too late.
a little bit more drive off that back leg. Oh yes, I like that. Kochigari, nicely executed. He was too interested to see whether he got the ippon rather than going in and following it into the niwaza. Possibly he thinks it was ippon and he's waiting for the care system to call in.
Well, Wazari it is. Well done, the referee.
Well, I'm glad that's because this is going to be a good match and you'd like to see more than just a minute. This will be down to the Ashiwas. It's just the way the postures are. They're on their heels a little bit. No Ichiga.
Oh yes, what a counter. He's come back.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah.
He's good. He's got lovely footwork. He's got a
Safarov.
really good follow-on. He's got a good attack. Then he just continues to keep attacking. He's not happy until he gets a result, whether it's just down on the ground and it's shaking him up, or he gets a score. He's not just a one big hitter.
Nice awareness from Safarov to come up with that turn. It was Takato's turn to show some danger.
It's so hard to call this one. Both of them have come in so deep that could have thrown for 10. This is actually a really exciting match. You find you're really intense with it. Again, a flurry of attacks. Still really looks composed, relaxed, engaging. Great body language. Chigari. Oh,
Koichi!
yes!
Yeah,
Oh,
give that.
That
Yeah.
was a good one. Chigari, lovely footwork.
Just brought him down onto his side, didn't he? Enough for the score.
Sangaku turn over here. He's trying to punish him down in the groundwork. Safarov there is like, let me get back up. I need to get back up. So 2-1 at the moment. Just got to be careful. Those Koichis and Kosotagaris are there. Well, with just over half a minute left, Safarov needs to be up. He needs to start because he needs that score back. He's capable, but he's not going to get it if he's rolling around in the mat.
Vainqueur de la demi-finale sur le tapis numéro 3 pour l'Ouzbékistan.
You got your 2 for 2 at the moment, Loretta. The Georgian and the Uzbek, they both won. So you're 2 for 2.
Sadly, I think Safarov has just lost too many seconds in the Niwaza for him to come back.
Takabatake, 2 scores down against the young German, unfortunately. Yes, the Brazilian proving a little bit too sharp for him. Oi!
Oh, nice.
Going to be able to claim that?
Surely. That's got to be up on. Yes.
Winner Tetsuya won, and he will be fighting for the bronze medal from Brazil, Eric Takabatake.
Judo seems unusually animated for
He's not
a
sure.
Japanese fighter.
Ippon. He was just making sure that the referee knew that he did score, and I think what he was confused about, there was nothing on the board. And he's just thinking, I've just thrown him for 10, and you've actually put it on the board, not even a score. He was leaving nothing there for chance. So he goes into the final. So it was a... Nice.
The only thing that Safarov may have been arguing about was he was in the process of attempting a Sutemi Waza counter,
Yes.
but only as a result of having been thrown by Takata.
See, that's the thing. They try and change it around, don't they? Even though they know they're on their way going down, so they're trying to rescue it. So it's like, well, this is what is happening.
But Takata had a few things to say as another one of the fighters who fancies himself as a referee. Right, we've got 4 more contests up and down the venue. We're going to concentrate on one of the semi-finals, and the semi-final that we're going to take a look at is Abe Hifumi of Japan. He faces Antoine Bouchard of Canada. That's on mat number 3. So if we can go to mat number 3, we'll take a look at Abe and Bouchard. Abe in the white judogi, Bouchard in blue. Meanwhile, on the adjoining mat, it's Anzur Ardanov of Russia to face Ganbo Kerlan of Mongolia. That's in the second semi-final. Down on mat number 1, Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia to face Sergio Olienic of Portugal. And on mat number 4, Nijat Shikalizada of Azerbaijan to face Tal Flicker of Israel. Let's concentrate on Abe in the white judogi, Bouchard in blue. And here's Loretta.
Thank you, Sheldon. Well, again, it's just a battle of grips here. A settling process, but you can see there Abe with that sleeve, a pistol grip that he's using quite comfortably there, but Bouchard just on the receiving there. Did very well to get off that, because it was looking like could have easily gone for a pon. Well, Abe's making sure that he's not going to get caught up, tied up there. Oh yes!
That time.
Oh,
Wow.
Morote Sianagi, fantastic. Oh, that was so nicely done. Oh, that was lovely. Well, the Canadian didn't know what hit him there on that one.
Powerful finish, wasn't it?
Oh, that was a
Really
lovely
got
finish.
hold of him. Bump there.
Well, that was a nice finish there.
Well, on the adjoining mat, we've got the second semi-final between Anzur Ardanov of Russia. He faces Ganbo Kerlan of Mongolia. It's Ardanov in the white judogi, Ganbold in blue. Ardanov actually has just
won, yeah.
Finished off Ganbold there. He's gone over to have a look to see if he's okay. That one is done and dusted. Well, it gives us a chance to go down to mat number 2 to have a look at Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. He's up against Sergio Olienic of Portugal. 2 scores to Margvelashvili at the moment, and there are 2 minutes left to go. Olienic has picked up a single Shido. There is Loretto again. Oh, sorry, it's mat number 1. I beg your pardon. Yes, mat number 1. After that introduction. Sorry, Chief. What's happened at mat number 1 then?
Well, it looks like 73 semi-finals coming on, but
There you go. That's Margvelashvili.
We're back, and we've got 2 Rosaris there for the Georgian. Margvelashvili, strong in the first couple of rounds, very consistent all through. Obviously got to be the strongest contender for the final, the bronze medal. Sienagi there from Sergey, little powerhouse. That Sienagi normally is very effective. He gets under his opponents quite well. Talking to the coach last night, and how he felt that his team was and what they would expect. They were expecting a few medals. Now, I asked him about the rules and if they felt that the rule change would affect their performances, and he said he feels that it would enhance their performance. They like it. That's his words. We like it.
Okay.
So
we've got a few rugby fans out there, you know, because I've just had an update that Wales versus England is at 5 p.m. Although I did have something else earlier on that said it was at 4, whatever it is. But hey,
well,
obviously people are still watching the judo. So
I think 4 o'clock is Scotland versus France. 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
it says 4:50 kick-off here. I think it might be a 5 o'clock kick-off. 4:50 sounds a bit bizarre. 4:50 start the broadcast or something, and then 5 o'clock kick-off. Anyway, I'll go with Gary Wells. He knows all about those sorts of things.
So the Georgian wins very convincingly. You'd be happy with that.
Mark Velashvili into the bronze medal contest.
And he likes the
Well done, well done, yeah. And so does his coach.
They're very consistent, aren't they, the Georgians? A strong
Next
team.
fight on set 71, the rugby charge for men under 73 kilograms. In blue for Uzbekistan.
Is Esther Stam still representing Georgia, or is she retired now?
No, as far as I understand, she's going to give it another roll of the dice, but we haven't seen her yet.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
seen on the circuit.
Right, we come to the last of the categories then. I think we've... and Budbul's a good boy. I like watching him. Let's go to mat number 2 then. Hashimoto Souchi of Japan faces Toha Budbul of Israel. It's a cracking contest in prospect here. Meanwhile, on mat number 3, it'll be Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan to face An Chang-rim of South Korea. And then down on mat number 1 in the repechage contest, Sayin Jirigala of China to face Giyosjon Boboyev of Uzbekistan. On mat number 4, Hidayat Hidarov of Azerbaijan to face Loic Corval of France. There you go.
Well, this is going to be very interesting. Real technical expertise of the Japanese, but a right fight from Budbul. Aggressive, engaging fighter, the Israelian.
Hashimoto
But that technical expertise of the Japanese, that flow, that nice sort of gentle flow through.
Hashimoto just caught Budbul and he came off the wrong side, so there wasn't a score there, and Budbul comes back and says, if you can do it, so can I. He almost caught him there. Nice effort from the Israeli. Nice bit of work. Good footwork. Got down low.
Both have very different strengths on the tatami. Hashimoto looks like he's actually doing a randori there. He's just trying to get a grip first. Come on, let's play. Toa is very apprehensive and engaging in the grips. You can see he's fighting it off. Any opportunity, taking the fingers, trying to break any engagement with the Japanese. You can see he's forwarding on all the time. There's the sumigeisha attempt, but it is to disengage.
Yeah, good. It's a good call from Loretta, spotting very, very quickly that is meant to break things up. I don't like this grip. I'm going to throw this in, but the attack is strong enough and convincing enough just to do enough and say, okay, we're not going to call you for a false attack there. Just enough, I think.
I think the referees will give them the benefit of the doubt on the first one. I think if he does it again, we're going to see a Shido. Because there's far too much evidence to show that he's not wanting to engage.
Oh, dangerous. Well, last time he went off the wrong side, they came up with a score, but he wasn't able to finish him off there.
Japanese got a very strong grip on that sleeve. The Israeli really not wanting to play here at all. There's another Shido there going to be awarded. Yep, and that was on the cards.
Yeah, Butbull just backpedaling a little bit there.
Oh,
unbelievable.
Deep.
Every time he's attacked, he comes back with one of his own.
He catches him cold, straight away, off the grip. He hits him as quickly as he grips up. It's his only opportunity. He's done that a couple of times now. Again, another drop Sianagi. He's just... you can now see Hashimoto getting totally frustrated with him. I would have thought that. Oh yes.
Yep.
Or did he?
There's another ending up on his front. So the only option for the French referee there is to give Wazari. He can't give him the ippon.
No.
The flight, yes.
He did his aerial awareness as he was going over. He did well to get off that. Hashimoto's got really good ashiwazas. He's not showing them that much here. I would have thought they would sort of double it up, using his footwork to open and create an opportunity with the Sianagi. This is a real... he's done it there. The Kochi stumbled him, but he didn't have enough leverage on the back leg to follow it through. Those little legs. But there's a real battle going on here. Well, that was a good match, a really engaging match. Hashimoto was constantly on him. He wanted more than a Wazari. He was looking for a pawn in that match.
Yeah, he kept searching for it. And in the end, Butbull appeared frustrated, not because it was a bad contest, but frustrated at his inability to cope with so many weapons from Hashimoto. Yeah, it was a good one.
No, it was a good match. That was enjoyable. And we're in the golden score of the other semi-final.
Just finished off there, that one. And Changrim just threw Rustam Orezhov for Wazari. Right, well, that's all the live judo that we've got for you from the first part of the opening day at the Paris Grand Slam. The final block will begin at 5 o'clock. I believe Loretta's going to be doing one mat. I'm going to be doing another mat.
Mat number 2.
So we shan't be together. I shall miss you.
Will you miss me? I will miss you.
Thanks for cleaning up the camera there. Look, it's got the camera going.
I'll be just too much. I'll be too interested in the judo to miss you.
Highlights for the morning for you, or the first part of the day for you. What did you think? What caught your eye?
I enjoyed the Israeli and Slicker. I thought he was dynamic.
Plafke, good boy.
Hashimoto, that final was engaging. I thought it kept you on your feet. But what I liked about it, he was winning, he was comfortable, but he still wanted more. And it's that type of fighter that I think excites me, and just that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Terstaniak,
yeah.
Kelmendi.
Yeah. Kelmendi is what you're expecting, isn't it?
Powerhouse.
For me, you put those people already on the pedestal, and
Helene Rossavo.
Yeah, Rossavo
did the job.
Yes. So there was a few that are nice surprises. The ones that obviously, the ones that you expect, you already put them on the roster, and you're only actually going to talk about them if they don't deliver.
Yeah.
So for me, there wasn't really major highlights
yeah.
and no big surprises. So it was the underdogs and the 20-year-olds that came out, like the Germans that came out and fighting, and that maturity, not so much the physical maturity, but the mental maturity, the hardness. For me, those are the ones you sort of, because that's future. That's what we're going to see in 2020.
Okay, we'll be back at 5 o'clock with more action from the opening day of competition here in Paris at the Palais Omnisport de Bercy, the Accor Hotels Arena, as it is called. But from Loretta, Cusack Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye. This is amazing, isn't it?